Oh, what a way to start. What a way to start as we are rocking and rolling. Hey, we are on. We are on. We are in the final 7 hours. Let's get up and about. Let me thank my YouTube and Patreon. I've got about 100 people to get back on, to add to the list. I just got to quickly change something. Boom. And then where are my members? Bang. Right. Let me get the thank you very much on YouTube and Patreon. Bangers as the comments are flying in. Thank you all very much. We are at the 18 to 25 hour. I'm going to pin the comment right now. Let's get rid of that one. Let's jump into this one. Hey, if you're already in the room, hit the like button. I'm just going to edit, put the link into the description. Can I make it? 7 hours to go. You dead set legend. We're going to save that. We're going to do that one. And bang. Pin message. Beautiful. 60 people have come over. 30 likes. We are rolling. Let me fix these things up. Let's say hi to everyone in the chat. 47 comments just gone. Bang. 60 people are joining. Link is in the comments. Thank you to Joe and thank you to Ryan who spent the last few hours with me. Thank you to each and every person that has jumped on. If Ryan and Joe want to jump on, great. If you haven't jumped on, the show, give it a go. But I'm happy to ride solo for the next 7 hours. I am up and about. I've had to feed my family home safe, but more importantly, you guys have been amazing. I'll be very, very interested to see how many people have come on board for the channel. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the times that are going on. I know it's very early in a lot of the world, so as in elite guests might be low, but the best thing is you guys. The best thing is you guys. Man, straight away. Wait, where'd it go? I don't know where it went. Okay. Here in Vegas, 10 p.m. So that would take you to what? 5 a.m. The Drew. If you're hanging out with me, piece of cake, Aussie. You got this. Really appreciate it. Oh, hey, let's go. Yeah, sorry, mate. I'm going the whole hog. Good morning. I could have swore Jake said 7 a.m. I'm only going off my times, mate. It is 3 p.m. here. Yeah, and I finished 10 p.m. my time. So no one's getting me on a technicality. I am up and about. I'm trying to find that super chat. I got a super chat and it's disappeared. But anyway, let's go through the chat. What else have we got? Yes, sir. Levan at Class the Bum. Ready, bang, muscle bike. Prepare, kaboom. As Jake would say. That is funny. Ready, bang, ready, bang, ready, bang, ready, bang, ready, bang. This is the new chat as everyone is coming in. Let me try and find. I've missed that dude's super chat. Where's it gone? Hello, super chat. Oh, there it is. The medal. Ready to hang and bang, sling and slang. Hope to chat with you. Link is in the top. And of course, we got my man, Dave Stockbridge. I'm gonna everyone that says hi, I've missed all your comments, but thank you so much. We are 18 hours in.
How are you feeling at this stage? Any physical signs of fatigue? How's your comfort levels? Are you hydrated?
Hydrated, absolutely. Yeah, my wife's got fresh bottles of water here. I just actually
Brilliant.
had I probably shouldn't have had a junk food lunch, but that's what I was feeling. I'd been eating pretty healthy, leading up to it. I get to stretch out. Of course, I'd like to move around. My eyes are a bit, they're not heavy, but they,
Dry
I don't know. Oh, there you go. Where'd you go, Davo? Hang on, we'll try again.
eyes.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh, okay. Your mind knows that you have stayed awake for so long, and your body's not reacting like, oh my God, you've stayed up for 24 hours. You should be more tired than what you should be. But no, I'm up and about, man. The guys have been killing it with the super chats. The guys have been killing it with hanging out for the whole show. The support is unreal. I'll be looking forward to tomorrow when I wake up to look at analytics and things like that. We had Devon, Ron Barth, Neil Pickup, Gary Roberts from ArmTV. We had Dung, who just was awesome. Crazy Uncle. What was it? Crazy Uncle Jim. Those two were the MVPs of the stream. Usuals, Ryan, Uncle John. We've had Ryan, Grondon, and Joe. Who else has come on? Edward, come on for a while. 13-year-old from Sweden. Jody Williams was on. I'm just trying to picture everyone in the chat. Of course, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler being the number one support crew. So, alrighty.
And what about the hot topic so far? What keeps recurring? What's the boomerang issue that
mate? You talk about whatever. You talk about whatever you want, Davo. That's what this is about. It's an arm wrestling podcast, mate. You're running a successful thing called AWE, which is going really well, and I think the Aussie Classic should be a qualifier for AWE.
I like the idea. I like any type of classic. Yeah, any tournament with classic in the title, I think is a worthy one.
It does sound crisp. Which is going really well.
And how would you envisage the format for an Aussie Classic? I understand you've given it some thought. Where are you at with that idea currently?
I don't know if it's a qualifier. I mean, Table Monkeys tried something on the weekend. They had a big tournament, and then when they got to the final four, it was all scrapped, and they did a round robin. And I was like, okay. Of course, if I was running an Aussie Classic, it would be an open category to qualify for AWE, and then I would run multiple divisions just for people to pull more on the day.
And would it be a left-handed competition only?
No way. I don't want anyone coming close to challenging me. That's for sure. That's for sure. We'll get to the comments section at the moment. Thanks again, Ryan Grondon. You're a superstar. Glad to be your buddy. We got the medal 365.
What's up?
He's got the big fancy chair. I'm going to assume he's right into his death medal.
Oh, yeah. You know it.
The medal 365. You don't have to give me your first name, but whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Northern Virginia, United States. Right there, right in the heart of arm wrestling, next to Pennsylvania, Northern Virginia, Maryland, all that, and West Virginia, all that good stuff.
Beautiful. Are you a fan, or do you pull yourself?
What's that?
Are you a fan? Are you a fan of arm wrestling, or do you compete yourself?
Everything. I'm a fan of it. I watch it every day. I watch your show every day. As I get off work. Hell yeah, I love it. Thanks for all that you do. I train every day. I compete whenever I can. I'm just making my way out of amateurs. I took second the last tournament I did, and I hope the silver medal Northern Virginia or locked and loaded amateurs medal now.
Boy, lovely.
So I'm trying to hit pro now. I'm working hard.
Yeah, beautiful. So then, when you say you're trying to hit pro, where you pull, what qualifies you as pro?
So generally, there are requirements or limitations to the amateur class. You have to be competing. You cannot have been competing in arm wrestling for more than 3 years. That's the tournaments I've been to. That's on the rules. That's on the waiver. To me, though, if you ask me, I think as soon as you place in the finals in an amateurs class, at that point, you're just you're bullying at that point. It's time to bump it up to semi pros or pros. That's where that kind of goes where I'm from.
Yeah, beauty. What's the weight class, my man? What are we stacking at?
Right now, I'm in the 230s. So walking around, I'm in low 240s. When I compete, I'll get right under 240. I was coming from super heavies. I do have the strength of a super heavy, but I don't have the hand size of a super heavy. So that was holding me back.
Beautiful. What? How tall are you?
About 6'1".
What do you do for work? Do you do any voiceover work?
Not yet. You're not the first to say that. I've been offered a few voiceover gigs that never really came about. But I have a career in networking, like IT networking. Right now, I'm a network operations tech. I'm also versed in engineering, and I'm a butcher on the side.
There you go, Davo. We need to hire this guy for some voiceover work.
Absolutely fantastic. The first thing I thought, you sound like you're an actor. You've got a real theatrical presence. You're actually perfect for arm wrestling entertainment. You're the whole package.
I'd love to. You know, when I hit pro, I'd like to make a character for myself. I gotta get this a little better though, a little more noticeable.
Yeah, brilliant.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
No, I love it. Hey, Davo, give us a bit of an update on AWE, mate. We were talking to Ryan earlier, but you're the brains behind the business. You're the man. Give us a bit of an update.
Oh, so we're pretty much a lock-in, or as much as a lock-in you can have with a month and a half still to go. As we saw at AWE 1, we were plagued with injuries for our main events. We had 3 big names that unfortunately couldn't make it, only to have the biggest name in New Zealand make his way over here and steal the belt and take it back over the pond. On this occasion, we've got 2 title belts on the line. So we've got the heavyweight title belt. Now, this is probably the most interesting matchup of the lot for as far as I'm concerned. But you've got Gunter's Bykovs, former Latvian, former European, former Australian, and current AWE heavyweight champion, and he's up against Marcus Atirai. And Marcus Atirai, if you saw AWE 1, I mean, if anybody became a superstar after that event, it was Marcus Atirai. He's 162 kilograms, a gentle giant, but devastating on the table, and took on Adam Laura and comfortably dealt with somebody most people would anticipate being in the top 3, always in the conversation as the best of the super heavyweights in the country, and then came back and took on Lachlan Carpenter at the end of the day, and what a devastating display against somebody we know is one of the top super heavyweights on the continent. And so Marcus Atirai called out Gunter's Bykovs at the AWE 1 event. Said, I really like that strap that's hanging over your shoulder, Gunter. So I wouldn't mind a crack at that one. And so that, and it mightn't even be the biggest, most popular of the matchups that we've got. But from my perspective, it's the one I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah, there's some you got some cracking matches there, and fingers crossed, everyone comes over. Fingers crossed no one gets injured or flights get cancelled. It was a genuine nightmare, that first one. And it sucked because I was in Dubai when it was all happening, and I was like, I just feel so helpless. I can't really help you guys because I wanted to succeed so bad. But this one's going to be different. July 1st, everyone's getting here. It's at the Adelaide Oval. It's going to be brilliant. Is there, besides is there much preparation you need to do?
Excuse me, what was that last bit?
Is there much preparation you need to do for AWE?
Well, the athletes are signed. The sponsors are in place. The AV team it has been appointed. The venue is one of the finest in the country, and we'll be holding this event again inside an ISCA certified cage. And so we'll and under the bright lights at one of Australia's most iconic sporting locations. So one thing we really wanted to do with AWE was present the sport as a top level sport in the same venues as top level sports are normally consumed by the outside world. And so for us to have launched our first event at the historic Nord Oval, where there's rounds of the AFL happening this weekend, and of course at the Adelaide Oval, which is one of those iconic cricketing venues, is something that, from our perspective, we really want to see the sport elevated into the consciousness of Australians at that level. Well, not just Australians, I'll say people around the world.
Yeah, we got Tahitians, you got a couple of Americans. Hopefully, you can call Artem Russian or Russian American. Yeah, you got guys coming from all over the world, so it should be a great event.
Good production. Good impression.
Yeah, just presenting the sport really nicely, and I think that makes it attractive to sponsors. Other people want to start getting on board, and we get to, of course, as a result of that, reward the athletes. The whole idea of AWE is to help athletes, give them a pathway to becoming pro, both on and off the table. So we figure if we can do our bit to help athletes do that, then we're setting up the sport for the next 20, 30, 40 years.
Beautiful. And quick question from Dominic, who owns AWE?
Well, it's owned by a holding company. Technically, there are three shareholders. I'm one of those. It's probably not for me to disclose the ownership or the interest of other parties. That'd be up to them, of course. But I'm 1/3 of that partnership that holds that company.
Brilliant. And we've nailed it. Defence Foster says that Metal sounds a bit like the actor that played Billy in Predator.
Oh, it's been so long since I've seen that. I'll have to rewatch that. I don't remember it.
Oh, mate, you bloody not only sound like you look like him as well.
Really? That's great.
It is brilliant as everyone is in the chat. Let me just quickly see. Daniel Uric thought this was the 24-hour stream from last year. What did he think I was going to replay it? Oh, that's hilarious.
Aussie, I got to ask you, I'm just now coming into your stream. I've been busy all day, but how are you feeling?
I feel
pretty deep into the stream.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Yeah, life, I think, because outside of the screen, life's amazing. I'm a naturally energetic guy, so what you see on the camera is the same bloke you see, outside of here. I'm a pretty happy dude and things like that. So that natural energy just comes in. When I've got my mind set on a goal, there's no chance that I'm going to fail it. So I'm like, oh, hey, babe, I'm doing a 25-hour podcast. Okay, I know you'll crush it. So then when you've got, as you guys see when you watch the show or you see it in person, my wife and I just love hanging out with each other. So all of that just feeds me. And then I love, it doesn't just have to be the elites. I love, you're saying Metal. You're like, I go home and I put on the Aussie Armwrestler channel and I'm just like, that just blows my mind. And that is like, boom, there's another hour's energy because of my man here and things like that. And I'm talking to me mate Dave, who's we've had some fun in Dave's home state of South Australia. I've gone over there. We just live in different states, about an 8-hour drive. And we've hung out, and Dave and I get along really well. So then I'm like, cool, these two guys love arm wrestling. I get to meet them, build partnerships throughout people. Yeah, man, I'm feeling up and about. But of course, trying to stay awake and talk. It goes in waves, and I'm sure people have noticed, a little bit tired at the moment. The next few hours will probably be the hardest. And then I think when the last 3 hours come, when it gets to about 7:30 and my wife's put my daughter to bed, I think we'll bring it home. I think we'll just fly home. I just got to make sure I don't look at me clocks. We've got 2 clocks here. I just got to make sure I don't look at them too much.
Just live in the moment. Live in the moment.
Yeah, that's right, mate. That's what it's about. Jake could use some prime rim. I'm going well. Red Catman Studios. He says, just checking in on you. I'm at work. 2:22 a.m. here in Canada. Really appreciate it. What else have we got? People. Let's have a look. Yeah, now everyone's quoting Predator, which is
I gotta catch up on that.
You got to, mate. Billy, everyone's loving it. Everyone's going nuts. Thank you, 98% Arm Wrestling. I see Joe Nelson is back in there. My man, nurturing leadership. Says, killing it, mate. Love it. Almost there, dude. Yeah, I am almost there. I'm rocking and rolling. I cannot wait. But enjoying it at the moment. So what do you want to talk about, Metal? Let's talk some arm wrestling.
Sure. Shoot, what's coming up? What do you think about, what do you think about Levon versus Artem coming up? A lot of people I'm hearing a lot of back and forth things. Obviously, most people think Levon's going to take it, but some people don't think so. How do you think it's going to go?
So for me, we really enjoyed that moment of King of the Table where Levon got stopped, and Erdemes was able to put Levon in a difficult position and get Levon on the defensive side of the table. There was the whole oxygen mask fiasco. Morozov is looking massive, like 140 kilos, and he's all just muscle, ridiculous muscle on top of muscle. So everyone's like, definitely, it's Erdemes is finally going to get a pin. But I think Levon wins 3-0. I was saying it earlier. I think he wins 3-0. He's going to weigh 30-odd kilos still. Even if Levon drops 20 kilos, I think around October, July, he'll weigh about 175. Now, that's 30 kilos, still heavier than Morozov. And you don't think that Levon has been woken up. His livelihood is on the line. He has never been pinned in a super match. And in Georgia, I got a bit of background information while I was in Dubai. In Georgia, he is treated like a god. He's on TV all the time, game shows. He does TV shows, voiceovers for movies. He's in movies. He gets all of this treatment. Kids look up to him. He's constantly attending. He's making bank over there. They're doing documentaries on him and things like that.
Yeah.
Because he has never been pinned. So after getting a little scare, it's like, hey, Dave, you have gone to the hospital because you've got a little heart scare. Boom. I'm going to look after my heart. Hey, Metal, your little baby almost fell down the stairs. Boom. I'm baby proofing the house. You know what I mean? So Levon's had a scare of his livelihood taken away. So I think he is just going absolutely nuts. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's just an absolute massive hook battle in the middle of the table. But I think Levon wins 3-0.
Would be awesome. We get another crazy stop here. Everyone freaking out. Man, how exciting was that? You were there when Irmus got that first stop and started turning it over. And the crowd was just, I was watching the live stream and I could hear the crowd just turning it up, man. Oh, heart was going. I was screaming at the TV. That was so exciting.
Yeah, we were like a rock concert. And I say it all the time. I was saying it earlier to Matt Rhodes and everyone else that was in the chat at that time. I always believe there's a Buster Douglas out there. And that reference comes from boxing. Mike Tyson was unbeatable. He was unbeatable. No one could ever beat him. Buster Douglas come in and went whack, put Tyson on his ass, and became the champ for a cup of coffee. You see it in fights all the time. A guy's on grim death, and with his last bit of energy, just throws a grenade, whack, the match is over. And I believe that in arm wrestling, and we saw it. I'm like, Levan may have over-prepared. He may have come in too heavy. He might not be feeling well. Hermes gets the jump. We got a match. So he may let my man Joe back in the chat. So Hermes gets the jump. We got a match. Yeah, you go. There we go. Thanks, Joe. Yeah. So for me, when it comes to matches, yes, I'm going to sit there and say Levan wins 3-0, but I'm not going to tell anyone this match is over. There's no chance Morozov has a win, because in any sport, I've played games of basketball and I've played games of footy where one team's gone undefeated all year, and then I go up against them in the grand final and we beat them in the grand final. So I'm like, you don't know what's happened that day. Levan could have had a stomach ache. He could have had the runs, or we just don't know how awesome Hermes was. So I'm big on, just really enjoying the sport aspect. And there's a Buster Douglas out there for everyone.
There's always one. There's always a bigger fish.
That's right. There's someone out there. It's like when I was doing my channel, and I'm like, I thought I was working hard, and then all of these other channels popped up, and I was like, man, like they're going past me. Time to raise my game. And then I'm like, oh my God, every single channel is doing live stream. I got to raise my game and things like that, because I know there's someone out there doing a YouTube channel and they want to be the head announcer. They want to be the head commentator. And I know that they're out there because there's not many of those spots at the table. I have one of them, and I'm very lucky, and I'm not in a hurry to let that go. So showing everyone that I can bang out 24 hours, 25-hour live stream show, run on the real deal when it comes to energy like that, being able to talk to anyone on any level about this beautiful sport of ours. Yeah, I'm always about adapting, evolving, and going from there. It's
legend. Dead set legend. There we go.
Yeah.
You're dead set because of hour number 25 will become the legend.
Appreciate it, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's we're getting there. We're off to a ripping start in our last 7 hours, and I'll break my own record. Which is
no, you're just
cool.
like you just have to do like a regular work day, an 8-hour work day, and you're done.
That's right. That's right. And I haven't even done a proper work day in 14 months because I've just been doing arm wrestling for 14 months. And it's blokes 100%. The men and women out there like yourself, Metal, because if you didn't sit there and go, right, I've had a day at work. What's that silly Aussie been up to? I'll check that out. And, you could be with a mate and going, you got to check out this weirdo that I watch on YouTube. Cool dude and things like that. Hey, watch this. I was even on his show. Without you guys doing that, this dream that I felt like we've all built together. Yes, I'm the face of it and I'm the one at king of the table and things like that. But when I'm there, I genuinely feel that we're all there, and I really want to represent all of you guys.
I see that too. When I saw you up there, I was like, that's him, and all his whole army is up there with him, because you built this up, you kind of spearheaded this whole thing with your community as well, and I see that, and I'm sure many other people do as well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, because once again, I'm like, I don't know, like I'll put my pants on one leg at a time, just like anyone else. So whenever, where you sit on the arm wrestling ladder, me, I don't care. Like if you're a cool dude, come have lunch with me. Like if we're at an event, I'm like, oh no. Like I went to Arm Gods, and and Devin was there, and Cobra was there, and that was really cool. Don't get me wrong, that was really cool. But I was like, with all the other dudes, I'm like, move over. Let me get in the middle there. Let's have a chat. I'm having beers with all the boys and yeah, we were just having a ball. And that's one thing living in Australia, Metal, is not many people like arm wrestling. Not many people are getting up at 3 a.m. to watch a live event like I do, like East versus West King of Table. It's all at 3 a.m., 2 a.m. So I wanted to build that community. So now when people come in and they're like, oh, there's Dave Stockbridge in the chat. Dave-o, what's going on, mate? But they could be from Greece. And then Metal jumps on and everyone like, oh, my God, it's Billy from Predator. What a legend. He's kicking goals, you know. Oh, how funny was he when he come on the show? And then, you know, when Joe finally decides on one bloody name, because he changes it every day, then we'll be like, he's only changed it once. I'm just winding him up. Yeah. You know, but that's the one thing that I like. People from all over the globe have been awesome. And, you know, I've got the captain here in the chat. Another thing, a perfect example of what I try and give. And I'm glad you said it, Metal. As you can see, I'm very passionate about making it our channel, because he's super lucky to hang out with Aussie and can say he's an absolute, honest, positive dude. So the captain, I was at the gym. I was in my own little world, la-di-da-di-da, trying to punch out some weights, not that strong. And a dude wearing a pound-for-pound arm wrestling shirt comes up to me. He's like, oh, hey, man, how you going? My name's Anthony. You know, I watch the channel. I like what you're doing and things like that. So, and then he walked off. But then I walked over to him. Hey, man, what's going on? And now maybe once a week, me, the captain, and another guy will do chest day together on Saturday morning. They'll message me, hey, chest. I'm like, I'm up. Let's go. And sometimes I bump into them when they've finished work. But, yeah, now I got 2 awesome mates. But if I was like, oh, yeah, cool, yeah, I'm the Aussie Armwrestler dude. I just want to work out. You know, that's a bit dickish. And I wouldn't have 2 awesome dudes that I go to the gym with. And we have a great laugh. And they're helping me get my bench press properly because they're 2 strong dudes that I'm trying to get on the table. So, yeah, I'm glad. As you can see, I'm very passionate, Metal. Very passionate that the channel's going the right way.
It shows. That's awesome.
That's good. I just got to quickly ask, Joe Bot, how you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling great.
Awesome.
I don't sleep much, so this is good for me.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Brilliant. What's going on, Davo?
What's the state of the arm wrestling YouTube and community at the moment? You know, as it's growing, there was a time where everybody knew everybody, and if there was a conflict, you know, people could just pick up the phone. Is that still very much the case with the growth over the last 6 to 12 months?
It's gone with a lot of jealousy's crept in, and now money's crept. Look, a lot of us all get along.
Jake, is that what it is?
Sorry,
everybody's jealous of Jake. Is that what it is?
Some a little bit, yes, because if you look at YouTube channels in subscriber numbers and views on my videos, I have a lot less than a lot of other channels. So then a lot of these other channels like try and show whether it's snarky comments or hate on my channel because they're like, oh, well, I have twice as many, 3 times as many, 4 times as many subscribers. Why is Jake, you know, going to King of the Table? Why is Jake going to Norway? My channel's more popular than them, which they don't understand. People invest in my channel. People get their quick pump and dump fix from other channels. But like right now, I've had hundreds of people stay with me for 24 hours. You know what I mean? People are invested in what I'm doing. So yeah, there's a bit of jealousy. Like Uncle John gets a lot of hate as well because, you know, there's like, oh, he's just a YouTuber, he's just an idiot. But then in saying that, on the flip side, I'm meeting more and more amazing people. Like Joe and I, we might have been sneaking a couple of private chat messages. We're on the same level. Joe and I are thinking the exact same thing. And now I'm like, man, whenever I do a live show, I hope Joe's in the chat because I might throw some comments and then at least I may be kind of venting, but I know Joe gets it. He knows my frustration and things like that. So that's good. You know, without this, Dave, we wouldn't have the friendship that we have, and I wouldn't have met Billy from Predator. Like, Metal's a cool dude. He's been on for like 10 minutes, and he's everyone's favorite. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. So the whole community, yeah, they're great. The one thing I really love about my chat is you can come in and you can have a disagreement. This pool's going to win, or this guy's an idiot, this guy isn't. 99 times out of 100, people can have discussions upon discussions without going, oh, Dave, you dickhead. Oh, you're such an idiot. Where it's like, no, this is why. So, yeah, I like to stick to my lane. The elites, you know, the elites, the guys that get booked on the big shows, they like hanging out on my channel just like anyone else. So I'm just going to I leave all the negative over there, and I'm just going to do my thing over here because I got the best community coming to my channel every single day.
I do like your community as well. Yes, you have a pretty cool chat.
Yeah, they're brilliant, and they've all become good friends with each other, which is really cool. And just know, like,
demented and sick.
I live in America. And things like that. But when they jump in the chat, oh, it's the Jew 24. Oh, it's Irving Brown, Dangerous Dan. You know, Spermies. It's a brilliant chat. It's a brilliant community. I mean, half the time I'll be doing a topic, and then I'll go, hey, chat, what do you guys think? And they're not even listening. They're just off there. They're all talking to each other. Hey, Metal. Hey, Joe. Hey, Dave. Oh, did you see this? Did you see that? Oh, this is brilliant. And I'll be like, oh, that's okay. I'll continue doing my show, but I'm just happy these guys are all catching up. Armenian Armwrestling, thank you very much for the super chat. Daniel Uric, come back, mate. I haven't forgotten. Daniel, come back, mate. You'll get on the show. I was just getting through a couple of comments. Daniel, if people can tell Daniel to come back, that would be great. I like Daniel. Metallica or Motorhead, Tool or Volbeat?
Metallica or Motorhead. I love them both, but I have to go with Motorhead. Rock and roll. Tool or Volbeat. Not a huge fan of either, but I'm have to go with Tool. I got a lot of respect for them. But you know what? I do listen to Meshuggah, and Meshuggah is like a heavy Tool, if you ask me.
There you go. You would really love Norway metal.
Yes, that is like, you know, sweet, like the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Norway, Finland. That's like my first, that's on my bucket list. I'd love to go there because they're so metal. We got Sweden is like the heart of death metal. Norway is the capital of black metal. And then we got some cool like folk metal and other good hotspots coming from Finland. There's so metal up there. And it's nice and cold. I like the cold and the mountains and the pines. Love it.
Yeah, mate, and they absolutely love it. Like, it's just on. Oh, Davo, hopefully you can come back. Yeah, man, when I was over there, it's just like on every radio station, and then everyone's chucking it on their iPods and things like that. And I was like, oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's like you just, you know, here in the U.S., it's metal is considered like not really acceptable. It's really underground, and it's like generally unpleasing to the common audience. So you don't hear it in public, but you know, I hear from certain Europeans, like the Northeastern Europeans and stuff, that you just hear it you just hear it in public, you'll hear it in bars, you'll just hear it on the radio. I think that's super cool.
Yeah, it is awesome. One of my favorite pullers here in Australia, Mario Tambakis. Fun fact about Mario Tambakis, he is the first person to ever pin Larry Wheels in a tournament. That is the guy there, Mario Tambakis. Pinned in Queensland last year when Larry was a special guest. It's a really cool video. Thanks, Ma. Really appreciate it, mate. Hopefully we can catch up for a drink soon. Mario Tambakis is one of the best people in Australian arm wrestling, and once he hits the global stage. One of the best people there as well. Thank you for the support, Mario. Daniel, my man, how are you going?
I'm feeling strong as shit, boys. I'm back.
Yeah, that's good to hear, man. That's good.
Is this the
You
1-year
disappeared for a
anniversary when we
while?
hopped on for the 24-hour chat? Is this the 1-year anniversary of that?
No, that was, I believe
It's
it was
got to be
around
pretty close.
It was January, February, because I can't remember.
No, it was not.
Yeah,
Because was
You're
it
full of
before
crap.
or after I quit my job?
It was after. I think I wanted to say because I sold my house in March. It was after that. So it had to have been April or May of last year when we did the 24-hour chat.
Let me see if I can find.
If I'm right, give me that third place trophy.
Oh, you can go suck a big bag of fat eggs,
No,
Dan.
no, you can't because you are far off the fucking spectrum right now. I'm right. It's got to be May of last year.
Okay, I'm just going to go back. I'm just going back through all my videos.
Start packing that trophy. Start packing that trophy. I'll add it with my other 7 third places.
January 21st was the first 8 hours.
January
but the 24-hour, the 24-hour one.
Yeah, he did it as a 24-hour stream, but he breaks them up into 8 hours.
So that wasn't the first one though. The last one I'm talking about.
This is January 21st, 2022.
Yeah.
Wait, you did 2 24-hour streams?
It's sitting on YouTube in front of me.
There's not one in May. Yeah. So does that mean I got to package up one of my third place trophies? Is that the one where me and Cody Merritt were on?
I thought it was January. That was before I quit my job.
Yeah.
Because I quit my
job.
You
only did the one? Later. I thought you did 2. No, Gary Roberts did the other one. But it was also
so Gary Roberts did the New Year's stream where I got the idea from. I wanted to do it because his stream helped me build my platform. I wanted to pay it forward and also show everyone that I was the real deal when it come to, talking and hanging and banging and things like that. And then I ended up quitting my job the next month, and everyone just went, "Aussie's our guy. Let's rock and roll." But we'll get back to you, Dan. You're saying you're feeling good. You're saying you're back. That's good, man. That's good. You're feeling energized.
Oh yeah, like unreal. Since December till now, it's a whole nother human being.
There you go.
I'm getting fat again, guys. I've been eating hamburger helper. He's been feeding me like a motherfucker. Oh yeah. Anyways, you get back to me. So what were you doing?
No, I was just reading this. I don't even know what Cobra said here. Fredrikstad, Norway. I don't know what that means.
Has Cobra been on today?
Cobra. Yeah, he's come in and out a couple of times because he's just been busy, being good. He came on with like 2 minutes to go of the last stream. I said, just jump on here. Cobra might be. I think like everyone's going to try and jump on towards the last, couple of hours. So we'll see.
Yeah, I want to say that's when I jumped on last time, was like the last couple hours. What time is it there in Australia right now?
3:47 p.m.
So how many hours have you been streaming?
18.
8. Oh shit. So you got 7 hours to go.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, as time has progressed through your entire stream, have you seen kind of different parts of the world kind of run through your stream?
Yeah. So it's more
pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, because it's more when I first jumped on, we had Swedish, English people jump on, and then as they jumped off, Canada and America were waking up, and then a lot of them dropped off because they had to go to work, and some Australians jumped on. Then it was just me for a little bit, and then then it's like, I finished work and come in, and then I was seeing some of the the US drop off, not like you crazy cats, because it's getting pretty late over there. unless you're from the West Coast. I think
Yeah,
it's
still 11 o'clock p.m. here though. So
yeah, bloody hell. So
West Coast.
yeah, Washington State.
Nice.
Yeah.
I've met some really cool people from Washington. I went to visit there for a while. The salmon fishing looks really, really fun there.
You can't salmon fish right now.
Really? Why is that? I haven't heard of that.
Because so the native fish, I don't know if you're Indian or not, but anybody out here that's Indian, they have nets across our rivers, because that's what you got when you get your reservations and everything. And there's not enough native salmon that aren't clipped that we grow in our facilities that we put out there. There's too many clip fin fish to where we can't fish those anymore because there's not enough native ones. So we haven't been able to salmon fish for 3 years now, almost.
That's because the commercial
Wow,
fishing is
3
happening
years.
on the sea.
That as well, yes, especially in the Columbia, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I can't go out there and get some springers, like right now it's springer season. I can't go out there right now.
Are they running right now?
Yep.
I didn't
They're
know that.
just starting. They're just starting. And we can't go out there. The
Daniel
last
and I
3
live
years.
like an hour from each other by boat.
Well, yeah, by boat. I was gonna say by car is like what, 5 hours maybe?
Something like that.
Yeah. Well, plus I have to take a barge, so yeah, about 5 hours.
there you go. Everyone's just quickly chatting to each other. How warm is it in Australia, Jake? Not that warm. No, we're in autumn at the moment. So, I don't know, 20 degrees, 15 degrees, 15 to 20 degrees every day. Sometimes it gets really hot. I'm not too sure. See you later, Daryl. He's just quickly gone. I gotta go, boys. Gotta work the farm. Thanks for the stream, Jakey. Smash the rest of it, mate. Ready, bang. Thanks, Daryl.
So you picked up this new streaming service, I see. I didn't recognize this when I clicked on it.
Yeah, I had it for about 12 months.
So now you can see, normally I have to have my tablet on YouTube for the Zoom call so I can read the comments, but I can see them down. This is crazy. This is a different one than last year.
Nah, Zoom, man. That's for amateurs. That's for amateurs. I can put videos on. If I want to thank my YouTube and Patreon bangers, if I want to thank those guys.
That's pretty cool.
You guys move to the side. Because once again, we were talking about it earlier, like Uncle John and I are always wanting to evolve because we were like some of the earlier channels that were doing lives all the time. And people were like, I'm going to do a live. And suddenly everyone was doing a live. So then we're like, well, let's make our lives the most interactive lives. How are we going to do that? We went shopping for streaming services. And now I can just sit there and go, oh, Spencer Doucette, what's going on? West Coast boys on now. Brazilian arm wrestler. Damn, Aussie, why do you do that to yourself? And people love it. Also, I chuck in a banner. So 25-hour arm wrestling podcast, world record.
World record. Glad to be a part
You
of your
do
world
look
record.
like you're doing better than last year, though, I will say. Granted, my months are off, but still, you look like you're doing better by this hour when I hopped on last time. You were looking pretty rough at this point last time.
Maybe I'm just sitting further away from the screen. I was last time, I don't know if it was better or worse, because last time there was no prep. I just went, I was just like, bam. Like, I think within 36 hours I was doing it. I was like, babe, I reckon this Friday I should do it. She's like, yeah, cool. And off I went and did it. I was in the shed last time. I'm in like the study this time, so I've been a little bit warmer, come a bit more prepared, more hydrated. I've eaten properly. I had Macca's for lunch, but I've eaten properly and things like that. Last year was a bit more rowdy. Well, we did get a bit rowdy with Neil Pickup earlier. He teed off. He got a bit passionate, which I love. I think
he's a passionate guy. He cares. All those guys are. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm trying to think what else happened last year. Oh, Gary Roberts was a lot more mellow this year. Last year he came on and teed off a rhyme for 45 minutes.
That guy is crazy, man.
Rob
That
Vigent
was
Jr.
great.
hung out for ages. He got pretty Rob Vigent, you know. Got pretty
That was
tasty.
pretty great, though.
Yeah, but this time I think it's just been pretty good. We're all a year older. We're all a year more mature.
Year more mature, year older, year stronger, you name it.
I'm a dad now. Things change, Dan. Things
You're
change.
still making poop jokes. Still making poop jokes on the internet, though.
Yeah, but you know
Hey,
what?
you
This guy
never
had
get
an
rid of
energy
poop
drink in his
jokes.
hand
You can't
every
get rid of
time I've
poop
seen him
jokes.
last year. So he's more hydrated, so he's feeling better. You had an energy drink from the old lady like every time, like every 30 minutes, I felt like.
Oh, yeah, last time, like I did some of the same. I had a pre-workout before I started. That
That's
helped me
not bad.
get me through. But then, yeah, I reckon I had like 3 or 4 energy drinks last time, where this time I'm still halfway through my first one.
That's actually pretty good for you.
Pre-workout. So you like getting a pump, like a jaw pump from all this talking or something?
Jaw pump.
I never thought about that. I never thought about that. That's interesting.
Nah, not
to your
not a
voice.
jaw pump. I'm just trying to think. Nah. I'm just a happy guy. Like I'm happy. Like whenever I do a stream, I do not expect one person to turn up at all. So when I start the show and 7 people are waiting, or 10 people are waiting, 30 people are waiting, I'm like, holy shit, how cool is this? And then I watch it, and there's 40 people, there's 60 people, there's 100, there's 300, 1,500. One stage, 4,800 people. And I'm like, holy crap, at this moment, everyone's chosen time out of their day to come hang out with me. And that is something that I'm like, fuck yeah, that is such a cool feeling. But once again, I do this 24-hour stream. When I do a live stream tomorrow, or maybe Monday morning my time, I won't expect anyone to come on. And if people do come on, I'm like, bang, we're rocking and rolling. When I get tagged in stuff, like, Dan saying, hey, I challenge you for your trophy. Like 2019, I got this trophy and everyone still challenges me for it, to be able to have that mark, people sending me photos, sending me videos, like I got literally a message right here from Josh. Just got my first medal, 3rd place amateur. You must be my role model. But I get that all the time. People's like, hey, like Jody Williams early today. He's like, I'll put my 3rd place against your 3rd place. So like, I've made 3rd place cool in a sense. And then when people hit me up with the ready bangs, like when I first saw Levan, he looked at me and he pointed at me, ready bang. And I was like, oh, what, man? You're like
Awesome.
the number 1 arm wrestler in the world. And my catchphrase, whenever I start a show, everyone's in the chat, ready bang, ready bang, ready bang, ready bang. And I'm just like, wow, like it is such an incredible feeling that I never ever take for granted, and will always be grateful of what the armwrestling community has done.
You put in the work and the time and the love for this stuff, and like you reach out, you post your stuff, you're like always positive about everything, and so like people are like feeding off that, right? So like if you put out negative energy, they're gonna feed off that, right? You're putting out positive energy all the time, and then you also like people's stuff, like you're putting in work, like, hey, I'm here, I'm just human, things like that. But also you're kind of getting up there to the top tier of things, especially commentary wise. Like, man, when you commentate, you're setting yourself up for some good stuff, that's for sure. There he is. Master Cobra.
Yeah. I do the good, but yeah. Hey, here he is. Arm wrestling's only pimp. The legend himself.
That is the only pimp in arm wrestling.
Cobra Rhodes. What is going on, Cobra?
Jake, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, mate.
Gentlemen in the chat, everyone in the chat room, even the young bucks. Appreciate y'all. So let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something real quick here. I gotta go. I got a pretty girl back there in the bed. Is that funny to you, Jake?
Sorry?
That was me.
No, not you, Jake. Not my Aussie. I'm talking about the meth head. Daniel.
That was me.
Yeah. I heard that giggle. Is that funny to you? A pretty girl in the bed?
That was a good gig. That was
You're
a
not
good
a priest
giggle,
no more, are you? You gave up the cloth, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Put down the candy and let the little boy go. Listen.
It's one of my favorite photos from Ireland. It's me and Cobra Rhodes at the bar, smiling.
High as giraffe pussy, boy. High as giraffe pussy.
You were out of this world. You see me out of this world. But it's one of my favorite photos from that trip. Someone took it, and I really appreciate it because I was like hanging out with Cobra.
I've never seen that picture, Jake, and I don't appreciate you publicizing it, but I love you, so I'm not going to get into it right now. I did not give permission for that to be publicized, and I respect a man's wishes.
Absolutely.
As you don't. I never wanted that shown on YouTube. That photo there. Jake,
can I ask
the Aussie
why?
arm wrestler, my brother. Jake, I love you. Yes.
Love you too.
Okay. Who's laughing in the background?
Are you higher than that pussy right now, or what?
You must have confessed. I'm about to get 1 million views, ain't I?
No, you're about to get me demonetized.
Huh?
Said you're about to get me demonetized if you move that camera any lower.
Well, hey, I'm hung like a field mouse. Don't worry about that. That's
He's
what pays
holding up
the
a
bills,
Tic-Tac.
son. That's what pays the bills. I don't have to lower the trigger, nigga. Ain't got it. Yeah. But who was giggling in the background? You must have confessed. I heard a laugh, Jake, in the background. You must have confessed.
That was my 8-year-old son.
Oh, I thought that was coming from you, Cobra.
Oh, no, not me. No, there's never any laughter with me, as you well know. I like to produce shots. Anyway, I'll let that be since that was not your people laughing at me, Mr. Aussie Armwrestler. Love you so much. Anywho, thank you so much, Jake, for what you've done for our sport and bringing it to the folks that didn't know we existed. There's a lot of fuckers.
That means a lot.
There's a lot of fuckers in this game, been here forever, ain't done shit. I'm one of them. But I appreciate you. I appreciate all you young bloods. Keep on banging. I got to get some cardio in tonight. So I love you. I'll catch you on the last hour.
Awesome. I'll see you then, Cobra.
I'll pull my nose out it. Yep. Peace.
Sorry, Joe. Sorry.
Got headphones on.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
There you go. Retro Rice is saying having a pretty girl in bed is better than having an ugly girl in bed.
Oh, here comes Cobra in flying higher than bat pussy.
Cobra Rhodes, what a guy. Go subscribe to Cobra if you haven't already. I'm sure everyone subscribed to me is subscribed to Cobra. Just enjoying it, which is good. Thank you very much, Retro Rasta, for the super chat, as we are absolutely crushing it as we've ticked over another hour here in Australia. It is 4:01.
Cobra's got that deep insider footage. Like, he gets in there in the guts of what's going on, but it's like real grainy, low quality. It's like found footage, like arm wrestling found footage.
He's got Devin's phone. He's got the duplicate of Devin's phone.
Yeah, there you go.
Filming off like a Nokia 3310 or something like that.
Yeah.
It is brilliant. So, Dad, what are you competing next, mate? What's the go? You got any tournaments, any matches lined up?
I just want to get number 4 in Oregon Saturday, and I fucked my wrists up pretty good, but I did pretty decent. And then I went right-handed against a guy that I wasn't supposed to pull. I had no information on. I didn't win that one. That was not bad. I did okay. But Jody Williams tournament's coming up June 24th. So I have to go. I'm 235 now. I got to get to 240 again. So I'm going back up, and yeah, it's gonna be a bloodbath for those guys. Unfortunately,
You said
I did Washington State in December at 205 pounds or 206 pounds, broken ribs. I tore this. This is my left. I don't know why it's backwards on here. It's my left though. I tore the tendon on my fucking elbow, and I still went, competed and everything, completely just depleted, not working out, nothing.
Off the coach.
And I did okay ish. I got third place left-handed. I didn't place right-handed. I pulled amateur and pro because our amateur class, the same guys that pull the amateur class pull the pro class. It's bullshit. So this new ELO thing, I don't know if you know about that, where Corey Miller and Frank Callahan are working on. That's giving you stats to where, like, okay, you pulled this, you pulled that, you got a number now, right? You go show up and you're like, hey, I'm going to pull amateur. They're going to be like, no, go fuck yourself. So there's one guy in Oregon who keeps pulling amateurs left and right. He's a 7-year vet amateur. He does not pull pro. And I'm like, this is fucking horseshit. Like, why would I want to move up when all you guys that pull amateur also pull pro? Like, this is the same freaking class.
Wait,
amateur, everybody you pull in amateur,
amateurs are pulling in pro.
everybody you pull in pros. I'm like, what the fuck is up with this shit? There's no actual amateur class. So this ELO system that's coming out here is revolutionizing the sport. They're taking all the old Leonard and Denise from North America. They're taking all their papers and they're putting it into a program. And then they're also taking the new tournaments and they're putting it on to where it's like, okay, you cannot pull amateur anymore, dude. You golded like 19 times in amateur. You've got to move up. Like that's the thing of the past now, finally. So I really like this program that's coming up. I don't know how well it's going to work overall across the whole world or whatever. Apparently it's supposed to be worldwide, but eventually it's going to get these sandbaggers out of the amateur class and into the pros. So my ELO score says I should be pro as well, so I can't pull amateurs anymore. So that's fine. It is what it is.
At least you know you're on a level playing field. Cobra Rhodes with the super chat says, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Let's all sub to Cobra so he releases more content. Let's get over to Cobra Rhodes. Give that legend of the sport a chop out. We got Ryan Turner. He's been doing some quiz shows with some flex bucks. If you haven't checked out Ryan Turner, go check out his channel. He's doing some quizzes. Ryan, you can either come on or you can feel free to drop some questions in the comment sections. You can play your trivia in the comment section now if you want. Ryan Turner. Met that guy. Oh, he'd be about 12 months ago now. Really good dude. Doing good things. That's what arm wrestling is all about. Dizzy Busy 88. Mate. 6 more hours. We're getting there. We are getting there for sure. I can't wait. I will never be so excited to see the sunset here in Melbourne I'm actually thoroughly enjoying myself. I've been talking about arm wrestling all day. Met some awesome people. Re-spoke. Caught up with some people like Dan. Like I've known Dan for a while, so it's good to catch up with him. But yeah, it's going to be great. Metal, when's the next time you're up and about? When's the next time you're competing on a table?
That's a good question. My car's been broken down for a while, so I haven't been able to make it to practice or anything. I haven't heard of any upcoming tournaments or anything yet, so there's nothing scheduled yet. But I'm training every day like it's going to be next week.
Where are you from, Metal?
I live in Northern Virginia, over on the East Coast, right there near like Travis Bajan. All the tournaments
Travis, yeah.
Travis, yep. We got like Dave Morocco over here. He's not far. We got Junior Hostler. He comes to my practice sometimes.
So you're a heavy hitter. What are you weighing?
Yeah, of course.
What are you weighing?
In competition, I'll be in the 230s. But walking around every day, I'm low 240s.
Interesting. You got some talent over there.
Oh yeah, it's a hot spot for arm wrestling. It's
Very, very fortunate.
yeah, not in short supply at all. It's great. It's everywhere you go. But you know, it's funny because it's arm wrestling is just the last couple of years just coming out from underground. Like if you don't know arm wrestling, if you're not in on it, like you don't know it's there until someone suddenly you meet somebody that's in arm wrestling and they take you in to their cave, arm wrestling cave, and then they show you this entire web of arm wrestlers all around you. They're all there. It's just underground, right under the surface.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
And then we have cornhole on ESPN and shit.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Cornhole.
Yeah, something about it. Cornhole, there's action pack all the time.
So action packed. Arm wrestling is not action packed whatsoever. But isn't it weird when you find it? It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like once it's opened up to you, once you found it, you find it. It's all over the place. It's huge web, and it's tightly knit.
Yeah.
What's the best thing, Jake, that you can say about arm wrestling besides the actual arm wrestling?
Commentary.
What word can you think of that is awesome about arm wrestling, community wise?
One word.
One thing.
One concept. How about that?
One thing about the arm wrestling community, or the arm wrestling besides the actual sport, I just love the people.
Yeah, camaraderie.
Camaraderie.
99% of the people.
It is insane. You can be like, dude, I'm going down to Texas. Somebody will be like, hey, I'll pick you up from the airport and I'll put you up. It's insane.
Yeah.
I love it. Everybody's so tight-knit. They're great people. Yeah, you get pissed off. You throw out some testosterone. You're on the table. And then as soon as you're done, you get your adrenaline dumped. And then you shake hands and you go have a beer afterwards. And they're like, hey, when you want to come over for a fucking barbecue or something? Like, it's fucking crazy. You hate that guy across from you. You fucking hate him. And then when you're done, you're best friends. I love it.
Because I think, because there's more... Like when it's all said and done, it's like, all right, Dan, oh man, I hate Dan. I want to bust that wrist back. I don't ever want him to ever think he can take me on again. And then we have a match, and then I'm like, that dude loves arm wrestling like I love arm wrestling. Do you want a beer, man? What a matchup we had, which is
win or lose. It's that way.
Yeah. Everyone's really cool because I think we've all got the majority of us have got that one aspect. It's like, right, we all want the sport to grow, so there's no point being a dick.
Yeah, there's no point in being a dickhead, 100%.
Armenian arm wrestler is in the chat. I think he's a big fan of Metal 365. He's got another question for you, mate. You're getting more questions than me. Lamb of God or all that remains?
Lamb of God all the way. I never listened to All Remains that much, but what I've heard is really good. But I do love Lamb of God very much.
I just love your voice, Metal. If I'm being honest, I just want you to tell me that like copywriting videotapes is wrong, and if I've rewinded my tape back. Oh, it is. Did you know that copywriting videos is against the law?
He literally sounds like he should be on like a voiceover of some sort, right?
Yeah, we'll say that. It was like Metal sent me a super chat, and he's like, "Oh, dude, you're doing really well. Hope I can get on sometime." I'm like, "Dude, click the link. Come on now." And then he just drops this amazing voice on us. And so it is.
I just want him to like sing like Mary Had a Little Lamb to me so I can go to sleep and stuff. Like, it's in his talking voice. It's so soothing. It's deep but it's soothing. Who do we got on here now? What's going on here?
So
I can't read that.
Just hang on 1 minute. I'll do the introductions. But Nashville Arm Wrestling has been a member for 12 months. And he says, congrats on the weight loss, Aussie. What's up, mate? What is going on?
Oh, that's freaking Ryan. What's up, Ryan?
What's going on, Daniel? How you doing, man?
That's Arm Wrestling Ryan right there.
Holding it down. 2 a.m. Man, you ever have one of those moments where you're like, man, what am I doing with my life? It's 2 a.m. I got out of bed. I'm like, where can I do this without waking up the whole household? I go out, I'm sitting in my car in the pitch black to do an arm wrestling 25-hour live stream with an Australian host. I just had like an out-of-body experience. Like, man, what even is life? But
I'm out on the front porch. I told the lady, "Is like, hey, I got to go on a podcast for a minute. I want to be on the front porch. Don't lock me out." Okay, same thing. I'm out here freezing my fucking dick off.
Cobra's doing it right, man. He just pops in real quick in between sessions.
Yeah.
Where are you from, Ryan? On the East Coast, I see. Yes.
What's that?
Ryan, where are you from? It's the same time where you're at.
Yeah, I'm in Connecticut. You East Coast too?
Connecticut, yes. I'm Northern Virginia.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, so you're in it with me, man. We're holding it down for the U.S. Daniel, where are you, Daniel? Texas?
What's that?
No, I'm in Washington.
Washington. I don't know why I thought Texas.
Guys, if there's any moderators in here, plug Ryan's channel. This guy's hilarious.
No.
Lucha.
Dan, hang on. Right, you all come in and you think you own joy. You've got Metal with a sweet, beautiful voice, Joe Nelson, who's turning into one of my best friends, Ryan Turner, that we've been chatting since before he became super famous, and Dan that's come in, and I've jumped on your live streams here and there and spoken to you for about 18 months, and then you all come in and just think you can run my show. Moderators, do this. Let me do your voice in that.
Hey, Ryan is my Discord daddy, basically. I'm just a moderator. He's my admin.
No, Ryan Turner is an
on Derek Smith's
son.
channel. He's my daddy. I gotta listen to him.
Well, Jake Ward's my arm wrestling daddy. He's been supporting me from the jump. What a dude! I owe that guy.
I liked what you were doing, Ryan. I absolutely liked what you're doing, and
I owe you like 50 beers, Jake. If I ever end up in Australia, well, actually, you're traveling all over the world, commentating everything. Do I expect you to be at like birthday parties when I show up? Man, you're doing it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm bringing Metal with me because if the kids mess about, Metal could just give him a little.
There you go.
Or he can soothe them with his voice.
Yeah, absolutely. But no. Yeah, I don't care how many subscribers people have. If I like your channel, I like it. Like there's a guy, hopefully he comes on later. His name's Armwrestling Insider. I was literally his first subscriber. And I I like this channel. Sent me a video. He goes, "Oh, can you pass this on to Ryan Bowen?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh, if you could watch it, that'd be cool." I'm like, "Dude, I like it. I like what you're doing." So I'm your first subscriber. And
dude, I was a 17th subscriber. It was like really early on I found him.
Yeah. Yeah. So
his quality
now,
awesome.
Yeah, because I genuinely believe there's room for all of us. So I want to see Ryan Turner at 10,000 subscribers. You know, I remember getting on Performance Enhancing Pancakes early, chatting with him. I was like, man, love your channel. Keep doing what you're doing. Dude has way more subscribers, way more views than me. But I was like, I don't care. Like, I think that's great. I like you. I like these guys. I like what Ryan was doing. When I get a chance, I try and earn myself a couple of flex bucks. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think Performance might be one of the biggest channels, like outside of like the big names like Devin. I mean, he is just
Devin and Schoolboy. Yeah, other than that,
yeah, Devin and Schoolboy. But Performance, and I think he's like an anonymous account. Just every video he drops is a banger view wise. So, and it's one of those things, man. Like, how many new people do you think he's brought onto the sport who then go on to watch Aussie videos, who watch Ryan videos, you know, etc. So, yeah, I think the more the merrier in the YouTube space, man. It just all comes around. So I try to pay it forward. But yeah, Jake, you're the man for all the support.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. I don't know. I just think being just a fucking decent human being. That's all. I've got no problems in liking something. I've got no problems with someone doing better than me. I just ask everyone, don't take the commentating jobs. That's all.
You're doing WAF, right? Isn't that right? You're doing the WAF World, Jake?
Hopefully. We've just got to work out if the dates and everything work out. I've got between 7 and 10 international trips booked this year. So
those flyer miles
to go. Yeah, I've already had 3 international trips. But what's happening besides Flexbucks? What's happening in the world of Ryan Turner?
Yeah, so I'm doing content creation for East versus West now, which is wild, man. So helping out, putting out content on the official East versus West channel. You'll see a lot of me on there doing a lot of clips from the Engen lives. So I wake up, breakfast to dinner to sleep is just arm wrestling, and I couldn't be more stoked about it. So, dude, it's crazy, man. It's tough though, because there's so many. Everyone's on YouTube now. There's so many podcasts. I know you know how it is, man. It's hard to keep up. In a sense, it's amazing, right? This community's growing. There's so much there. I know you know how it was a few years ago. There was only a few channels, not too much going on, especially during all the lockdowns. Neil Pickup, his show really carried us through that. But nowadays, there's so much content. So, yeah, I wake up, I'm like, all right, what's on the? Oh no,
yes, dome light's gone.
Yeah, the car lights out. But yeah, there we go. This is only going to get even weirder. Yeah, basically just wake up, man, be like, all right, what's on the to-do list today for videos? Consume them, get caught up on things, and then pump content.
I got a question for you, Ryan.
Yeah.
How do you keep up with all the Discord bullshit, the Reddit bullshit, doing your YouTube stuff, and try to train and try to work?
Yeah.
Do you sleep? Do you get sleep ever?
No, man, it's crazy.
You have to add people to Discord. You got to add people to Reddit. You got to monitor all that shit and try to train at the same time.
Yeah, man. I have such a problem saying no to things. That's really the big deal.
Yeah.
Like I'm also moderating
Facebook group all the time, Ryan. What are you on about? I'm like, hey, Ryan, I want to come on the show. You're like, Aussie, I'm a part of East versus West, dude. I don't need you anymore. I'm like, oh, cool. Thanks, Ryan. Hey, Ryan, I want to come on the show. I don't need you anymore. I'm an East versus West, dude. Bugger off. Reddit hate you, so I hate you. So you say no to me all the time.
No. But
no.
There we go. We're back.
Ryan's definitely a good dude, and I'm glad it's all going well for you, Ryan, because it is very time consuming depending on what type of content you want to put out. I am not heavy into the pump and dump, as in quickly there's a podcast, get a minute of that out there. I'll do it once in a while, but now I'm looking at longer forms of videos, and of course I love my live streams. That's what I love to do. I think they're great. So yeah, I think there's plenty of room for everyone. That's why I hope more and more promotions come out, because you know what I mean. Like Ryan's doing work. It's East versus West. So I'm heading over with Kenneth, King of the Table, and doing my own thing. You know, Ryan Boland's got something here in Australia. Uncle John bounces in between Ryan and I. The athletes will bounce around and do a couple of rounds on some of the channels, which is good. Where's something about those podcasts are creeping in that I don't like, but that's just what happens with growth of the sport. So yeah, I think things are heading in the right direction. We just got to be careful with money and power.
Yeah, what are we gonna do with all the money and power arm wrestling brings? Man, we picked the wrong sport to be content creators in, dude.
The wrong sport to be rich at.
Yep.
It's the perception of things. So I know, you know, we've done live commentary to death, but people just think that we're bringing in thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars when we're not. You know, it's that perception, because I'm a full-time content creator, I'm a full-time commentator. Things like that, or you know, we used to all share content. We used to all help each other out. Now we're all getting monetized and things like that. We're very more reluctant to share our content. It's like, no, you can't have it, and things like that. So yeah, it's getting a bit like that, and I think we're sharing too much information about how much athletes are getting paid. So just say I was on the same card as Devon and he was getting, say, $10,000 for a match. And I'm like, well, I'm as a tenth as good as Devon, so I demand $1,000. And then I go to another company and he's getting $50,000. But I still think I'm a tenth of Devon. So I would now want 5. And then it's becoming some little things like that behind the scenes. But yeah, that's why it was really good to go to like a country like Norway. They're hardly on YouTube. And they're just like, hey guys, they got 14-year-old girls all the way up to seniors pulling. So I was just like, it was a nice little break from the doom and gloom of YouTube. But I think we're all going in the right way. If we have blokes like you four and everyone in the chat sticking around. So I like it.
We're in an interesting inflection point. You know, the money's starting to get real for some of these events. I mean, you look at what's being spent even for just one East versus West event. Like we're talking getting close to $250,000, which is public information. I'm not sharing anything private there. Yeah. So yeah, things are going to shake out here. There's going to be people stepping on each other's toes, but I think we'll find an equilibrium where content's being shared. Right, everyone's getting paid a certain amount. But yeah, it's exciting, but like you said, there's going to be growing pains. There's going to be money problems. A lot of people are going to try to get in on the YouTube thing and steal content. And where's the line between fair use commentary over something versus just ripping it off straight up? You know, these are questions that are going to work themselves out. But yeah, there's definitely some headaches right now. I'm with you there.
Yeah. Are you finding, are you still finding time to get on the table and compete yourself, Ryan? Because you were at Winter Blast, weren't you?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't see the chat right now, but Ryan Grondin was in here. The last tournament I did was his Winter Blast, and I won it. I won the Pro 242 division, which was huge. Last year I went to it, and I got third, and I was like training my butt off this past year. I want to come in. I want to win this thing. I don't know if you've seen the trophies he gives out. They're freaking dragons, man. Yeah. It's crazy, and that's really the motivation, man. Forget like arm wrestling, forget the rankings. I wanted one of those dragons so bad. And I won it. So yeah, that was less than a month ago, and probably gonna try to hit up Keystones next in Pennsylvania. So things are up, man. Things are looking up. And
you said you're in Connecticut?
Yeah.
What's your main training team?
So I do right now with the Dungeon. So where Tim Bresnan was training before he moved to Tennessee, but Ron Clem is there. Nick Stone is there, who is a name you are all going to hear a lot of very soon.
Well, I already heard that name, yeah.
Yeah, he's already starting to crack. He's not so much a sleeper anymore. I used to tell people, I got this guy at my club. You wouldn't believe how strong he is. But now everyone's like, oh, yeah, Nick Stone? Yeah, of course. So, yeah, we got a strong club here, man. It's good stuff.
Are you head to Turkey come May?
I don't think I'm going to this one. I'm going to try to convince Engen to bring me out for the next one. So I was kind of a recent addition, so it was a little too early to bring me out for East vs. West 7. But East vs. West 8, I don't care if I have to hide in Derek Smith's suitcase. I'm going to get there. I'm going to be hanging out.
Yeah, awesome.
So you won the East vs. West qualifier?
No, this wasn't an East vs. West qualifier. It was just like one of the bigger tournaments in the Northeast.
Oh, so you had a match in East vs. West.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I think he's just talking about getting out there just to hang with the guys.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I assume, unless maybe there is a match with me and I'm not aware of it, which is a big problem.
I'm trying to find a right-hand match for my boy. He's 275. He's freaking animal. He won our East vs. West qualifier. Nobody in the Pacific Northwest wants any of his right hand. Trying to find a match for my boy.
Is he going to go to the finals for East vs. West?
He's with his work and everything. He can't go to Virginia.
Oh, no.
He can't take the time off work because he just started a new job. But he just smoked that fucking tournament. And then we went down to Oregon. He smoked right-handed again. And they didn't put him on the rankings because he's not from Oregon. But I can't find nobody in the Pacific Northwest that wants his right hand.
What's his name?
Colin Fogarty.
Okay. Well,
he's got 6 months training. I've trained him for 6 months total.
Oh, he's one of those dudes, huh?
He's a Mega Mike.
What would you say is his strongest point?
His strongest point is arm wrestling.
Everything.
He can hook and he can top roll. He can low hand top roll. I can't find him a match.
Man.
Nobody wants his right. And so everybody this is weird. So everybody in Washington is right-handed besides Jacob Abbott, which is 3 hours north of me. And he's 242, not 275. He's left-handed. Everybody else in Oregon is left-handed, and he's right-handed. So I can't find him a good matchup because he keeps smoking people right-handed, and he has drag-out battles left-handed. I cannot find this guy a match right-handed.
Well, then, if you
He's
want
a
to find him
freaking
a
freak.
match,
He's a
if you
freak.
want, if you want to find him a match, you need to bloody get him to qualify for Arm Gods, which is my next guest here, Paul Maiden. He is the leader of the pack when it comes to armgods.com. He is
Well, how much is that going to cost me?
One
Because I
weird
might
man.
have to
Well,
pay for it.
the next Arm Gods is in Canada come September. Paul Maiden, you sweet son of a gun. What's going on?
Good morning, gentlemen. Well, good morning in my part. I hope you're all well. Early start, going to the gym this morning, training. Big match with BLM coming up, September the 30th. So I better get my ass in here. See what I did with my recently.
Mate, I'm very happy that we've got a date for Arm Gods, but I'm absolutely devastated. It is AFL Grand Final Day here in Australia. It's one of my favourite days of the year, and I'll be over in Canada for Arm Gods. But September 30th, guys, we'll chuck that on your calendars. Actually, let's do a poll. Paul Maiden, BLM. Why do you get yourself in these verbal stoushes with these Canadians, Paul?
I don't know. I think it's really the Yanks I should start doing let out of the bag next year. We're coming to America on an Independence Day weekend, which I think is like the 5th or 6th of July, and we're doing an Independence Team UK team against the Americans. We're going to sort that out 300 years later as well. So we just had this North American Atlantic Challenge. I'm not sure yet, but I'm not sure. Maybe I like maybe South Carolina because it's nice and warm around. You know, the nice beaches. I've been there some traveling. Well, I don't know.
Not a bad.
It all depends. Me and Marcus will sit down, talk, see where it's best to put. I'm sure we'll get the input of obviously Americans as well. And yeah, so we're just looking at being a little bit different.
So in September, where are you going in Canada?
We'll go to Ottawa.
Ottawa? Yeah.
So Evan and Alan Ford and Big B are the main guys over there looking, you know, they're sorting out the place. And we're unsure yet if we're running a competition before the Super Bowls. That's something what's still up in the air. There'll be a Canadian qualifier who falls into the spur place of the Canadian team. We'll probably have a couple of Americans nipping over as well. Because we're going to have, well, we've got 5 members of our team already set. And then in July the 1st, we have a Super Bowl qualifier where in UK at the moment, what we're doing is, instead of having a competition, we've got a set of ranked guys that are calling for position, like James Hall, who you might see on the awards as well, Adrian O'Dwyer, they're going at it July 1st. And they're going to get the lion's share of the bigger match. So, Shooter James Wall and Rob Vigent Jr. Hopefully Rob will accept that match, and then that would leave Adrian O'Dwyer to take on the top Canadian player of, say, the 105 weight class and so on. So, lots happening with Arm Gods. Lots of it.
Mate, can't wait. It's gonna be a genuine banger for sure. If you weren't at the first one or didn't watch the first one, boy, oh boy, did you miss out. And yes, it was the famous beer can heard around the world.
I've still got them up now, Jake. I've still got them.
Let's not even bring that up. That's a waste of time.
It was good fun. It was certainly some fun entertainment. See you, Spermies. See you, mate. We're rocking on for another 5.5 hours, and then I have done my 25 hours.
Oh, Jake, you're a stronger man than me. It's 2:30, so I got to call it there, man. Metal, hold it down for the East Coast for me, all right?
Right.
That's right. Hey, we'll see you guys. See you, Daniel, man. I'll see you in Discord, bud.
Bye, buddy.
Later, Paul. See you, chat. Later, everyone.
Take care, brother. Bye.
go subscribe to Ryan Turner if you get a chance. He's a really good dude, as you can see. He's come on for a quick chat, 2:30 in the morning. So how many matches are you hoping to have Arm Gods come September, Paul?
Well, I think it's definitely guaranteed. So probably about 12 when we stick on a couple more special ones. But I think, you know yourself, Jake, we got through them quite quick in England.
Yeah, we flew through them at Arm Gods 1.
I think the rule set, the rule set that we're using is obviously it's the best of everybody else. It's not something necessarily we've made up. It's just the best of everybody else's. The only thing we've done different is, I don't know if you've got any of the Super Series that we just stick on for the members on the website, but we've had 21 matches this weekend gone. We had 18 the month before, and we had them done in under 4 hours. We've been using the 9x7 pads, but with the inch at the front, the inch at the back, and we had 9 elbow fouls in 21 matches, best of 5. 9.
Wow. That's cool.
So, what rule set are we talking about here?
So we've got a normal last set grip. If you don't get it within 30 seconds, goes to a double L start, which for me was the best one. You've got the running fouls. You got the running foul system. We have no warnings. It's just straight 3 fouls. We also have the pads with 1 inch at the front, 1 inch at the back, which makes so much of a difference. It's so difficult to elbow through. We have a timeout rule as well. So if you're in a championship match, you get a timeout rule. 2 timeouts. So just have a signal to your referee or your corner does, and they can pull you back out for 30 seconds, which is pretty good. I think Evan used his timeout against me, but he did him no good. And just basically kick move, instead of being when they go below the table, they've got 3 seconds to correct the position instead of, and then it's a running foul each time, and then it's 3 fouls and it's whistles. Yeah, it's just basically the best of everybody's rule set, and it's just paying off. It really is. It's just different, but it's speeding everything.
But do you understand how confusing as shit that is to everybody else on the planet? That's a lot to think about.
Yeah, it is.
In the middle of a match.
Yeah.
Just being honest with you, that's a lot to think about. You got WAF, you got Wall, you got TAL, and then now you have your own rule set, and you have all those combined. That's a lot to fucking think about in the middle of a match.
If you're
pull Evan left-handed? I do want to know that.
Yeah, but no,
he's not right-handed.
Yeah, I pulled him left-handed and beat him as well. Yeah, in Devil around with referee. It was table, fresh for fresh. We had a best of 3. Yeah,
but you have to understand that rule set is so fucking confusing, and it's a lot of shit to think about in the middle of a match.
Yeah, but
we didn't have too many.
Everybody else on the planet is used to this or that, and now you have a whole other rule set of a combined. I would be like, wait, what? Wait, what? What the fuck? That's a lot to fucking think about.
As a professional, though, then you would adhere to it, though, wouldn't you? As a professional athlete, which we have to consider ourselves, then that's part of the job. I mean, come to a computer, I can't write code, but and I'd find that confusing as fuck. But over a period of time, I'd learn how to write code, and then it all depends what you want to put in. I think that you had 13 matches versus West, and they were 7.5 hours, and then you had 13 matches at Carlingford, and we did it in 3.5 hours. And so that we've got it been doing something right with the rules and the way it ran. We had the best referees. We had the Judith and people who refereed. We had the same standard of referees, East versus West. I just think that we didn't have a 5, 6, 7 minute setup. I mean, when you went to King of Table, you had 7 minute setups before one match even started. John Brink and Devon,
which is another set of rules. Yeah.
So I just think that there's nothing wrong with everyone's rules. It's just we take the best of it. Yeah, it's not. It might not be. Okay, it could be confusing, but I think once you learn them, which the guys in the UK and Ireland are now, we get it through so many matches so fast, and it's just non-stop. No elbow fouling hardly, like 9 elbow fouls in 21 matches, which is unheard of. With Dan Hanlon, who's the Armwrestling referee as well as Kath Whitaker, who will so we've got top class referees, and it's just working. The guys are understanding the rules, and they're enjoying them because they're getting it's flowing. That's the key. It's just to try and keep it flowing. For the entertainment of people watching, it's better. For the wrestler, yeah, it's a lot to think about. I understand that. But the professional, then you've got to do that because that's, even if you're a hobbyist, it's your job, innit? I mean, that's your job to understand it.
I mean, I 100% agree with you. I actually like the idea of what you just said, actually. But here's my problem is, like, I got to do this here. I got to do that there. I got to do this here. I got to do that there. I got to do this here. East versus West fucked me up. They wouldn't let me get my low hand top roll. I low hand top roll, and I told Jody Williams, dude, I fucking dumped my wrist and I low hand fucking top roll. And he's like, well, they want you to grab, and if you slip, and like, there's so many things and so many fucking rules. It's unruly. Everywhere you go, there's something. So if I fly to you, your rule set's different. If I pull here, something's different. If I go to Jake, something's different. If I go to Iron, it's something different. Like, we got to come to a term of some fucking sort to where there's not 20 different fucking sets of rules, right?
Well,
I love your idea of pulling and your rules and everything, but it's so everywhere you go is something else. It's so fucking okay. I gotta do this. I gotta do that.
When everyone's doing their thing, Dan, it's like when you start your own business, you're doing your thing and you're not really thinking about all the others. Yes, we're in a really good spot where athletes can travel at the moment, but in Arm God's mind, or in East versus West mind, that's the only arm wrestling company. So Arm Gods are going to make the rules that they feel best suit for the Arm Gods athletes, not for the traveling Wilburys. I understand, because you pull everywhere, so learning a different rule set every month would be absolutely confusing. But and Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding would be when King of the Table come in and make their rules, they didn't care if anyone pulled at East versus West or at Arm Wars or things like that. They're like, we're going to make King of the Table rules, so King of the Table's exciting. The same with Winter Blast. Here's our table. Here are our set of rules. And so I think, when an athlete's got to go from, you got to pull at yours at Washington State, then you got to go to Arizona State, then you're off to Arm Gods, then you're off to West Virginia. Those people don't care. They don't. They're just like, this is our tournament. We think this is the best way. I love your feedback, Dan, because I'm playing devil's advocate, because then also you could come into a conversation and go, hey, I just pulled at Virginia State. I just pulled at Washington State. And they did A, B, and C. And then Paul might go, that could be a new Arm Gods rule. So I think there's room for both. There's room for you traveling everywhere and learning a million different sets of rules. But just sometimes
we need to come up with a universal rule of some sort to where everybody pulls the same way. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, well, it's
it's so fucking confusing traveling, dude. I'm telling you, it is fucking horrendous. We pull this way, I pulled that way, we pull this way. It's horrible. Look at Todd Hutchings against Zurov. He's like, dude, I was so scared to fucking slip in East versus West, so he never even got to a fucking strap. And we know he needs a strap, and he needs to dump his wrist, and he needs to go sideways. He was so scared East versus West to slip because the fouls are so horrendous that, like, hey, you're going to be out of this competition if you foul out. And so he didn't even fucking slip. He never got to a strap. Todd Hutchings never got to a fucking strap. That's what I'm getting at.
Against who?
I don't know. Zurov.
But he could have got the strap at Arm Gods.
Well, I know. It sounds like if you fart, you can get a strap in Arm Gods.
Yeah, we've got that real word.
And I love the 7x9 pads. I'm not gonna lie to you. I fucking love those because I like to drag back, and I love those pads. But in the rest of the world, other than Wall, those aren't. They don't exist.
But we're different than Wal. See, we go 1 inch forwards, where Wal don't do that. They only go 2 inches back. So that's the secret. That's why Wal didn't work for everybody. Wal was a top roller's wet dream. Where Argos is, we took the pads, the 9-inch pads, and we put the inch on the front that everybody else wants. So when you've got the
so that way you have a deeper hook.
Yeah. So that's why there's no elbow fouling going on really now, because the only elbow fouls committed generally, like I think there was 2 elbow fouls committed off the back, and every other elbow foul was done off the side because we keep it to the 7 inches. They make a big difference. Like, you want to make yourself a set, put them on your table and try them. Because I'm telling you, you'll be astounded.
Are your pads soft or hard? Are they softer?
No, they're not solid. No, they're not soft. They're like an happy medium. So imagine
like a WAP solid pad, where like they're rock hard.
No. Just a bit less. So they're in between a WAL and a WAF.
Okay. Because WAL is like a fucking pillow. You could sleep on that motherfucker all night long.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. We just tested. Obviously, we're brand new. We're brand new, and we just looked at all the best rules. So like the running fouls, how we can speed it up. So we wanted to. We're more at the entertainment because we had like 100 something guys paying people in the crowd. You very rarely ever get anyone paying cash to come and watch. So
when's your next match? Is in so September. You're going to Ottawa, right?
Yeah, we're going to Ottawa in September, and that. Yeah, Ontario. Yeah.
When's your next match in England?
July. We're in Wales, in a Arm Gods Wales one, which is like we're making Wales against the rest of the UK Ireland, and that's already sold 75 tickets. And it's immense because everything goes into a circle. You can literally sit in the crowd, like you can sit with the athletes. Hey. Hello. You can sit with the crowd. It's intense.
Do you have anything after September? I need a 242 match after September.
You're going to go and pull a 242 class?
Yeah, in Wales.
No, there'll be no Wales. Super pulls in Wales.
There'll be no what?
There's no classes. There's no competition in Wales. It's super pulls. It's just
I'm talking about super pulls. I'm talking about super matches.
You want a super pull in Wales?
Yeah, after September.
And your level's pretty good.
I want a 275 guy for my 275 guy.
Right, well, just private message me.
And there's also where I'm just on the Arm Gods website. If you go to, I'll get you the email address.
Will you send that to me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, info@armgods.com. You'll get us.
I want a 245 or 242 guy, and I want a 275 guy for after September.
After September. Okay. And,
your next super match you got.
Did you win Winter Blast?
I didn't go to Winter Blast. That was a waste of time.
Who was at Winter Blast then? Who won the last one there?
Ryan was the other guy who was on the chat.
Well, I was having a shit this morning. Right, okay. So what's your level?
I need 2 right-handed matches, 1 275 guy, 1 242 guy, and I need a 242 guy left after September.
Okay, we'll see what we can do. We've got some good ones. we've got some good 110. We've got old Dwyers and people like that. He's a beast. He's a former high jump Olympian. I don't know if you've seen him before. Adrian Dwyer.
Yeah, touched up Alan Ford.
Let's set it up.
Yeah, just like that.
I'll fly myself out there. I'll fly him out there, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, message Paul, message Arm Gods. See,
100%, man.
This is what this podcast does, Zadie. It gets people together.
All right, I love it. I love it.
So I think that what the sorry, you said something there.
I was just saying I don't want to miss that. Go ahead.
Look at her go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her first words were ready bang. It was brilliant.
What was that, Paul?
I'm just asking to baby's first word, that's all.
Oh.
So
yeah.
I saw some controversy. I saw some controversies today about my friend Ryan Bowen. He got some trouble, didn't he?
I thought, yeah, I knew you'd be all over that.
No, I'm not going to be able to. I'll tell you, sometimes I think he's a bit of a rubbing rag. I like Ryan. I mean, I know it's controversial, but if anyone's made it in arm wrestling, man, that man's made it. You can't knock him.
Yeah, he's done a brilliant job.
He gets a lot of crap. Nobody wants to lose to the guy, but I mean, he's super passionate, super smart, and I think he's doing good for the sport.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that we can get him on Arm Gods, especially when the Commonwealth belt's on the line. I think that we'll have him with pleasure. No, Arm Wars won't have him more.
I think more people want to see him lose than they want to see him win. But people will pay to see him lose. I want the guy to win. I like to see him win. I like to see him win.
Yeah, I think we have a thing. We have a soft spot for Ryan over here because he come over when his first super match Arm Wars. I think 2013, 12, 13. And,
you guys were that far back?
Yeah. Yeah, he come back that way. He was come over, and he was just like this little weaselly binge, and yeah, he's done well, man. He's done well. I mean, he's making a living. He's a good arm wrestler. For me, he's genuine, and he doesn't put up with no crap. And I know the thing is with Ryan. Like, if you follow law of attraction, then you've got to speak, you've got to believe, which is our motto with Arm Gods, and you've got to put it out there to the universe. And if Ryan Bowen's saying to himself, well, I'm never going to beat Zurab, I'm never going to beat Ron Bath, I'm never going to beat X, Y, and Z, then he's never going to beat them. So he's like, okay, people may think it's outlandish that he speaks of a beat, and he might fall short a few times. But one thing about Ryan is he genuinely believes he can win, and he also genuinely puts it on the line against anybody. And I think that's the most important thing. When you're constantly putting it on the line, win, lose, or draw, you're improving yourself each and every time, because a lot of the top professionals, they don't want to lose. So they'll pull once every 12 months, once every 10 months, whatever it might be. And really, you should be pulling every 6-8 weeks. You don't have to. You don't have to be taking like 12-week camps for every arm wrestler, because if you're training like you're not jumping on your cycle for 12 weeks or 16 weeks or whatever it might be, then you don't need to be taking that time off and going like a pretzel and then going like a donut. You don't need that. It all depends. It's everyone's personal preference. But the person who enjoys the arm wrestling is the guy who just come out after week after week after week. And it's about enjoying it. And that guy, Tom Gaines Wall now, and he's all over Arm Wars. He's smashing up. He smashed Broder up. He's smashing everyone at UK up. And that guy pulls everything. Like, there's literally a competition moment in UK between us and other organisations. He's pulling like every 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And I mean, we're talking like big matches. Broder to spread UK guys like James Stewart, 167 kilos. Any other top guys, Adrian O'Dwyer in a few weeks. You know, the guy just pulls everyone anywhere, and
He's
that
a stud.
he's on his trajectory at the moment, which is unbelievable. Like he's just really he's going East versus West in Turkey, doing that qualifier there with Big Carl Hutchinson. You know, these guys pull constantly, and they're the guys that are really doing well. You know what I mean? And Ryan, you know, he's like them. He'll pull constantly, won't he? Nah, he just had the field to get there to him at the moment, you know, in Australia. But I remember he travelled everywhere, wrestling everywhere, didn't he?
Yeah.
And in Australia, he'll pull every single day. So I don't know.
Here's what I hate the most about most arm wrestlers. They're overconfident and cocky, but here's what I love about arm wrestlers. You have to be that way to believe that you can win. So it's kind of a catch-22, right? So I'm overconfident, and Ryan's mouth didn't back him up for a long time, but now it's kind of starting to. Same with everybody else, right? So yes, I will fucking beat anybody on this planet, but yet I will beat everybody else on this planet. It's fucking weird how that works. Yeah, you might have a losing streak, but if you don't believe that, you will not be that. Right? So Ryan is 100%. I love the guy and I hate him at the same time just as much. He lets me down all the fucking time. But you cannot not believe that you're going to beat this guy 100%. Right? You got to go into it like that. So you can't
go into a match thinking you're not going to win. Don't arm wrestle. Don't arm wrestle. You know, I'm lucky to grip up with LeVan and Dennis and John, and I'll go in to grab their hand and I'll be like, "Hey, nah, you beat me." Like, but I'll go in and thinking I reckon I could nudge him. That's for sure.
Yeah. You got to go into it confident.
For me, it's
he's just overconfident. It might bite him in the ass sometimes, sure, but at least he's going into it training and feeling like I'm going to beat this guy. If I don't, then whatever. But I cannot go into this thinking I'm going to lose.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, you can't think that. It's never been that way for me though. For me, it's if I think I'm gonna win, I'm gonna lose for some reason. But I always think I can win. Not I will win, but I can win this. And it makes me smarter, it makes me more focused. Because when I think I'm gonna win, it makes me way too comfortable. I let my guard down. That's just how I work. But I always know that I can win. I can.
See, I think the mentality of that one. I think that's. I go in when I go in. I believe I can beat most people. But that doesn't. What you touched on then is that I always said to myself beforehand, if I wrestle to the 100% of my abilities, I can beat anybody. And if I'm just off par, if I'm just under, then they can beat me. And that always keeps me on my toes. That's something that I've used in my mentality. But I think mentality is a big thing when you're in arm wrestling. I love it. I love the bravado. I love the cockiness. I love the fact that, you know, we can shake hands. We can shout in each other's faces. With a beer, we can have a nipple twisting competition. We can do anything because it's man versus man, and but at the end of the day, like no matter what I think about anybody, whether I like them or don't like them, I respect them when they go on that table, and people deserve respect because it's a big thing. I mean, we don't think it's a big thing. We don't think it's a big thing because we win every day, but an outsider looking in. To come to a table and stand there, it's very daunting, like going in a boxing ring or a cage or just singing a song and a fucking karaoke. Daunting. And I respect the guys that come on the table, no matter what level they may be. And you do need a strong character. You know, when people say, "Oh yeah, this guy shits himself," he does shit himself. He's just not got the best mentality. But he's still getting up there in front of all these people, giving it his best, and that deserves respect. And that deserves respect. That warrants respect. All he's got to do is on his mentality, and then once he sharpens that up, then he's going to be a completely different puller again. And I think that's something that Bowen did. I mean, they call it his delusional series. I don't think Ryan's delusional. I know that Ryan's going to, next 2 or 3 years, he's going to cause absolute fucking riots. Honestly, he is.
It's coming. It's coming.
So, question for you, Paul. My mate wants to know where are you from? He's from Denton, Manchester. So him and his wife are just trying to figure out where you from. Because I met this guy in Stockport 20 years ago.
Okay, I'm from Leigh. So Greater Manchester. So I'm probably about 3 miles away from. He's at Denton End. So yeah, just down M62, and then jump onto A80. And then you'll come to me. Yeah, so not far away off. I drive it, we're still talking. It's that close.
Andy, did you hear that? M62, catch the M80, the fucking M80, right? You'll be right there. You're right there, my friend Paul Maiden. Fucking hell.
He won't talk like that, though. He won't talk like that. He'll speak like, yeah, mate, I'm from Manchester. That's what he'll have him. Yeah, but about 10 miles away. Yeah. He'd probably not be welcome in this town though, because we don't. He's like all like hillbillies, and you stopped here. You at a hotel where I put you in.
Yeah, brilliant. Hey, Paul, what's the guys' reaction to the Super Series? I've been enjoying it, and are they really loving that it's just not one mega arm god event and then maybe another arm god event? Are they loving that you're having, you've had 2 Super Series, I think 2 or 3 Super Series? Are the boys up and about? Are they ready to go? Are they loving it?
Well, we've got, so we started the Super Series April 18 matches. Now we had 21 last weekend. We've now signed the Fit Expo in Manchester, which is another 6 and 17. We've got one in June, we've got one in July, one every month. Right, the thing is with us, it's not all the top guys. We're giving everyone the opportunity to come and express themselves. So we have maybe 4 or 5 elite matches from the top guys in the UK and Ireland, and then we've got some from the lower order where they want to work their way up. Like we had Rob Frampton against Wimmis. John, they were fighting 3rd and 4th from nationals, so that they're sort of like, they're almost. Let's put it this way: we thought we'd get 4 matches, 5 matches every month, and we could put 40 matches on every other week. It's that bad. It's like everybody wants to, and that's what they want. The people want. They want matches. They want to be part of Arm Gods. They want to just. They want to show showcase the skills, and we're willing to do it. I'm not bothered what level they are. You know what I mean? It's like if you want to come along and you want to support us, then we're going to support you. And that's the mentality that we have. That's the mentality that we're giving here from UK, and people just loving it. They just want to come. Like they message us every day. Can I pull this guy? When that comes out, because it's been approved by Apple, it's just Google are just doing one last change, and then it comes out. There's a button on there, a threaten button, and people will want to press that threaten button, and they can just organise their own matches and come to Arm Gods. And eventually we're going to have like a judo ranking, so that's something. So all these matches that we're doing now, everything's being recorded, put down on paper. Marcus is going to put it into data, into his IT equipment. And then eventually we're going to have some where we can say, okay, well, you pulled April 8th against him. You got beaten, so that puts you here. He won, and then he progressed in June, and then we'll have a genuine ranking system. And then, people are loving it, because it's not just the best guys. We're not seeing a repeat of the same people every time.
Yeah. No, that's always good. It sounds like it's coming along. Something that doesn't look good. Dom, what on earth are you wearing?
What the fuck is that?
Dominic Lorenz, guys. Dominic Lorenz, friend of mine. He's from the Canberra Arm Wrestling Club. He's just moved away from that. He's going to start. Around.
Just keeping the body warm for when the Arm Gods dudes come to Australia.
He's got it.
Oh, he's from Australia.
What's on your onesie? What's on there?
I don't know. It's a quoll.
Oh,
What?
Dominic. You're not making us look tough, mate. I fly all around the world. And
You're making us look tipsy.
Australian
What
arm
the hell?
wrestlers, we're tough as nails. We're awesome. But then you come in and you throw me.
We got
under
a
the
guy
bus.
named Metal, and you got a guy with a hoodie now.
Yeah, look, it's a
Dom,
party. I
I've
just
literally
want to
just got a text from Paul Maiden, who's on the show, and Marcus Thompson, and they said you will never come to Arm Gods again because of Dom. Thanks, mate.
No, he's that, mate.
All right.
He looks like a. If he was in Wales now, he'd get bummed.
Hey, I got some questions for Paul.
Yep,
Is he up
fire
for it?
away.
So, when you fight the convicts, do you want us to come to you, or are you going to come to us as the overlords, or what's going to happen?
That's true. They're convicts.
Well, the thing is, we'll invite some of you back, shackles, or we'll shackle you, put you on a boat, and we'll invite you back. and then when we feel like it's safe to release you, when we feel it's safe to release you in the arena, then we'll have the arm wrestling is, because I think that's what we need. We need an arm wrestling ashes as well. So Arm Gods can do the arm wrestling ashes, and we'll burn a strap. We'll burn the strap, and we'll keep it in a little urn, and we'll have it. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but we're trying to cause a little bit of havoc with every country. So, like, obviously, the beef Canada, they weren't
I have noticed.
They weren't as involved.
You
But I
beat
would like
their weakest link.
I'm
You did not be
going
fucking
back all these.
Get the fuck out of here.
Go. When we conquered North America and 2/3 of the world.
You will not.
What it was, I just want to. The thing is, right? When
you
we
will not
when we
beat
took,
North America.
Yeah, we will, because we was.
No,
we
you beat
still own
Edward
our-
Burgoyne. Congratulations. That's the weakest link of Canada.
It doesn't matter.
Good
Right,
job.
I'm going back to like. When we come over, we'll have our red coats on with a whistle and pan drum. So at the end of the day, we did you in, and then you needed the French, you needed the Indians, and probably somebody and the whoever else it might have been to defeat this nation. So next year on the 4th of July weekend, we're coming over and we're going to take out your best American team, and we're going to change the result of 300 years ago. But with the
You
Australians,
ain't changing shit.
we're changing it. We're going to do your blood clots.
You're going to be Evan again, and that's about it.
I don't know who you are, but you'll get flop wrist pressed. I'll tell you straight.
Well, only one North American. Only one North American one.
Oh, my
That was
goodness.
Uncle John. I think that was right.
So,
yeah.
anyway, go back to the Australian one. So these Australians, it was
Yes, stick
stealing.
over there.
Yeah, they were stealing.
Brisbane 8. Stick over there.
Stealing, raping, pillaging, doing all sorts of naughty things. So we had to on a bus and send them over to Australia. The thing is, unfortunately, they didn't get eaten by the cannibals. They actually moved into the best part of the world on that Gold Coast and all that beautiful sand. And now we regret ever sending them. We wish we'd have left them in England and we'd have sailed away. So we have a bit of trouble with them as well, because they beat us at rugby, they beat us at cricket, but they can't beat us at arm wrestling because they've got two good arm wrestlers. Took us, and right, I'll do that Lachlan hors d'oeuvre as well, so you can tell him as well, Jake. If he wants me a match, I'll paste him as well.
Paul, how many good arm wrestlers do you have in Wales?
I'm not Welsh. I'm English, me, bud. I'm English. So
Okay. So wherever you're from, how many good arm wrestlers do you have? Against the rest of the world.
Against the rest of the world, I'd say probably, truthfully, maybe six or seven.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got the Brisbane 8. You got the English 6 or 7.
Mm.
Then you're gonna come to North America and throttle people over here.
Yeah.
Quality
We're
over
not
quantity,
gonna-
Dan. Quality over quantity.
He's
We're
going to give
not
him his
gonna come over and just. We're not gonna come and
Oh, I
talking
cannot
to-
wait for this. This is gonna be great.
Dan,
No.
where would you rank Austin Jaggers on the right arm in North America?
What would I rate him, or what would Paul rate him?
No, what would you rate him?
Like 40th.
40th.
Yeah.
What about
In North
Pavlo
America.
Dervadenyev on the left arm?
Left arm, probably 20 to 10.
Well, Lachlan whooped them both. So they're two of your best guys gone. Australia
Well,
won. North
Yeah.
America.
Did you not hear my rating though? That's
You
not
said
very
fourth.
good.
All I heard was 4th and 2nd. That's what
No,
I heard.
that's all you heard. Those are our bottom dog
And I
guys.
thought I was tired, Dan. You're the title one, mate. You said I reckon Austin Jaggers was top 4 in America. Lachlan did one
No,
of
I
those.
did not. I said 20th to 40th.
That's right, 2nd to 4th.
that's a lot of
Clear,
bullshit, that.
buddy.
Isn't it? See, the Yankees have got the good super heavyweights. Granted, you've got an amazing set of super heavyweights, but apart from like a couple of standouts, I mean, you've got Craig Tullier, really good guy. I like Craig a lot, but he's like as good as you're going to get. 186, 198, whatever. And we've got guys that can hang with Craig. We've got guys that can hang
Craig
with.
T is definitely not top in our country, just so you know.
Who's your top 198 now?
198? Have you
Yeah.
ever heard of Jason Merlot?
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, I have. Yeah, he's a top guy.
Yeah.
He would definitely
So-
smoke Craig Tullier
Okay, well, I reckon
for
when
breakfast.
we throw James Wall against him, and he give him
James
he give
Wall?
him,
Who the fuck's that?
Yeah. Well,
Nice
the
stuff,
brick
man.
James Wall, you'll know about him.
So, Paul, can you make sure Daniel's on the US team?
Yeah.
I
I
can
will
be
be.
on that if I have to.
You have to be
What-
Daniel because
It's about time for me to get out of here. Just want to say thank you so much for having me on your show. It's a blast.
Bye, Metal.
Awesome to meet you.
Dude, you're
Good
fucking
luck on
voice,
your matches.
man. Get back
I'll be
on
watching
here
out for your
sometime.
matches. Paul Iron Maiden, it's good to meet you. Awesome.
You too, buddy.
for the
Thank
chat.
you.
Thanks for the support and everything. Love arm wrestling. Be strong. Keep it heavy. Ready, bro.
Yeah. Oh, man, Metal. What a guy.
That's
What a
the
guy.
most epic outro ever.
Man, that Metal dude, he's awesome, man. I'm so glad he came on the show. His voice, man, and he's a cool dude. Thank
He's
you,
got an
Metal.
awesome voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Should be a voiceover,
definitely getting
bro.
your wife into bed, isn't he? Like if he's like that in front of my wife, she's going straight to bed with him. I know.
Yeah, but without even knowing, I would be guiding. I would be guiding my wife like under the hypnosis of Metals' voice. He'd be like, yeah, Ozzy, yeah, take your wife to my bedroom, yeah.
Even if he was being
Oh, yeah,
mean,
sure,
you'd
mate.
be like, yes.
Yeah, you just unbeknowing, you just like holding your wife's hand and taking it to his room. You just
Yeah. So Dan,
It's,
what rank are you in USA?
Daniel,
He's
that was your
not.
question.
No, he said Donovan.
What rank are you, Daniel?
Yeah, you. Daniel.
Oh,
Daniel.
I'm number 4 in Oregon. I don't know what the fuck that means. Left-handed.
All right. So you're in no condition, but tell us you're in no position, but tell us that UK and Ireland can't beat you Americans. I mean, if you're only 4th place in Michigan,
Michigan.
or Wisconsin, wherever you're from. Where are you from? You said.
Where are you from? I
feel like you're being petty.
I'm
going to be petty back. I can be
no,
petty back.
I was born.
What rank are you in Wales? Are you in rank in Wales?
I was born in
Wales,
Ireland.
right?
No, I was born in Ireland, Daniel. Just like you in Canada. I was
Isn't that
born in
funny
Ireland.
how that works in reverse order? Yeah, it's kind of insulting, isn't it?
Listen, Daniel, you've given me up now. It's me and you right-handed at the
Give
next
me a
round.
242 guy and give me 275 guy, and I'll shut you up.
Yeah, I know. I think I'll.
When you
I'll
come
speak
to
about
America, give me a 242 guy left and right. Give my buddy a 275 guy left and right, and you're gonna be fucking sorry. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I love when matchmaking.
I mean,
is happening.
dude. So the best in Wales or Ireland, where you said you're from, is like the best Special Olympic puller to ever exist. Just saying.
About his waiting for me.
So, Paul, who do you have your eyes on in America for your arm gods?
I mean, what for
Our lowest guy. Our lowest guy. That's all he can say. We'll give you our dog shit.
One man,
lowest
one
guy.
story, Dan. The question was for Paul.
That's true.
Right, okay.
It was.
Who have I got myself my eyes on in America? What to compete against for myself?
No, for the arm gods crew.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, it all depends. I mean, obviously, we want to match it. So when we go over with the UK team, UK and Ireland team, we want to match it the best that we can. Meaning that we try and make the matches as entertaining as possible. So, for instance, if you stuck me against Todd Hutchins, I'm going to get my ass right at this minute in time. So, I better stay away from that match. But you stick me against Scott Ballinger, and I might have a good match. You know what I mean? So I think we're going to match it. We'll speak to the main guy in the USA who's going to help us to run the event, and then from there, we're going to we're just going to make the team up. So I don't know really. It depends on what sort of level we can send our UK guys in, because go on.
Do you want to work with another promotional organization or clubs?
We'll work with anybody. We don't care. We'll work with anybody. We don't care. I mean, end of the day, we just want the further development. We're not interested in necessarily working with huge promotions or this, that, and the other. But we just want to do well. We just want to arm wrestle. We want to organise great events. If that's a club, then it's a club. If it's a promotion, then it's a promotion.
What about the 98% crew? Do you know much about them?
Marcus knows a little bit more about them. Yeah, Marcus knows a little bit more about them than I do.
I think that might be a good start.
So again, sorry.
I think it might be a good start.
Well, I mean, tell them, hit us up, message me privately, or get our numbers, and me and Marcus sit and have a chat. If then guys want to sit down and have a gas with us, 100%. I mean, we're not. There's no words and graces about us. We just want to do well. We just want to promote our wrestling. We want to do what we do, and that's it. We're not bothered, man. We're not interested in being. We don't have to tie ourselves to like every single top puller or promotion. We're not about that. We're just about just doing our own thing.
So do you want to be around, like, does Arm Gods want to be like in for the long haul, the next 5, 10, 20 years, whatever?
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, I think that Arm Gods is going to be the place to be in 5, 10 years. See, we're doing something different. The thing is, you've got Neil and you've got Neil and James who are doing an amazing job with a Netflix, Amazon type thing. They're doing brilliant. Yeah, they've tied in a few of the good pullers. They've got an amazing production. I mean, me and Neil will go back and forward, but
credit where credit's due. They do an amazing thing. You've got your verses, and you've got King of the Table. Now, for me, but amazing. But they lack the atmosphere. They lack the presence and the drama. For us, we're trying to be, I don't know much about us, but we're trying to be more of a dirt arena. So, going back in the 80s, I was a big dirt fan. But you got about 20 people smoking cigs and drinking pints, and it sort of, was a pastime for people. And you have it on TV, but it didn't, it was just a Sunday afternoon pastime. And then they started introducing a little bit of entertainment to it. The camera, the lights, the smoke, making the dirt players wear a funny T-shirt or whatever, and then getting a little bit of momentum. And it got 500 fans. It was amazing. They had all the signs and the music, and they had sing-along in between the rounds. And then they got 1,000, then 2,000, no, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. And it's all over the world. And you get multi-millionaire dirt players now, where back in the day, they were just guys in the back shop or a joiner and playing at the weekend and got £1 for being on TV. And the atmosphere that you get now is unbelievable. And that's what we're trying to achieve. When we did Carlingford Island, so many arm wrestlers said that was the best thing they've ever experienced in their life. And Jake will tell you straight. Some people said that, and it's true, because we went to create the atmosphere. The match is good, the atmosphere were great. Yeah, didn't we have all the best arm wrestlers in the world? No, but that doesn't matter, because the person who lives next door to me doesn't know who Devon Larratt is, and this guy over there doesn't know who Travis Badgent is, and this other guy who lives 3 streets away doesn't know who, Jake Ward is. But if he watches anything, or if he is like, two guys just going on a table and it's entertaining and there's lights, there's cameras, there's action, there's smoke, then you're drawn into it and you stay with it. And that's what we want. We want a party atmosphere where you go out on a night out with your wife, with your friends, with your family, and you have an amazing evening. Not just because you're seeing good arm wrestling, but the fact that you're paying to go out, and it's unbelievable. And we got that in Carlingford. 110 paying people paid in Carlingford. In Wales, 75. It's a pretty already. And these are just people from a local estate, like what we call a council estate. And it's all these people are just friends of the arm wrestlers, and they're going to come. We've bought sheeps already, because we're in Wales, so we're taking the piss out of the Wales. And we've got all the light, the moody, the cameras, and it's just immense already. And we were going to sell another 50 tickets and sold out, and no one's selling tickets. Like, no one's creating an atmosphere where people actually want to come for a night out, and we're doing that. So we're the only people to do that. WAL was amazing, but they had to pay to get a crowd in. We're not paying anyone to get a crowd in. People are paying us to watch. And when you start to get that, whether it be 50 people or 100 people, you've cracked it, in my opinion. You've cracked it, because you're actually getting genuine people wanting to come. So then the importance, give them the time of their life when they come. So they think, it's competition. Oh, May. Oh, I can't wait for it to come back in May. Oh, fucking hell, have you got your tickets? September for come over and watch these in September, and then they buy the tickets. And then it just goes up, and people can have the internet, they can have the East versus West and the King of the Table. We can't with that. We're not stupid. In my opinion, there's too much money in the sport right now, because it's, you can't get the arm wrestling that you used to be able to get. So if you want the money, everyone wants flights, hotels, and a price. And not everyone's in a position to be able to do that. So when someone's getting 15, 20 grand, I was having this conversation with some of the gym boys the other day, and we were saying that if someone offered a flight and a hotel, a few years ago, you was so happy with that, you was buzzing, yeah? You were buzzing with a flight and an hotel. And then when you got 500 quid or 200 quid, you was absolutely made up. It was like your dreams had come true. But now, these arm wrestlers are earning 5, 10, 15, 20 grand. When you message them and you say, listen, I can give you $500, they laugh at you. They don't want to entertain that anymore. And that's that's you're setting a precedence now, and it's going to be very difficult to come back down. Like this live commentary stuff, what was going on? Now, I'm not being funny, but if it takes away 10, or even 100, or even 1,000 pay-per-views, and that's 10 grand, 15 grand, or $1,500. If Jake takes that away from something like East versus West, and that's going to do damage to that company, then it's not a business. You may as well call it a day right now. Because if Jake just steals 1,500 quid from them, I mean, the commentary, 100 people not paying for Jake, then if 1,500 quid sinks East versus West, you're paying your arm wrestlers far too much. Do you understand? It can't be like it's crazy. Money's crazy at this sport right now. And as much as I want to see guys earn the money, I think it should be sensible, so people on an even keel can keep it,
Yeah, brilliant. We just got a super chat coming in, and then we'll say hi to our next guest. White Wolf, thank you very much. You dead set legend as we roll on under 5 hours to go. And White Wolf says Arm Gods is the most exciting arm wrestling promotion on the market. They have top arm wrestlers and top fans. They were turning people away at the doors the night of the event in Carlingford. It really was. It was a great event. Atmosphere was electric. I thoroughly enjoyed it. A lot of things went right that night, so hopefully people are going over and signing up to Arm
A lot
Gods.
of things went wrong. A lot of things are right.
What's that?
A lot of things went wrong. A lot of things went right.
No, a lot of things went right. A lot of things went right. It was
scripted.
It was an unbelievable night. And joining us at the moment. I'll just going to quickly say hi to Hollywood Matt Connolly, another Australian that has jumped in, and he's helping organise AWE.
Look at them little tiny arms.
The next match with
what the fuck are you on? Fucking horse juice or what? Look at them fucking biceps. Holy shit. Put them back up there. Holy fuck. The fuck is up with that?
It's in the contract. Got to show it every single time.
That's Australian arms, right?
That's yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah.
What's been happening, Matt?
I've been busy, mate. I have been awake as long as you have, or probably longer, actually. Worked the night shift last night, and then I've been running around doing all sorts of things today. We had one of the MMA fighters from Adelaide was fighting in the PFL, which is the Professional Fight League over in Las Vegas, with $1 million prize day. So it's an 8-man tournament. They set it up a little bit different. There's sort of like a point system. But yeah, our man didn't get up. He ended up losing probably the worst way you could lose, by a very boring decision. So yeah, it wasn't the best, but it was still great. A lot of people turned up from his club to support him. But I was just listening to Paul talking about Arm Gods there, and I couldn't agree with you more on every point that you had there. I think that a lot of the things that you were saying made a lot of sense. In terms of that entertainment style of arm wrestling, that's what we're doing with the AWE. We're looking at, trying to build our next generation of stars. We've got our current guys that are sitting at the top of the mountain. They've been there for probably the last decade, you'd say. And, these guys are starting to get to that point where, maybe then in the next few years, they might be looking at retirement. So if you don't have anyone coming up underneath them that is going to be the next stars, it can sort of fall away. So we're trying to build that next tier of arm wrestling future talent. So we've started with our first event in February, and we've got another one planned for July.
Yeah, beautiful. Where'd Paul go? No, I think he's come back in. Yeah, July's going to be awesome. July 1st, you've got some mega matches. We had Ryan and Dave Stockbridge on a little bit earlier, so good to see all the boys from AWE. I think it's going to be a great event. How many matches are you hoping to have at AWE?
At the moment, well, this is one of the things with planning matches is you always get people that are dropping in and out, and you think you've got the card set, and then somebody pulls out or somebody gets injured. We had so many replacements on the first event. I mean, Ryan Bowen,
the whole card was replaced.
Yeah, pretty much. Ryan had like 6 different opponents. And then, the last minute, we managed to get Matawaringi Hedamorris on 2 days' notice to come in from New Zealand. And he ended up winning the match as well. But this one, at the moment, we've got 9 matches scheduled. So, a whole bunch of guys. The fun thing for me as a fan foremost, is like these are the matches that I want to see. And I would pay to see this as a fan. So to be able to put it together and be part of it in terms of commentary.
What are the matches?
So our main event, we've got Lachlan Adair, who's currently number 1 ranked in Australia. He's taking on Jordan Sill from the United States. And then
that's a horrible idea.
Well,
Jordan's injured, by the way.
Oh, well, we'll see. He hasn't said anything to us, but hopefully he can make it.
He just got injured in December. Yeah.
Right.
Well, he can't be too injured because he accepted the match after December.
Yeah, but he's fucked up. But still, okay. Anyways, what's the next one?
Maybe he just wants a free trip over to Australia, but we're happy to
probably.
see him over here.
Yeah, he's not doing very good, by the way.
Okay.
What's the next one?
Fake news. Fake news. Fake news.
No, it's not. No, he's fucked up. But anyways, next one.
Ryan Bowen and Artem Taranenko is the co-main event, the Russian spy.
That would actually be pretty interesting. Left or right?
That is on right hand.
Okay. That's interesting.
All these will be first to 4. So it's not 6 rounds. It's not first to 3. It's first to 4.
So
Yeah.
best of 7 then. So you stole ours, have you, Matt?
That's what you guys are doing as well.
Yeah, best of 7. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, because I'm so frustrated with the best of 6 because people get 4 wins and then they either retire or they just put their arm up and let it get pinned. It's pointless. So if you're going first to 4, it's like you might be up 3-0, but so what? You've got to actually get that 4th win. You've got to solidify the win to finish the event. So yeah, but
what's the next matches?
We were hoping to get the Armwrestling Whisperer over, but we might be doing. We've got another event planned for November, which we think we'll have him on that event instead in the United States. So yeah, we've got a whole bunch of local guys. You're probably not familiar with the guys we've got down here, but we've got some really good talent. Mario Timbakis, who did go through the United States last year and won.
And he lost at Washington State tournament, and the guy never went to Australia.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, somebody promised a free trip somehow, and then
he's like, dude, I'm gonna walk through all these Washington State guys, and he got his fucking ass kicked. It was awesome.
He is taking on
fucking ass kicked. Match. It was great. Oh, they're all weak over here. Oh, whoops.
Who's that?
Mario Timbakis.
He comes 3rd in both arms.
Yeah, but he got his ass kicked.
But he come 3rd. He come 3rd. Beat Cody Merritt.
What does that have to do with anything? Cody Merritt.
You told me that he rolled up and got his ass kicked, but he come 3rd and beat some good dudes. The only reason he lost
Cody Merritt's not. Cody Merritt's not top
not good.
American status.
Not American status. He's just pulling for, I think, number 2 in the world on the left arm next week.
In Washington State. Yes.
Right, guys,
there's like 20 of us. There's like 20 of us over here, bro.
What was that?
Sorry, Matt. I'm going to offer. I've got training half an hour ago, so guys are waiting. But Matt, we've got to do the arm wrestling ashes. We've got to burn a strap. So arm gods, AWE, and everything else. Let's get working together on it. Let's get arm wrestling going. We can do it every couple of years, maybe. And then what we can do, we can combine forces and then we can go over to America and we'll smash these Yankees to absolute pieces. Because let's be honest, they all talk a good game. They're absolutely talk shit. I mean, I've never heard as much crap. I've never heard as much crap come out that Dan's mouth in my life. I mean, come on. I mean, only thing the Yanks are good. Things they're good at is killing their own guys in war or somebody else's, and yeah. I'm not even going there. Listen, that means because you need everybody else.
I love the Ashes idea. I think the Ashes between Australia.
Yeah, let's get the Ashes going, and then maybe we can burn a couple of Americans.
I love your enthusiasm. I will say that.
Listen, Jake, you smashed it, Jake. Take care of yourselves, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you all soon and be in touch.
Awesome. I'll speak to you soon, Paul. Thanks for coming on.
Bye, buddy. Bye-bye.
See you, mate. All right. Yes.
Armgods.com. Go check him out. Yeah, armgods.com. One of the best promotions going around. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Daniel, your favorite, Mario Demarcus. He will be pulling against Artem Taranenko as well, but on the left arm.
Ooh.
Why does it always have to be the opposite arm or the strong arm?
Well, Artem's going against Ryan for the right, and then because he's come all the way to Australia, we thought, hey, we'll put you on a left arm match as well.
Okay, that makes sense. I got it.
Yeah. So no, it's exciting. We've got a bunch of our local guys that we've picked guys.
Hey, I'll never say it's not exciting. I'll tell you that.
No, that's right. That's fine. But yeah, AWE Arm Wrestling Entertainment is what we've called ourselves. We try to target guys that are fun, that are exciting to watch, that are interesting. They're going to put on amazing matches. So yeah, we've tried to do that. We had a successful first event, and this will be the second one leading into it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're excited. We're very, very happy, and hopefully the card will stay together this time. We had, I think, was it five dropouts for the main event for the first one.
Is that
everything went wrong,
anything like that? Sorry, Jake. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying everything went wrong. I just felt bad for Matty and the team.
It was difficult, but we managed to get a main event together, and it was a worthy opponent, and stepped up to the plate. Mato Warengi, Heather Morris, coming over from New Zealand, being the bench press champion and having never lost. Well, he hasn't lost in New Zealand for 10 years. And him and Lachlan Adair will be having a match. Is it this month?
I actually am pretty excited about that one.
Yeah, so that'll be Friday the 5th of May. So for the US, that'll be the 4th of May because it's Friday night our time. See you later, Muscle Bike. Thanks for sticking around for so long. Absolutely love it. Take care, mate. Yeah. So,
and it's in the middle of nowhere, somewhere 4 hours from Brisbane.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be a long drive from the airport. Whoever picks me up, maybe I'll get Ryan to drive me. I don't know. So, and a lift back. That'll be cool. There was so much going on, Matt. Did you say you were hoping to have an AWE event in November, but in the States?
That's right.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, that's so cool.
Where at?
We'll release it all when we get it all finalized. I don't want to say it before it happens, so we'll get everything in place.
That's very exciting for your third event for that to happen. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's incredible. We're working with somebody over there that we're putting on this event and lining up some matches.
I feel like it's Paul Italia or Travis Bajan.
It could be anybody.
Or 98%. No, it's not Cody Marriott. Cody Marriott's not going to fucking put his time out to do that shit. Nice try.
He wants a rematch with Mario. No, it should be fun. We've got 3 matches that are lined up for that event already, and we're looking at potentially London after that, and then maybe even Tokyo after that. So, yeah, we're trying to bring arm wrestling.
There's a lot of movement in arm wrestling right now, Jake. Do you hear that? Just random, like even not even elite level. there's a lot of fucking movement. That's
Get
awesome.
the right people around. Yeah, arm wrestling's in a really, really good
Even
spot.
Paul's like trying to get shit going. Where you guys trying to get going, that's pretty awesome.
No, these guys are getting it going.
Yeah, we're enjoying what's happening, and yeah, really trying to push it as best we can. So we're finalizing the card for July. It's going to be in the Octagon again. We're working with the same production crew that we did for the first event, and yeah, it should be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be brilliant. And the Frozmaster's up and about. He likes it. I mean, who wouldn't like bloody going to London and Japan and everything like that? Trevor Newsom is like, wow, Jake, your eyes aren't even red. What the hell? Yeah, they're going all right. For now, we're, what are we, 4.5 hours. Yeah, I want to get me hours right because I celebrated an hour too early. Burgoyne's Pointy Shoulders says, this red-nosed reindeer is more effed up than I am on a thirsty Thursday, which is awesome. So what made you, when you first started, Matt, with this AWE, was the thing to always go global, or after your first event and realize what access you had to global superstars, you went, holy crap, we can actually go around the world?
Absolutely. Yeah, it was when we didn't set out to start an organization. It's sort of, we heard that Ryan Bowen had called out Chance Shaw and he wanted to bring him over to Australia for a match. We had an event lined up around the time that he was looking at, and Dave Stockbridge, the other founder with AWE, we do a podcast together, we train together, and it was like, man, we should ask Ryan to come and do his match with Chance down here in Adelaide. And it'd be amazing. We'll put a big show on together, and we put this little pitch together, and we were like practicing what we were going to say, and then we scheduled a meeting with Ryan, and then he couldn't make the meeting, and that happened twice, and it was like, oh, okay, and I ended up just writing it in a text that I was like, and then he sent a voice message back and said, yeah, well, that sounds absolutely awesome. I'll speak to Chance, see if we can get something happening. And it sort of grew from there. It was like, oh, well, what if we get this person and this person? And, Ryan having access to some of the elite guys around the world, it was like, well, actually, I could probably get this match. It's like, wow, from my little city in Adelaide, is suddenly you're in contact with some of the best arm wrestlers in the world, your heroes of the sport. And it's like, I can't believe I'm talking to this guy. So yeah, it grew really, really quickly. So we threw everything together in terms of let's get this happening, and branding the organization and putting things together and getting all the production side of things happening, cutting videos. And we had to make about 6 different main event promos because guys kept getting injured. It was like the curse of Ryan Bowen, whoever he would name as his opponent.
Mate, it was horrible.
I was just waking up each day and they'd be like, oh, this guy's just pulled out. It's like, oh man, I spent 6 hours making a video yesterday on that. So yeah, but we got
videos, man. They were cool videos.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's good fun. We wanted to really sort of highlight each athlete and make them feel special, like that we're trying to push and help promote them. So we got just some quick little clips of each person and cut them together and put some, graphics and stuff together so that we could run that in our Instagram reels and all that sort of thing.
Good on you.
Yeah, it's great. And then, they felt sort of special, and we've got all the T-shirts and stuff made up with their names on it, and we did
you got T-shirts and everything?
Yeah, it was awesome. So
you had tumblers and all that stuff?
Yeah, it was so good.
Hell yeah.
We the night before we did so we don't have we did a weigh-in, which is more of a bit of a face-off kind of thing, just for I guess content. And in that we had a little ceremony thing where we gave out the T-shirt to everybody, and
that's so fucking cool.
Yeah, it was great. It was wonderful. So people really felt like, they're part of something, and we really had put a lot of effort into promoting each person and making the matchup seem like it actually meant something, which it does. So we've created 3 different belts. So we've got the Intercontinental belt, which Matarangi Hedda-Morris is currently holding because he faced off for Ryan Bowen for that belt. We've got a heavyweight title belt with Gunther Bykovs, who lives here in Adelaide now. He was former Latvian champion, and he moved over here to Adelaide. He was the Australian champion for so many years in a row. He actually got bored of winning and sort of retired, going, I'll give you guys a few years to raise your levels before I'll come back. So and this was his first sort of step back into the world of competitive arm wrestling, which was awesome for me to see, because he'd retired before I got into the sport, so I'd never actually seen him compete in person. And he took on Mario Timbakis, your favorite, Daniel.
It is actually
for the heavyweight.
Love to hate that
guy. So they had an awesome match. First of three, Gunther's ended up winning the heavyweight belt. And we have a junior belt as well, so 20 years and under. And there'd been a bit of a rivalry between one of the guys here in Adelaide, Hamza Hodgid, and a guy who trains with Ryan, whose name's Jamie Barrett. You've probably heard
I'll
Jamie.
try you $100 for that.
Was that you? But the other person that I bet 100 for? Yeah, I knew there was two. I knew Ryan was one, and I forgot who the other one was.
I haven't forgotten. It's written down in my book. I haven't forgotten.
What do you think about Dankus at 176?
Dankus, so Taron Broad. Yeah, he's been doing well. He's a really strong guy. He's very, very, very good. He's very much a specialist, which I think can be a bit of a detriment, because if you're all in on,
but he's also not 100% focused either, right?
No, he's pretty dedicated. I mean, he's training multiple times a week in the gym. He's very, very dominant at training. He's been the strongest guy at the club for probably 3 years. Yeah, I'd love to see him test himself against some of the higher caliber guys. One of the things with Australia is that, group of people that are into arm wrestling is smaller, obviously, than the United States, and especially in certain weight classes. So, he's probably sitting at number 2 in the under 80 kilos class behind Sam Burnett, who I believe is pulling in Arm Wars.
Yeah, he just got back from Arm Wars.
Right.
Oh, he's got an Arm Wars match?
Yeah, Sam Burnett did, yeah.
Oh, Sam Burnett.
Sam Burnett did. Yeah, so, but those two are the number 1 and 2 in the under 80 kilo class in Australia, and they really need to face each other. We tried to get that match happening for AWE number 1, but Sam, I didn't know that he was going on Arm Wars, and he was being very secretive about that. Obviously, Neil had said to him, "Don't tell anybody."
Well, yeah, it's a no-tell thing.
Yeah, and so
I'm close buddies with Jody Williams, right? And he was in Arm Wars. He's like, "Dude, I can't tell you shit." I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
we're good buddies. What the fuck are you talking about? He's like, "No, I can't tell you nothing."
Josh Barker's 70 kilos.
Yeah, Josh is a phenomenal arm wrestler as well, and him and Taron or Denkius, they actually had a match at AWE number 1, and Josh got 1 round, and it ended up being 3-1 win for Taron Broad in that matchup. But yeah, Josh is awesome, and he will be part of AWE number 2 as well. And he has a very special opponent, an international opponent that I can't say who it is yet, because we've got to confirm completely that everything's going to happen. Because I hate saying that this matchup will happen and then it doesn't happen, but it will be a very well-known opponent. So yes, we're looking forward to seeing him again. But yeah, Dankius, I really want to see him versus Sam Burnett to solidify who is number 1 in the under 80 kilos division here in Australia. As I said, we were trying to match them up for AWE number 1, and Sam's answers to all my messages were, I've got something on. Yeah, I'm busy. And it's like, come on, mate, this is a big thing, a big event. It's like, yeah, but it's like, but I didn't know it was for Arm Wars. So I didn't find out until after the AWE 1 had finished. But I was like, oh, that's why he couldn't do it. But yeah, that match would be amazing.
What do you guys have for 275 guys?
That's heavyweight, is it?
Yeah, that's actually above heavyweight. Yes.
Oh, super heavyweight. Yeah, okay. Well, we've got Marcus Atirai, and he competed on AWE #1, and he actually ended up competing twice. So he had a match against another super heavyweight guy. Yeah, he's enormous. He's 6'6", also a cage fighter, and like a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu champion for multiple times. Enormous Islander guy, and incredibly strong.
Armwrestling.
Yeah, so yeah, hey, I'm getting there. Let me build the story.
No, I'm listening. I'm just kidding.
163 kilos. Yeah, mate.
Brian was saying on his channel that AWE are going to be paying for the competitors' travel and accommodation. Is that for all competitors or just select few?
That would be for all the competitors that need to travel to Adelaide.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So that's a new thing, right?
Yeah, we paid for a few that we were able to for the first event as well, and it was Dave Stockbridge is the man behind that, being able to assist in bringing people down to Adelaide. We were looking at the Gold Coast initially for the event, and that's why we sort of booked a lot of Queensland-based arm wrestlers, and then the opportunity to work with the Diamondback Fighting Championship again, have the same production crew, be in the Octagon, came up, and it was like, actually that would save us money on production. We know these guys, they know us, we know what we need to do to get things looking good. It's like, let's not put ourselves in a difficult position for our second event. Let's just have it here. And then we'll look at expanding from there. But we're going to be bringing them down.
Sorry to interrupt, mate. Just saying bye to White Wolf. He's heading out. See, White Wolf has been a huge supporter throughout the 25 hours.
See you, White Wolf. So, I'm an arm wrestling fan. I do compete in state titles, things like that, whatever. I'm just the bottom of the rung ladder dude. But I'm also a consumer, so I paid for your pay-per-view. I paid for East versus West. I've paid for King of the Table. Mate, I've signed up to Arm Gods, so all these things. But I'm starting to see a bit of a change in the narrative going around, say from East versus West. I don't like the way that me as a fan has been told how I need to, behave. You pay money to us, or we'll destroy everyone. That sort of narrative. I don't like that. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm just. How are you finding, traveling through this sort of myriad of different promotions and things, trying to find your niche market?
Yeah, that's good. I mean, there's people like you that support the sport that actually makes it be able to happen. So we appreciate everyone who I pay for the events when I watch an East versus West, and or Arm Gods or whatever. So to me, I feel like I'm supporting the people that are putting on events. I'm a Patreon supporter of Jake's, and I try to help people out wherever I can in the arm wrestling industry, because I know that these people are the ones that are creating the content, creating the events that I'm interested in, that I want to see. So I'm more than happy to support them. In terms of what we're trying to do with the AWE, we're not really concerned about what other organizations are doing. We're focused on what we're doing, and we want to put on the best possible matches that we can. In terms of what we've got and where we're starting at, we are starting in the Australian market, and we've sort of targeted the best guys that we have here, and we're looking at expanding globally as much as we can. So we support, and we appreciate the support from everybody who paid for the pay-per-view or is I'll
just talk in general, Matt. I'll just talk in general. I've been following the sport for only 2 or 3 years, right? But I've seen quite a big change the past, say, 6 months to a year, with all the new promotions emerging, like yours and Arm Gods and Paul Italia, 98%, Monster Factory, The list can go on, and everyone's trying to find their little niche market. And I think I feel I'm getting rubbed up the wrong way with some of these promoters. As a customer, as a fan, I don't like being sort of told how I need to behave or who I should follow or what's expected of me. Like, not every arm wrestling fan's the same. We've all got our different tastes. Like, arm gods have their way of doing it. You have yours. But I think what I dislike is, like, everyone's been helping themselves along the way, like holding each other's hands, supporting the YouTube channel. Aussie Armwrestler has grown to like 10,000 plus. I'm sure you're going to get to that one day. Every channel has been growing, but then there's like a lot of bickering goes on. We're like all these big brothers fighting for like the dominance or something. And that's just natural, right? That's a natural thing. So I just hope that your promotional AWE, continues with some sort of decorum and remembers your roots. Like, because once you start getting those hundreds of thousands of dollars flying in, like, just remember where you guys came from, right?
Absolutely. I think
that's my advice.
Hey. I think this is where I come in.
Oh, yeah.
Dominic. You hear me, Dominic?
Yeah, man.
Okay. So I agree with you 100%. That's kind of the same perspective that I come in with, right? So yes, you have to understand that, like, there's a probability of people making money and dominance or whatever the hell in sport, YouTube, all that stuff, right? But at the end of the day, brotherhood, right? So I'm on your level. So I don't have a huge YouTube following. I don't have there's people who know my name, right? But at the same time, it's about brotherhood.
Yeah.
It is. It's about brotherhood, supporting. So like Jake and we got Hollywood, Conway here.
Yeah. Look, it's hard.
You have to support that at the same time, but at the same time you don't.
Look, what I don't like seeing is when, like, I see people burning bridges, and I know we're a forgiving community.
Yeah.
I think we all forgive each other. It blows over, and we're like, oh yeah, that's just that person or whatever. But it's just been a different. I don't know. What do you reckon, Jake? What do you think's been going on?
It's money, man. Just money. At the moment, like, I think everyone's tied in my chat. Everyone's accusing each other. Everyone's attacking each other in the chat. They're fucking ruining. They're being a bit selfish in my chat at the moment, ruining my record-breaking thing when I'm trying to enjoy myself with three pretty cool guys. So, guys, if you're going to behave like children, get out of the chat. Falsely accuse each other, whatever. We're very close to the end of this. It's been 22 hours. I don't know if everyone's tired in the chat, but I'm seeing people just telling each other like F off and things like that for no reason, or suck each other's fathers and things like that. Guys, just leave. Just leave. Just leave. I don't care. I really don't care. I'm all about just having fun on this channel and try and provide a platform for 25 straight hours, and we're 21 hours in, and it's just I don't know if you're all tired or wanting attention seeking and wanting to comment on the thing. It's just getting a bit out of hand. I think Paul was stirring the pot with America versus England, and now everyone's in there. So can you just...
it does. We do get a bit out of hand sometimes, and I think that's the problem in the community is we cross the line a bit too much lately. So I don't know. Maybe we're all a bit post-COVID tired or something.
I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. It's just all popping up. I'm trying to have my dinner. I was trying to play with my daughter. There's all this false garbage going on in the chat. So I've had, everyone was.
It doesn't matter what you're
getting
into in
along
life.
and
It shouldn't be
now there's a bit
negative.
of attention seeking. No, hang on. Just can't. No need to interrupt. I'm starting to get a bit annoyed now. Like, I provide a platform. Not annoyed at you, Dan. But just everyone, like, just carrying on. I'm not sure if people are wanting attention seeking and when they're saying hello in the chat or something like that, if they're not acknowledged straight away. It's just getting a bit out of hand. We all might be tired. It's been 21 hours. Just settle down in the chat. Just be smile. We got 4 blokes here. I got Dan. I got Dom. I got Matt. We're enjoying ourselves. You guys have been awesome all the way. Let's not ruin it at the end. Let's really smash home these 4 hours together because I can't thank you all enough for hanging and banging with us. But with now to go back and have a.
Sorry, Jake, I'm interrupting, mate.
You're all right. Just going back to your comment of where you've noticed things are changing. For me, everyone, it's the same when you have any business. You want your business to be successful, and I think things are changing because now there's a bit of a worry. They want to have all the big stars of this one, and when they go a week or two without talking about their event, there's all these panic stations. So there's a bit of controlling because you need to sign the big name athletes if you're on the big time pay-per-view sales, and unfortunately, people like each other, people don't like each other, and this was always going to happen when we get a few dollars involved. So that's why I like just hanging out on my own. I like watching from a distance. I like what Arm Gods is doing. I like what King of the Table are doing. I'm always a supporter of what AEWE and the Australian team's doing. So, just when money comes in, man, it's like anything. We're just growing pains is probably the best way to describe it.
But one thing I think that there might be a problem that's emerging, which no one's talking about, is that probably East versus West has the most money coming in for competitors, but they're all quite elite level, right? They're the highest of the highest.
Where's the money come from, though?
Well, from the pay-per-views and I don't know where else, but
no
sponsors. What?
No.
So that's all right. Keep going, Dom.
No, that's okay. So, but look, I just, this is my opinion that I think that East versus West has a lot of money coming in, and it's kind of like the stock exchange, like at the moment, the cost is high, but it's not going to stay there forever. It'll move. So as AWE emerges, as Arm Gods emerge, all these other guys, then it starts to bring the play. So we're at the peak, I think, but it'll come down over the next few years, the cost, stuff like that. So, but I just wanted to say to Matt, like, if you want to grow your user base and get the pay-per-views, then I reckon you need to at least talk to the 300 or so people that paid the money to watch, or I don't know how many you had, but, who's your community out there that's going to grow the whole thing, like, don't just assume that, hey, this is the package we got. Hey, it's like a new channel on the TV. Like, there's so many different channels, I don't know. Not everyone goes to watch them, right? So, but maybe the draw card is the arm wrestlers, you think, oh, well, they're exciting, but I'm happy with what you did. I thought you had great quality audio, great, just great commentating, and it was very professional and slick. And I didn't notice any like static, streaming or anything like that. And yet with East versus West, we went through a couple of seasons of like all this madness with the dropouts and freezing streams and all that. And we suffered with them, right? And we paid the money. So, you're off to a good start.
Yeah, that was one of the things we really wanted to address, that we kept the production level really high and everything worked. As long as it worked, people could see us, they could hear us. It wasn't freezing, it wasn't pausing, it wasn't dropping out. It was really easy to access. That was one of the things we really wanted to push forward. We put it on YouTube. It's there. Everyone has YouTube. You don't need to go to a different website. You don't need to sign up to a certain app or any of that stuff. Go to YouTube. It's on Ryan Bellon's channel. That's it. Click the button. There you go. It's right there. Make it as easy for people to consume as possible. And it worked fantastically in terms of what we're trying to do with the other organizations. I as I said, I'm an arm wrestling fan first and foremost, so I hope everyone does well, and I have no issues, and we're not in any way, shape, or form looking at what other organizations are doing and trying to counter program or sabotage or have conflict with them whatsoever in any respect. It's like, we'd be happy to work with you. And we've got one organization we're looking at working with in November, based in the United States. And we were just talking to about doing an Ashes thing over in England, which, I'd be interested in doing something like that as well. So my thing is very much like, let's make the sport grow. Let's put on amazing events. And, if there's conflict, if there's arguments, and not everyone's going to get along with each other, but at the end of the day, it's like, I just want to see some awesome arm wrestling. And if we can get things happening where we put an event on and it's like, that was incredible and it was easy for people to see it and everything went well and it looked great and everyone's happy, that's the goal, really.
Yeah. Well, Jake, I might let you get some more fun dudes in the chat.
No, it's all right, mate.
Well, I don't know.
you do what you like. I got Daniel Urigu's about to fall asleep.
I am actually. But Jake, by the way, give me a wrench again so I can clean up your shed.
You got to come back.
I'm here now.
You disappeared for like 8 months and then came back and went, oh, I'm not a moderator anymore.
I did disappear for a little bit, but I'm back.
Well, come back and we'll see what happens.
I'm back now.
Yeah, that's there, but you're about to fall asleep.
No, I'm going to clean up your chat. Give me a wrench so I can clean up your chat.
The chat's going well.
So, Matt, you were going to go to Queensland, I heard, for the AWE2, and then it changed back to SA, South Australia.
That's right. Yeah, so we're looking at the Gold Coast. The opportunity to do the production, the same level of production with the same production crew came up. So we are working with a fighting and MMA organization called Diamondback Fighting Championships based here in South Australia. When we put on the first event, we saw a couple of comments in the chat and in the videos afterwards that people saying, "Oh, it looks so empty. There was no one there." I was like, there wasn't anyone there because the event actually wasn't open. We were part of a sports festival, and the only way that the agreement was that we could use the production crew and use the octagon and everything that was there, the cameras and everything, as long as we did it prior to the event starting, because after the event started, that's where Diamondback Fighting Championship and all the combat sports started up. So the people you saw there were friends and family of the arm wrestlers. So general public wasn't actually allowed to come in to see the event at that point. But we have the same production crew for AWE2, and it will be held in the Adelaide Oval, which is an iconic place here in South Australia. And we'll have some amazing matches. And it'll be prior to the Diamondback Fighting Championship putting their MMA show on again afterwards. But for our second event, we were looking at Gold Coast, but it was like, if we do it here, we know the people we're working with, they know us, they know what we want. And if we go to the Gold Coast, we're going to have to find a production crew, explain everything over again. And it's probably going to cost us 10 grand to get everything hired. And we're not completely exactly sure that they'll be able to do as good a job as what the production crew that worked on the first event did. So we'll play it safe. We'll keep it here in Adelaide, and then we'll make sure that we know all the steps we need to take to put on a great show. And then we can look at traveling it from there.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's pretty costly exercise.
to get that level of production quality, it can be very costly. So yeah, we've been very lucky to have the support of the Diamondback Fighting Championship, and yeah, we reached an agreement with them, and yeah, was able to use their equipment and their yeah,
Pistol Pete.
Hey fellas, how we doing?
The table IQ himself.
Yeah, 100 IQ. That's high, right?
Fresh as a Daisy wants to know: are you okay with a live stream commentaries?
Oh, I absolutely support it 100%. I think it's really important. I think that anybody who is against it doesn't really understand the benefits that come along with live commentary, and the amount of people that go into. Let's say I see Jake Ward is live. I go, okay, let me see what he's talking about. And he's commentating East versus West. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know it was on. Where's the link? Oh, here it is. Great. I'm going to go buy the event. I would have missed it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got my money. The amount of people you see in the chat that say, where's the link? I want to go and buy it. I want to see the event. It pushes, it promotes their events and throughout the community, the people that are seeing it, it's like, the more channels that are covering it, the more channels that are following it, the more exposure you're going to get for your event. If you're shutting that down, you are limiting yourself to one thing, and that is your own promotion. And with East versus West, I think they can promote a lot better than they have. I don't like the fact that they only have one place you can get their pay-per-view from. And I've bought pay-per-views from them after events because I work night shift and the event has happened. I wake up in the afternoon. I avoid all my social media stuff. I buy the event and it doesn't work for 6 or 7 hours. It won't work. And then eventually I'm guessing they're uploading the video file or something. But it's just frustrating. I think they can do things better that way. But in terms of having live commentary, I think it's so vital and so much of a tool. And people are doing that for free. They're promoting your event for free. And they're not showing your content, they're talking about it, and it's been in place for 40-50 years. We used to have the Australian rules football here in Australia, football we call it, and a lot of people would prefer to listen to the radio commentators than listen to the guys commentating on TV, and so they'd mute the TV and they'd put the radio on. And it's the same thing. Like maybe I want to listen to Jake's commentary rather than whoever's commentating the event, and I'll mute the event and I'll listen to Jake. So there's so many benefits to it.
Yeah, it's going to be great, and you guys will trial a few things, which is good. Paul Cigar, thank you for the super chat. He says Prudnik got a Canadian visa to train with Devon, and yeah, he made a big mistake by showing everyone on YouTube.
One thing is, if you've got a big sports organization that is following your event or commentating in your event, let's say ESPN was doing a live commentary on East versus West, I don't think East versus West would reach out and go, hey, we don't want you doing that. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like that exposure that's there is enormous. And it's like, that helps you so much. And it's exactly the same from the grassroots level. I mean, in terms of where arm wrestling is as a niche sport at this level, Jake is, the ESPN. Like you've got, in terms of comparative levels of journalism or coverage of media, the people who have YouTube channels with 100,000 subscribers, 50,000 subscribers, they are your New York Post, they are your ESPN, they are your big coverage places. And if you're going to eliminate them from being able to cover your event, well, guess what? You just lost a ton of people that were potentially going to see your event that wouldn't have otherwise.
Yeah, it's well, we all know where I stand on live commentary, clearly. So I think it's going all right. So which is good. What's Pistol Pete, mate? What is happening? What's going on, my man?
Oh, not too much. I'm actually just waiting for Mario to come over and we'll have some jimmies. But in the meantime, I actually wanted to play devil's advocate on the whole live commentary issue. If you don't mind having a big of an argument, because I think this will be a bit contentious, knowing the arm wrestling community. But okay, let's say East vs West has way better promotion than they have now, right? They don't have to have anyone else doing their thing, saying, "Hey, go buy the pay-per-view." Everyone knows where the pay-per-view is. They get the best commentators. You know, they get Aussie Armwrestler, they get Travis Bajan, they get Coach Ray, every one of them. What place does live commentary have if there's a good value proposition? If there's great commentary, you don't have to get commentary anywhere else. You get really high quality feed. What does live commentary do in that case?
Well, why would it be an issue for King of the Table at that point, though? Or East versus West, or whoever the organization is, if they're putting on amazing production.
And this is where, so as an arm wrestling fan, so if I don't have East versus West, I was considering not buying the
arm
last
wrestling
one.
enjoyer.
I'm an arm wrestling enjoyer. Among any other things, yeah, I'm an arm wrestling enjoyer. But what I do, and this is where I see Engen's point, is if I don't have East versus West, I was considering just being like, okay, I'm just going to not buy the last one. And then I'll wait till the stuff comes out. Right, I'm not going to go on pirated feeds, none of that. But I went on live stream, live commentaries, and I was like, okay, well, this is kind of, it's like buying, like not buying pay-per-view, it's like freemium, right? It's, you're not seeing the footage, but you know what's going on. So it works as kind of like a middle ground if you can't afford the pay-per-view, or you just, you know, you don't want to fork out $20 or however much it is. That's what, you know, that's what that. Therefore, if the pay-per-view has a good value proposition, if you just can't afford it, you know, live commentary does enough because you get to know what's happening, you know where the rounds are, you know what's happening roughly.
So they wouldn't have got your money regardless.
There's three types of people, Pete. It's people that are going to buy the pay-per-view, people that aren't going to buy the pay-per-view, and those people that are fence-sitting like you. You're not sure. My job in live commentary... My job in live commentary is to convert as many as person number 3. A lot of people think arm wrestling, you shouldn't have to pay for anything. So they're not buying it. I can't convince them. If I can convince one of them, great. But they're not buying it. They know where to go for the illegal streams. It's the 50-50 people. Because you're like, I'm not going to bother buy it, but I know Jake's on. And then suddenly Jake is losing his shit over the potential match between Dom and Hollywood Matt Connolly. And then suddenly you're itching, and then the chat is flying. And the chat's like, oh, my God, it's going to be match of the night and everything like that. Then all of a sudden, a lot of people went, I wasn't going to buy it, but geez, Aussie Armwrestler, we've given them the fear of missing out. Second thing, I tell everyone, go back to East versus West 2. I was with Ryan. And I was with Ryan, and East versus West stream shut down. Now, instead of 15,000 calls to Call Sports, there was one. And Ryan rang Don Adrice, Call Sports CEO, and said, stop the matches because your stream is stuffed up. Everyone then came to our stream for updates. We took a lot of bullets. We did a bit of tech support and everything like that. And then everyone went to all the other live streams. Oh, I was just talking to Ryan and Jake, and everything's going to be fine. You know, it's only going to be like a 15, 20-minute delay. And then we got to talk about it. Instead of 15,000 people trying to ring, 10,000 demanding a refund. So there's the money lost. That's where it comes in for live commentary. For me, if I thought I was ripping them off, I wouldn't do it. But I know that it is 100% benefit. Now, to your original point, Pete, if you said if Engen's got the best commentators, the best matches, production, quality streaming on 10K, it is all happening, what's the point of live commentary? Well, then let him go. So instead of having 2,500 people join my one, I'll have 30 people join. And then I'm just sitting there with 30 people instead of 2,500 people. So and there's just some people, you can get me for every single king of the table, but there's going to be those few people out there that just hate my voice. And they're like, I'm not buying a pay-per-view if it's bloody. Like, I know people that are still mad at Neil Pickup over the Devon Sanders thing. So they won't buy an East versus West just because you could have the greatest card in history. People, you could have Andre Pushkar come back for the dead and have a match. But people will be like, no, Neil's commentating. That's not happening. Some people just hate their particular people. So some people are like, I'm not buying it. So we just got to ignore them. I wish they would send all their energy on the illegal live streaming and the people that release those 1-minute videos straight after each match. That does more damage because some people join the live commentary. Yep, you get a play-by-play and you're joining us, but no one's going back to listen to 7 hours of commentary to try and work out who won.
Okay. I'd like to respond. I'm on your side. So I'm playing devil's advocate in that I can see what
I know you are.
thinking.
I love the open open thing.
So I think ultimately how I see things is if live commentary is doing well, then it's kind of a symptom of a disease that the event itself isn't doing enough. Like they're actually not giving enough to the spectators of the sport and giving them a good enough value proposition. Because if there are people who are like, oh, well, I may as well just listen to what's going on. Like people used to listen to the radio and not watch things because I don't know, there wasn't TV or whatever. I wasn't around. But I'm saying like you can listen to it and it's okay. But if you'd rather listen to it and just not watch it and have the commentators that they have, you'd rather have your own commentator and just listen to audio, then it means that they're not doing enough. So it's actually a reflection on the event itself. And yeah, I don't think you should be going on to little YouTubers just doing their live commentary thing, talking while the event's going on. They're not showing footage. You think they're not actually taking anything away from you. I'd be really interested in the stats if no one did any live commentary for say the next King of the Table or next East and West to actually see if it does increase numbers, because at the moment there's no evidence to back whether or not that's the case. So if it happened on one side support and be like, okay, like let's give live commentary, let's sleep on it for one event, see what happens, and then renegotiate.
Yeah, I've put my hand up for that, but I know everyone won't sit out. Someone else will just go on there.
It's game theory too. It's like it's the prisoner dilemma. Like, okay, hey, best opportunity. So this is a good opportunity for all of us to do nothing. But if one person does live commentary, all of the people that were going to see live commentary is going to go to that one guy. And then you guys are saying, oh, well, that guy's doing the live commentary. He's sitting out of this agreement. Well, we'll just do live commentary as well. It's not fair that he gets all the views. So there's that as well. Like you can't trust everyone.
No.
Yeah. I think you hit the nail on the head.
Comment here, Victor, and I'll tell you why. It doesn't bother me, but it bothers me. Like he says, you won't like to hear this, but I believe the day of the event is the money from Super Chat should be used for East versus West to help support the athletes' paychecks. Okay, couple of things. One, I want to see some effort from athletes promoting the event. Not sharing one story on Instagram. Two, we don't make that much money, especially me. I got insulted and was told that I was harming the sport by buying 10 to 15 pay-per-views and giving them to people around the world that couldn't afford it to watch the event. 10 pay-per-views, $150 US. That's $200, about $220 Australian. So I am trying to spread, and I was doing this from the first ever pay-per-view as a thank you. So I kind of get what you're saying, Victor. And a lot of these channels, and I know a lot of the big channels, yes, they're getting like thousands of people in the chat, but they're not making much money. They might get between $80 to $200 worth of super chats. Yeah, so I think people are under the misconception that we're making bank when we're not.
I think you hit the nail on the head, Pete, as well. With if the production was of a level that was high enough, then people would never go. Like if I'm watching UFC, I'm going to watch UFC. I'm not going to go to YouTube and watch somebody watching the UFC and commentating on it. You know what I mean? Because the level of production, the event is of that high status that it would never even cross my mind. So one organization will grow and will stand out, and it will be in the next few years.
Yeah, it's,
I think that the problem with some of the promotional organizations is they're good at talking to arm wrestlers, but they're not always good at understanding how the social media works, how the arm wrestling community what our interests are. And I just want to say that I was very upset the way that things were handled. So I'm like, my penalty is against the other organization. So I won't be paying for anything this time round, just because I think that some people think that they've sort of climbed this big ladder at the top, and they think they're at the top of the hill and they can start bossing everyone around. And that's how it's appearing to me. So I'm like, well, I don't want to participate in that. So I'm just stepping back for a bit till it settles down, perhaps. But yeah, I love supporting everyone, but I just didn't like some of the things that I've heard people say. And this whole idea that you're taking money away from the arm wrestlers, I think that's not really true. I think that some of those arm wrestlers are thinking that their value is more than what they're actually worth. Their value 3 years ago was nothing, was like $0 because no one had any money. And everyone in the community's been paying into their pockets, and now we're being told what we should do. And I just find that really disheartening. And yeah, people need to not think that, once the money starts rolling in, I can start bossing everyone around. So that's just my point of view. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good to hear it from the fans, from the community, and you find the best organizations are the ones that have come through from grassroots, and they are the guys running the clubs. They are the ones that are on the tables every week with the community and talking about arm wrestling in groups, in the social media world, and finding out and keeping their finger on the pulse as to what do people want, and then actually listening. Because if you're telling, if you're demanding and say, hey, this is what we're doing, and too bad if you don't like it, that's where people get turned off. But if you are, hey, like for our feedback that we got for our event, a lot of people not happy with the time that it took to set the guys up, to start the match. And it's like, okay, we hear what you're saying, and we're gonna speed that up for the next event, and we listen to what people have to say. And it's like, rather than too bad, that's how it is, we're just going to run with it, get used to it, or whatever. It's like, no, we agree with you, that's fine, that's something we can fix, and we will listen to the community and do that and make the changes and implement them. It's one of those things that coming down from the top, if you're not listening to your fans, they are the ones that are supporting your event.
And I think, like, we shouldn't think we have to hide behind some closed door and talk about this. Like, arm wrestling is a public event, public sport. Everyone's on social media, and we should be man enough to talk about these things without fearing retribution or anything. We need to be adult about these discussions and not, we're not having a go at anyone in particular. We're just having a talk. And, that's what adults should be able to do. Just talk about these things, not fear that they're going to never be able to commentate for them ever again or something like that.
Yeah, and I love that everyone in the chat's trying to come up with a solution. But the one thing for me that does not make sense at all, defeats the purpose of it all, is having a live commentary on the East versus West channel. Doesn't make sense. You're still having a live commentary. So everyone's like, everyone's like, Jake, let's work out a way to get you to commentate on the East versus West channel. I was like, yeah, but I'm still doing it. Like, I'm still doing the live commentary. Yeah, I thought your goal was to get everyone to buy the pay-per-view. So I don't know if they're aiming for.
The thing is, right, Jake, there's a boundary when it comes to any promotion. There's a boundary, right? So Arm Gods, their boundary is they show it on YouTube, but they lock you out by membership. So that's good. If you want to watch, you pay by membership. East versus West have Core Sports show their live viewing, and their boundary is that platform. But your platform is YouTube, and you're not bound by any other organization on the YouTube platform. Your boundaries are the YouTube user license agreement that you signed up when you wanted to be on their platform. So you can do whatever you like on this platform, full stop.
Yeah, it's an interesting one,
but if someone's going to bully you and tell you you must not do that, then it doesn't matter what you say to them; they won't understand. The whole world of social media is not. There's no real like enforcer or anything like that. There are laws around, what you can do, and using bits and pieces of people's footage and things like that. But yeah, I just don't think it's the right way to go, since all the community was supporting this platform from day one. When for many seasons it wasn't running well at all, and we're paying our money and just throwing it over there, and anyway, that's my 2 cents.
No, it's great. That's what I like about these platforms, because every opinion's heard, whether we agree with them, whether we don't agree with them. That's what it's here for. I mean, we could argue through the roof through live commentary, because it's just such a weird situation. It's
so I'll put it this way, right? So I'll use a name. So Engen said, please don't do this. So does that mean is that to me as well, as a fan out there? Like, should I sit at home in a corner? I can't afford to pay the pay-per-view, so do I just sit at home, twiddle my thumbs, wait till it comes out on YouTube? Like, where does it end? So everyone's going to get their money at the end of the day, and I think if we don't try and control everyone, this whole arm wrestling experience is going to be a lot more fun. One thing that I get tired of is having to hear people like Neil Pickup having to give excuses for things because fans are upset, and I don't think he needs to do that. And it's the same for Engen. I think Engen needs to stop reading the social media, just ignore all that stuff. And life gets on. Like, everyone can say what they like in the chat, whatever, but you don't have to let it affect you. You don't have to read it. Just let it tick on by, get sucked up into the YouTube hard disk drives, whatever. Don't worry about it. And yeah, I feel sorry, like when I watch Arm Wars, and they're always having to say sorry this, sorry that. I don't think they have to say sorry to anyone. I think all that needs to be done is, like, Matt Connolly and the AWE need to explain to the community what they're trying to do and how we can support them. Engen needs to explain what we need to do, how we can support them. But I think Engen's forgotten who pays the money to support his brand, and that's me. I'm one little piece in the pie, but there's many pieces, and you can easily tick off the arm wrestling community, and we can all just run away and go somewhere else, right?
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully everyone gets up and about, and
we can all go follow AWE.
I'm having these conversations. I've been having these conversations back at King of the Table 3. Like, so for me, it's like, here we go again. So I know when new people come in, they have their say, or now it's becoming a bit more public of what's going on. But like, all the time, like 6 hours before, I'd get a phone call. Don't do live commentary. I'd have a chat. Let's have a chat. Okay. Do live commentary. Promote the event. Like I have been doing for the last 6 weeks. So yeah, it's. Look, I think this whole new issue, like what we've been doing for the last month, if Ryan didn't reply straight away, it wouldn't have mattered. This would have been swept under the rug.
Yeah.
But because Engen directed it, really angry at Ryan, Ryan responded not the way Engen wanted. So then it was doubling down, kill. And it just got a little bit out of control. So.
Well, my advice to everyone that runs all these platforms is, you don't have to explain yourself to anyone. If anyone's attacking you or anything like that, like, just you don't really have to enter into their little world of grief and arguments. Like, I just hope the arm wrestling community stops all this bickering and fighting that goes on every now and then. But I don't think it's normal. I think it's just growing pains. I think we're all like at the teenager stage. We're at the baby step stage a few years ago, but now we're like teenagers. We're like, hey, I want to do it my way. But, you know, we're going to have to grow through those growing pains and then grow up a bit. And, yeah, the cream will rise to the top, Matt.
Yeah. Growing pains.
Yeah. This organization will rise to the
top. There you go. Just get behind Marcus Thompson. He says, an arm gods, we bully the bullies.
Yeah.
Marcus is the classic example of somebody who loves arm wrestling and is in a position that he can show his support at a higher level. And I see him across every channel, every live. He's helping people out. And then, you know, if he's putting on his own promotion, of course, I'm going to go and I'm going to support him in any which way I can, because I see the level of support he's giving everybody else. I see that in the arm wrestling community all over the place. I mean, even when you go to training and people are explaining how to beat them, you know, it's like, no, when you're gripping up like this, you need to do that. And everyone's trying to help each other get better. I feel like the community is really involved in that way. And, you know, maybe there's some hostility between certain people regarding certain topics, but I think overall, this community is amazing, and there's amazing people in here. Everyone incredibly supportive and excited with where it's going. And to see all these organizations start springing up shows to me that it's like we're doing the right thing. Like, people want to start pushing arm wrestling around the world, and you're seeing Arm Gods, you're seeing Monster Factory, you're seeing AWE, you're seeing, you know, these big organizations that are in place, and it's like, this is incredible. You know, the sport's growing. It's all sort of coming together, which is just amazing. And, you know, seeing the people, I mean, we've got people in the chat right now, and you know, Jake growing to 10,000 subscribers and being able to quit his full-time job. Like, I was incredibly excited when that moment came for you. I remember I rang you. I think
it really was. He sent me a video.
Yeah.
I still got it.
Yeah, so happy to see that, because it's like you did it, you made it, and it was through arm wrestling, of all things, you know. And it wasn't anyone just gave it to you. You had to earn it, and it was earned through the community support, which is just amazing. So
and it's during this 25 hour fiasco. It's been brilliant.
Can I ask you a question, Jake?
No, Dom, you've run out of questions. Pete? No, I'm only joking, Dom.
Sorry, mate. Whatever happened to Mazurenko and his crowd and his promotions and all that?
The war. He's heavily involved in that.
Okay, we won't go on any further, okay?
Yeah.
The conversation killer right there.
Yeah, heavily
all right.
That's a great way just for any question.
He went, you know, some people left. He went in head first.
All right. What about so like Matt, like in the, you know, around the world, there's all these different, like WAF and all these different, like there was WOW and PAL and all these different things. Like I haven't really looked too much into how they came about. And so do you feel like because you started your own sort of promotions, you're free from any sort of like people trying to sort of control you in some way?
Yeah, as I said before, I mean, coming from being a fan of arm wrestling, and it's like, I think we can do it this way, and I think that it will be the way that will be most effective from what we want to achieve in terms of, you know, the community being happy with what we're presenting. We're putting on high level production packages. We're learning. We're having a whole ton of fun doing it as well. I wouldn't do this if it wasn't fun. I literally haven't slept for like 3 days, and I was so excited to get on here, and I was like, I've got to get on with Jake, and I've only got 25 hours to do it. Like, that's how busy I've been.
Only 25 hours.
I literally was lucky to scrape in to get here. But yeah, in terms of what we're looking at with other organizations, I hope they do well, and I'm not in my frame of view is I'm not concerned with what they do, really. If they put on great events, I'll watch them and I'll be excited for them. But I won't be in conflict with anybody. If they are not happy with something we've done, well, that's our thing. You do your thing, you know. So we're very much focused on this is where we're headed. It could be no other organizations. We'll still be going in the same direction.
Are you like the first in the country in Australia to be or did Ryan had some promotional?
Ryan had arm fights. We had he ran arm fights for a little bit. We also had Garage Wars. They've had a couple of events.
Yeah. I
So,
mean, they're all still fun. The smaller events, they're all still fun to watch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as long as it's fun. That's the whole point. As long as it's fun, and it's
You're always smiling anyway, Matt. That's great.
It's painted on. I'm frowning under the beard. No, I have a great time. I love the sport.
Hey, I'm gonna ask Pete a question. So tell us about the Spartans Arm Wrestling Club that you're a part of, Pete, and how did you get involved?
He's not an arm wrestler. He's an arm wrestler enjoyer.
Is that where you started?
I just enjoy being around it.
Is that where you started, Pete?
Yeah, well, it was only Spartans. I think it's been a couple of years since it's been called the Spartans in Sydney. But before, I guess COVID, you'd be lucky to get like I think a dozen guys on a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And I started, around 5 years ago. I remember seeing, the big dogs. You got Mario, you got Adam Lara, both people at AWE.
Yeah.
You got Oz, who hosts in Sydney, and does Time for the Sport, organizing everything in New South Wales, etc. I'm not, people ask me like, why did you get into arm wrestling? That's like one of the first questions they kind of have. They're like, oh, unless they're like, oh, right. It goes one of two ways. It can be like, oh, why would you do that? Or it can go, oh, that's really interesting. Like that's very specific.
Yeah.
And I've struggled to really think of a proper why. I think it's because it's so specialized and it's a very specific form, like so specialized but so widely available, right? Anyone can just arm wrestle. But the Sydney club has been growing at like an astronomical rate ever since, the COVID kind of bubble where everyone was just stewing inside and just thinking, man, like what do I want to do with my life? And then you have Larry Wheels putting up videos of him arm wrestling and they're like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And now we're getting a few dozen people each week pretty consistently. The whole street is crowded with cars. It never used to be that way. It's actually sometimes difficult to park there if you come late.
Yeah, your club's awesome.
Yeah, and awesome community, I think, in terms of like we never have any drama. We love talking badly about other clubs, but that's about it. But I'm kidding, we don't. But
it's good vibes. Good vibes at Sydney Spartans. They're just having a crack at really building their new Instagram page. Actually, having a chat with Oz's wife, so she's trying to build that. So if anyone wants to go follow the Sydney Spartans on Instagram, go do it because they're really good people. Oz and his wife looked after me at the New South Wales state titles last year, and every time I see pictures and photos and videos and everything, like you were saying, Pete, 40 people there. Like it's ridiculous.
Production and value across the board, and not just at our club.
It's like in Oz's backyard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just in his backyard. I tell people, they're like, "Oh, so like, where do you train?" I'm like, "I just some dude's backyard." It's like, and you go there for the first time. It's easier now, I think, because you see all the cars on the street. But when it wasn't like that, you go there, and there's no. So you have to go up, the driveway. You go up the side of the house, whatever. But there's no lights. So you just have to like kind of awkwardly go along the side of the house on this uneven ground, and it's all dimly lit, and you can't hear anyone until you're basically in the backyard. So you're just kind of hoping like, oh God, I hope I'm not just straight up trespassing right now on some random stranger. And then you actually get there and you're like, oh cool, yeah, this is a real thing, and you get to know the people, and that's really the best part. I don't think anyone would stick around in arm wrestling if for that long if it's not for the community, really.
Yeah, we started on the driveway. Tim Graham had the South Australian club on his driveway. It was like 4 people when I first started going, and now we've grown it. We've moved into a community centre, and we average about 40 people each week. So yeah, it's really growing.
Yeah. Irfan, to answer your question, mate, it's been a nice, cool day here. My seat isn't sweaty at all. It's not sweaty at all. So as I'm saying it out loud, I'm as baffled as you are. I'm giving it a double check so I don't lie. No, my chair is going all right. But the good news is we have 3.5 hours to go. That's it. 3.
Who have you had on so far, Jake? Because I've missed a lot of it.
Devon, Auden, Ron Bath, Neil Pickup, Gary Roberts, the famous Dunn, Crazy Uncle Jim. Them two stole the show. If you ever catch their highlights, they were hilarious.
You had Ryan Bowen, yeah.
Ryan's come on, Uncle John, Jody Williams, Victoria Carlson, Carolina Peterson, Dom, Hollywood McConnelly. Need a new nickname. Hey, can we just give some nicknames for Matt? Giving himself his own nickname, and we've already got a Hollywood. Of course, I got Pistol Pete.
Yeah, can you give me a new nickname? Actually, I'll give you a new nickname, Matt, and you can give me a new nickname, and then we'll validate each other that way.
All right, let's get the Punisher. Let's get the Punisher Pete a new nickname. I'm just trying to think. Paul Maiden came on. Daniel Uric got pretty drunk and was about to fall asleep, but he was on for a bit. Who else was on, guys?
Oh, Cobra was great.
Ryan Grondon and Joe Nelson were hilarious. We had what
about that metal guy?
Metal 365. He's got a sweeter voice than you, Matt. This dude owns voiceovers. Metal awesome. 365. He was awesome. He was great. Just a fan that jumped in. If anyone else can let me know, I reckon we've had about 20, 25 guests. A lot had to pull out. Matt Mask, Jerry Cataret, Code Trey, Sandra Shedez, Jerry Cataret, Todd Zilla.
Did Ryan Bowen name them as opponents, and that's why they had to pull out?
Yeah, they didn't want to get injured. Of course. Thank you, Irving, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler, and Zadie have jumped in the chat. More importantly, I've been averaging about 100 people the whole time.
Wow.
And I know, like with 2 hours to go, if we all share it around, it'll fly through the end. I think the most we had at one stage was 170 people during this, but it wasn't just 170. Oh, my brother came on. Retro Reister came on. That was pretty cool.
Was that the brother, the jiu-jitsu guy that last time he popped in for a chat, he threatened to choke everyone out or something?
He just tease off on everyone. He's a funny guy. Just tease off on everyone. Cheers, Parlin. Cheers, everyone that is on there. Ryan, Final Destination is so cursed. Yeah, no, we didn't forget crazy Uncle Jim. Sanders had to wash his hair. That's why he pulled out from Not My Monkeys, Not My Circus. But you should have seen it. I broke the world record for most
words spoken
marriage proposals in a live stream.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, with Vicky Carlson. And
Carolina Peterson and Vicky Carlson come on. And Matt, I had one of the biggest blunders in my arm wrestling career. So my wife was upstairs and she looks at the phone and it's Uncle John and I. As she's getting Zadie and playing with Zeus and she's coming down, Carolina and Vicky came on. Now, we spent some time together in Norway. There's a big crew of us. And we started jaw-jacking because we didn't actually grip up on the table. And, we were going to go. And then as my wife comes in, she's like, oh, hello? She didn't care, but, it's like, I thought you were talking to Uncle John. Now you got 2 Swedish women on the screen. And then I proceed to tell them that I would smash them both at the same time.
Ooh.
While my wife was here, as I was saying before, if there was a gold medal in backtracking, mate. I was the quickest. I was like, no, I will arm wrestle you both simultaneously and beat you. But I just came in, and as soon as I said it, everyone was after me. The chat was awesome. The girls were laughing. It was really good. Oh, Matt Rhodes, owner of King of the Table, came on. He's got some great news coming the day after King of the Table.
Who's the Swedish guy?
Oh, Criggy. Thank you. Criggy came on, and then we had a 13-year-old Swedish superstar, Edwin. He came on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any surprises? Anyone that you were very surprised that popped in?
Nah, because they all messaged me.
Oh. Okay. It is so cool to see the elite guys in the sport are all popping in to this channel. You know, it's just incredible.
It really is, Matt. It really is. As my brother jumps in, he goes, "Don't forget those two good-looking broads."
The ones that you smash.
I said them at him, you jerk. That's my younger brother. It was. I still find it pretty cool. You know, like people could be doing anything else, but they're like, hang on, there's this weird Australian dude just doing a stream for as long as he can. As my mother-in-law's in the chat, she says, hi again. Still looking good and full of energy. Well done. My man, Niagara Slammers in the chat. What is happening? Niagara,
I did get my T-shirt from you actually the other day. So people can order a T-shirt from you, an Aussie Armwrestler T-shirt.
Yeah, it's like I've got them, so
but don't order them.
you can people can order them. What I've got left. The problem is, like I sent one to the States, and it's $30 for the T-shirt, $35 for shipping. So I'm like, you guys can pick up the last ones. We're going to try and see if I can push these ones like to Australians. I got to see what sizes I got left. I got to set a couple of freebies out. I might like later on in the week do some giveaways and things like that because this has been relatively successful. Big B came on, which was pretty cool.
Jake, do you sign T-shirts ever? Do you sign your own merch?
No, but I do have the record for the highest paid arm wrestling trading card on the planet.
Amazing.
See, that's sick.
I sold one. It's in a safe place because I've got to take it with me on my next trip. But I sold one for $1,500 US.
Oh, yeah. I would have paid for the trip.
Almost as much as no, I think the trophy bid is way higher, right?
Mate, that trophy 100. I'm not competing.
100,000.
100 grand. Is that 100 grand US? Wait,
I'll take 100K,
mind. Yeah.
You're thinking about challenging for the title.
But
I'd rather pay off that my headset.
Uncle John and I are whipping out some arm wrestling cards, and we've got 2 elites, 2 YouTubers, and an in-betweener for our first set. And one of the elites are going to, they'll be a limited edition signed card. And we got an awesome guy who does trading cards all around the world. Ours will smash everyone's out the park, and we'll probably sell them in packets, so you get a full set every packet.
Platinum cards.
They're going to be brilliant.
Will they be foiled? Will they be shiny and foiled?
Mate, mate,
be
I will be embarrassed if they're shiny and foiled because these will be better.
There'll be 3D.
You get a stick of gum in there as well.
I wish. I was pushing for that. Matt. I would have loved a sticky gum, but hopefully on Maximum Bang Monday we can announce the full lineup. We've got the elite and the elite that's going to sign it. It's now just a matter we're just landing that one more person.
And if somebody does want to order a shirt from you, how do they do that?
Just message me. Just message me, guys. Just message me. I got to see what sizes I have left. Peter, Pumpkin Eater. I've been going for, I got to count, almost 22 hours. Almost 22 hours. Yeah, so there we go. Almost 22 hours.
I'm going to grab my shirt.
Costa, you are the only one getting an Uncle John signed card because I know how much you don't want a signed card. Yeah, mate, the guys would love to say hi. So stick around, guys. I just got a message. Someone might jump on for 10, 15 minutes and just say g'day. Which is good.
It's interesting the hobbies that us arm wrestlers have outside of arm wrestling, obviously. Like there's board games, Funko Pops, trading cards.
I'm all of them.
Yeah, there's a guy really into Funko Pops in Sydney.
Oh, what's going on here?
Oh.
Oh,
it's see-through with your green screen.
Let me fix it. I'll fix it up.
I got one somewhere too.
Yeah, you and Josh.
Better look for it.
young Josh.
Yeah.
Edward, what did you miss? I don't know. 15 hours of awesome content. Edwin spent a bit of time on, so I really appreciate that. Edwin, did I see Arm Gods guards coming out? Stats number 1. You could make really good Arm Gods coasters because, man, those guys can drink.
Hey, Jake.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
So this Mindorgus Dolskus, you met him, did you?
Yep.
Or Mindorgus? I'm not sure how you pronounce his name.
Mindigus.
So he's kind of like this fellow that's gone under the radar a bit, don't you think?
Undefeated in the UK. He's the Arm Gods heavyweight champion.
Like he really put up a good fight. His name escapes me. The guy that went Austin Jagers, right?
Yeah, he beat Austin 4-2.
Yeah.
I can't remember if that was left or right arm. He did well against.
Is it Sandras?
Awesome, no. Neil. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
So how come no one's talking about Mindorgus in any of these sort of stuff? Like he's kind of just under the radar type of fellow. Like he's way strong. Like
needs to promote himself. Not a lot of people to promote him.
When you roll around. When you roll around for arm wrestling maths, Mindigus lost to Sandras. So then when you look at the size of Mindigus, he's a super heavyweight. Now, you look at all the super heavyweights and go, well, would they beat Sandras? Yes, they would. Then they would.
But we all have our bad days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So... Oh, and hello to your lovely wife. And
sorry, I wasn't interrupting. I was just saying hi.
That's my beautiful wife. We've got Dom. He's just moved from Canberra. He's in New South Wales. Nice. We've got the Predator, Pete, because of that mustache. He's from New South Wales.
I don't know about that one.
From South Australia, we've got Bollywood, Matt Connolly.
Bollywood.
Yeah, he gave himself his own nickname.
Oh no!
And we already have a Hollywood in arm wrestling.
That's true. Don Underwood.
And we ended up on the same podcast, which I never thought would happen.
No, we've got a dragon.
Pete the Dragon.
Pete the Dragon.
Pete the Dragon. Look, I'll take anything over pistol.
Pumpkin, yeah.
Has Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler had a nickname apart from Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler?
She has.
It's so funny being called Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler. No, not really. Just my mum and I call each other Ducky, so she would say hi, Ducky. I don't know why.
Yeah,
but like no one else really does.
No, we don't. We've just got all the beautiful pet names for each other.
Babe, my love.
Yeah, I call you everything. You call me Oi. Not tonight. What other nickname?
Jermaine.
No, we used to, we don't have like actual fun nicknames. It's all your usual lovey-dovey ones because we're just annoyingly lovey-dovey.
Fantastic.
Even after the Swedish Norwegian incident.
Yeah. See, even got a foot massage after my big mistake. That's how
I got to try and find that. I got to clip it. It's gonna be awesome.
So Dom, this is a 5'1", 50-kilo woman who wears an hoodie.
Wears an hoodie, teasing me.
No. When Dom came on, he's 6'2", powerful arm wrestler wearing a koala hoodie.
Fake news.
Wait, Dom was the hoodie
Fake
wearer,
news.
Partner was wearing the hoodie.
No.
Your husband's
He got
hallucinating.
his wife to say take it off.
Oh, put it on. Do it. Hoodie party.
Just lean into it, Dom.
Okay. Well.
Pete, what has been your? I gotta find out from Pete this.
Sorry, Mario's here.
Your favorite arm wrestling match that's ever taken place for you, your opinion. Your favorite.
Doorbell's ringing. I have to get Mario. I'll think about it. I'll be right back.
No, funny Mario.
What
about you?
What was the question?
Favorite arm wrestling match that's ever taken place in your opinion? Your favorite match?
Well, it's either Levan versus Hermes or Dave Chapey versus Vitali because I was there.
Yeah, that was incredible. Both very good picks.
Yeah, they are boring answers, but for me, I was there. Like at the first, I think there's so much story before because at the it was the first King of the Table. I felt like we had all hit the big time, like this dude. We were all there together, but then everyone wrote the pay-per-view off. Boring matches. You've got Schoolboy. You got Ryan Bowen. But then we had the left-hand banger between Morozov and Dadakan. Everyone was like, Dave and Vitali, what a bad main event. And it turned into one of the best matches ever. The story, the atmosphere. It was brilliant.
Not as brilliant as that. That hoodie. That's so good.
There you go. That's proof there. That's Jess's mum. Hi, Ducky.
Hey,
Oh,
Ducky.
you got yours on. Hey, Ducky.
Hey,
we're ruining your tough man.
Hey, Ducky.
Where's your
hey,
hoodie, Matt?
Yeah. I bought my wife this week, but
look who's in the house.
Mr. Mario Tembagas, Daniel Oryx's favorite arm wrestler in the house.
Oh, yeah.
How did he appear when not in his own box? He's like amazing.
Mario's magic.
Wow.
Mario can do what he wants. If Mario takes a step back, he'll be in Dom's box. If Mario wants to, because that's how magic he is. He really is, and then he'll get bored and he'll pop up and he'll be in my lap.
Did he go through the little green tube?
Mario is the Matrix.
Mario, you don't even get it.
Oh, you did a Mario Brothers reference.
I've arm wrestled Mario once, Jake, at the New South Wales titles last year. You did a King of the Table.
Yes.
Drinking a beer in the other hand.
No, I put 5 minutes on the clock, and if anyone pinned him, he laid down Lachlan.
Flash pinning everyone.
On stream or is that not kosher?
Yeah. Thank you very much, STP.
Daniel was drinking the whole time.
But everyone's back in the chat. The Fox 8 Ball is in the chat. He's up and about. The Drew 24 is up and about. So everyone's being really nice. What else have we got? 3 hours. That's less time it takes to watch the Titanic. Hey, we're about to hit. Look at this, babe. In 2 minutes, it'll be officially 3 hours to go. I mean, not bad.
You're handling it well. You look like you could go for another 24 after this. You look
if the super chats roll in, I'll be greedy. If the super chats come in and I hit 20,000 subscribers, then I'll go another 24 hours.
We need some Russian bots to hit that.
No bot. No bot. They all have to comment ready bang.
If I don't look, it sounds like you're talking to Bowen, but that's not.
He's had that before.
He sounds.
That's
You
right.
sound like.
I don't think he does.
Really?
But a lot of people say it that's Ryan Bowen's twin voice.
Yeah. No, I
It
hear
is
it.
Pretty similar.
One of my favorite games that I've been playing is I have a video of when I'm talking to Ryan on our podcast, and I'll turn the screen away from people, and then I'll play like a random bit. I'll be like, "Was that me? Or was that Ryan?" And they always get it wrong, and I'm like, "No, that wasn't me." It's amazing. I love it. And my own kids get it wrong.
Yeah,
Wow.
like,
rough.
yeah, it's very similar though. Like it might not be exact, but
Are you from the same region or?
He's from he's from Queensland. I'm from Adelaide, so no.
I don't feel like it's the accent though, like because I don't hear accent. I just feel like it's the tone.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Drum.
Yeah, I've heard it.
I don't know. It's a similar.
I think it's hilarious. Yeah, I love when we do a video together and all the comments are like, "Why is Ryan talking to himself?" Like, this is.
Yeah. It's, just to answer James M, this hot chick next to me is my wife and the mother of our
it's very
beautiful,
sweet.
beautiful daughter, which is
Who's
good.
asleep? Woo!
Yeah. Daryl Hart says, my wifey has a Gryffindor hoodie, daughter has a Ravenclaw one, and my son has a dinosaur one.
Yeah.
See, Matt, when you get given a nickname, you should keep it like my man Tim, the Dungeon Master. I gave him that nickname, and he's a legend. And now he's the most famous person in his own country. He says, morning all, Jake, still going strong.
Who
Mate.
gave you the nickname Jermaine Boom?
That was a discussion I was having with my brother, and we were merging old school classic video games. And it came from one of our favorite street, side motion. It was a mixture of Street Fighter, Sonic Boom, and then there was a guy named Jermaine in a game called Vendetta.
Side-scrolling beat 'em up.
Thank you. That's what I was after to say.
Yeah, I got one of those emulator things with like a million games on it. Just recently, you spend more time looking at what games are on there than actually playing them. But Vendetta is
right. That's why I never get one. Brian Teals up and about. He says, waking up to Mrs. Aussie starts the day with a smile. It does for me. I hope you're not waking up to Mrs. Aussie there, Brian. I do go away a lot.
Thanks, Brian.
Where are you from, Brian?
Hey, quickly, I'm going to head. I'm not sure what my favorite match is.
Get Mario on. Get Mario on.
Yeah, later.
You only got 3 hours.
Later.
Enjoy your night, Pete. Thanks for jumping on, mate. Appreciate it, buddy.
It
was good to see you at the state titles, and hopefully I will see you sooner rather than later. Table IQ, everybody. Table IQ. He needs a new nickname.
Armwrestling enjoyer. Okay, have a good one, guys.
Armwrestling enjoyer.
Enthusiast.
You know, Zeus has an Udi.
No, he does too. Bloody hell. Super chat hour, happy hour, last hour. Super chat, happy last hour.
Has anyone stayed in the stream the whole time?
Oh, a lot of them have. Answer him, guys. A lot of you have been in the stream the whole time. I reckon a lot of them, as Neil has something illegal behind him. Because he's blurted out. Jeez, it was funny. It was
Swedish girls, Jake. Swedish girls.
No, don't get me in any more trouble. It was really funny. I don't want to talk about what happened earlier, Neil, but there was like 5 of us on the screen, and Neil was pushed over to the side, and Neil was sat like that, and he had a stone wall face on, like he was ready to tee off. He got a bit passionate, and he teed off. The problem was, underneath Neil was a body and an arm doing this. It was the bottom of my photo.
She didn't take him seriously.
So poor Neil, I was like, mate, before you go, you look hilarious right there.
Poor Neil.
And then Neil's off the race. and that's what happened hours ago.
Oh,
But,
I feel you, Neil. It's when Jake says, "Oh, you still look cute when I'm angry," and it's like, no, let me be
He
angry.
doesn't lay that one on you, does he? Oh, that's bad.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My wife's got a
like
similar
Neil.
put down. She just says you look a wanker all the time. So I have that, that's what I have to deal with just constantly, mate. Check out Matt Connolly's beard. What about that?
It's a beard. I just put it on before. That's a
quality beard right there, mate.
Yeah, well, I have to update all my social media stuff because as you see behind me, somebody said it looks like Ben Shapiro, the little graphic I've got there with no beard.
You're very clean. You're a different man.
I'm 20% stronger.
There you go. Thank you, Peter, for the £1 sticker. Lazy Hook knows what's up. He says, Mrs. Aussie, better than the Swedish girls.
No way. Mate.
Fox wants a double bicep pose. From Neil. He wanted it, not from you, mate.
I thought he meant from me.
From everyone. There we go.
Yeah, it's good. To be fair, mate, it's absolutely rock solid.
Oh, it'd be good if I could arm wrestle as good as that as well. I could look the look. I can't walk the walk.
I'm gonna let you be more
Hey, Jake.
Yeah, Dom.
I'd like to thank your friend Neil. Hi, Neil.
Hey, mate. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Yeah, you really kept me going through the COVID years with your promotions. So
thank you, Dom.
I was very entertained, and I found it very exciting. I always loved watching the energy and the build up through the, when you have your guys talk about what they're going to do through the match. I've always found your promotions to be really exciting, and yeah, everything. I've got no complaints or anything. Like, it's just been a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed the ride. I'm only a new fan and competitor in the sport for the past few years. But I've really look forward to when, you release your matches. And I love what you're doing in that house. I don't know where that house is. It must be up on a big hill somewhere or something, but it's a lot of fun. I really, just want to say thank you.
Appreciate it.
Got me through the COVID, mate. Seriously.
Thank you very much indeed, and that's great to hear. I mean, to be honest, it's really good to hear, because a lot of the guys we're trying to target are the casual fans, the new fans, to try and bring them in to the game, just to add a little bit of spice. It's a fine balance to try to put inject enough character in there. Truth be known, we're nowhere near where we want to be. We want to get a lot more. And people that watch the channel regularly will see we've experimented with different formats within a format, if you will.
Yeah.
So we're trying different things. I think that feedback like that's wonderful. I love to hear it. Some people will love it, some people will hate it. Everybody's got their own feel. For what we are trying to do is we see ourselves very, very different from what we were. So Arm Wars back in the day when we did the archive was much more along the lines of, okay, it's going to be geared around the arm wrestlers, around the elite guys. I mean, we did the original top 8, the gathering on the rooftop in Vegas, where we got the very best of the best in the super heavyweights. Right now, that mantle's taken, and really well taken, by East versus West. Power to them. King of the table, same thing. So we feel like that's catered for. So it felt like a really good opportunity to try to do something that I'd always wanted to do, which was to go more down the pre-produced route to a large extent with the backgrounds and so on. So you've got the match itself, but then you piece the match up and try and allow guys to inject a little more character. The primary consideration there for myself was always to give a platform for new characters to emerge, because a lot of the guys that are still going in the sport came through the original Arm War series. Devon's one of them, obviously, and there are many more. But if those guys are the only guys, then who's the next crop? And there's so much exciting talent coming through. And it's funny, we actually did a show last night. Justin Hyatt from the USA was on a show. Just a kid from the States, but got huge potential. And he was pulling another one of my personal favourite pullers, a fellow called Kieran Morrison. God bless you, Kieran, if you're out there and you see this. Great lad, Kieran Morrison from Scotland.
Yeah.
some of the comments were like, "Oh, these Dustin's shy. He's quiet. He's not really an exciting character." You said you wanted to make it about characters. The thing I would say is, if you do your homework and check back on the original Arm Wars archive and you watch the emergence of Devon Larratt, you watch the early Devon Larratt when he was quiet and he was reserved and respectful, magnificent arm wrestler, and always had that charisma off the camera. Always had that warmth, that endearing quality. Very unique, special individual. But I'm not trying to draw parallels between Dustin and Devon at all. But what I would say is that within a young man like Dustin, who's got great character, we may not have seen it yet. He was very much rabbit in the headlights in his first outing with Arm Wars. I think that guy's got the opportunity to grow. He's a fabulous puller. He's got everything there. Good-looking kid. Does the thing as well as you can do it at that age. You've got a kid over in Oz. Jamie Barrett's another one. Getting these youngsters to come through. Who knows where Dustin's going to be? Who knows where Jamie Barrett's going to be in 10 years? But if they never get a shot, we won't know. So
yeah,
that's kind of where we're coming from. And thank you for the feedback, mate.
And now what was the thought process of having Devon in a battleground? He had a bit of bad internet, so we didn't get to talk about that. But everyone's telling me he made a video saying that he doesn't know who he's pulling.
Okay, I haven't seen that yet. Devon's put something out, has he?
I'm pretty sure because
I need to check that out.
Everyone was telling me. I've been stuck here, mate. Everyone was telling me that.
Well, he told me he would. He told me we actually spoke. When I first rang in yesterday, and then I got off. We spoke yesterday, and he said, "Am I okay to tell people that I'm going to be in Arm Wars again?" And I said, "Yeah," because the dark card has evolved as we sort of live and learn. But he said, "Yeah, go for it, mate." He said, "Well, it's quite difficult because I don't know a lot of the guys I'm going to be arm wrestling against and so on. I can't." I said, "Look, we don't need to talk about who you're pulling at this stage. And some of the details I don't even know yet, and I'm running the damn thing. They're for real. We don't know." So we're still actually trying to add things on, bolt things in, very much like we did last time. We've got opportunities potentially from guys that might be in transit from East versus West as well. A couple of people have said, "Hey, can I come to watch Dark Card?" And that gives me a bit of a problem because the honest answer is not really no. We don't want that. But there's certain guys that, and then it's, "Oh yeah, but I'd like to come and maybe I'd go on the other arm or something." And then you're like, "Oh, you mother! Why did you say?" Because then you start thinking, "Is that maybe we could do? Is that possible?" Truth be known, I don't really like doing an event just after another event. It's good in some ways. One of the real benefits and why that's come about a couple of times is because Devon is a goddamn psychopath and he wants to arm wrestle like today and then tomorrow. My son's only shown up.
I saw Dad was in a live. I was like, I wanted to join before it ends. So
quickly, Neil, Stones or the Beatles?
Oh, mate, I'm going to upset everybody. I'm Stones all day.
There you go.
I'm a massive Stones fan, mate. I love them. I like the Beatles too, actually. But Stones for me. Yeah.
Neil, are you like a father figure to all these young men that you've like brought up? And there's guys around your age as well. But are you like some father figure to them all? Or?
No, just Ray. And he's legally adopted Ray.
Ray, I love Ray. Ray's, you know what I like about Rolly Ray? Rolly Ray, you know how he says stay strong and love arm wrestling?
Yeah.
That lad, he loves arm wrestling.
Yeah. Look where he is.
I mean, he loves it. It is his life,
That's his house.
And no more to be said, really. I mean, yesterday I came on and I was trying to put the record straight on Ryan Bowen. But one thing I'll say about Ryan Bowen, I believe Ryan Bowen loves arm wrestling.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, the man loves arm wrestling. Do I respect that? Yeah, big time. That's why I invested a lot in Ryan and had Ryan's back for a long time. Lad loves arm wrestling. Yeah, I like people that like arm wrestling. No more to be said, really. You know,
Yeah,
but
you sold your horses there. Peter, thank you very much. He says, keep it going, Jake. We are rolling. We're 2 hours and 45 minutes away from the finish line as I go on and break my own record. Having a bit of fun.
How often do you take pee breaks? I have real questions. You know, all this is bullshit. Like, how often do you take pee breaks? Do you have a bucket right there?
I've only taken 2 because I've really slowly hydrated myself all the time. So I was hardly ever away from the camera. I think I've been away from the camera for less than a minute.
Okay. So then that was number 1. Number 2 is number 2.
I haven't done a number 2 because I have eaten. Oh, well, I've had a bit of a bad lunch and bad dinner. So I'll probably do a number 2 when this is all done. But I didn't eat last night. The first half of it I didn't eat because I don't eat at night time. And then had a lovely fruit brekkie. Everything was up and about. It was really good. And then haven't been ready for a number 2 yet.
I just like a low level there early, Ray. Cheers, dude. Yeah. Oh, no.
I was talking, I love people who love arm wrestling. I'm like, have you taken a shit, man?
Yeah, where did we go?
I did though, Ray, in the spa when we were in the spa together at Norway. That's why I had to get out. We're having a chat in the spa there. Yeah, we should go because I just done a big one in there.
Horrendous.
I couldn't.
Well, that's a leveling shot right there. How are you doing anyway, Jake? You okay?
Absolutely, mate. You will not find a happier bloke on the planet than me. Genuinely, you know, it's not a facade or anything for the camera. I love my life outside of the screen. I've got a bloke from Latvia that I've seen twice this year. Like, I caught up with Ray in Dubai in February, and then we caught up in Norway. Now, I would never ever dream that I'd be going to these countries. Never thought in a million years, you know, that, well, probably, I knew it was going to happen, but I didn't think it would happen so quickly that I could really take the plunge in making arm wrestling a full-time gig. You know, whether it's here locally or abroad attending events. Arm wrestling's only getting bigger. I'm very lucky that the elites like yourself, Neil and Ray, that it's not a matter of begging and things like that. You guys, whatever level it is, I just have to say, hey, you want to come on? Yeah, man, just tell me when. Cool. Ray, want to come on? Yeah, cool. No worries. I'll get on and things like that. So, you know, Devon jumped on with his son. You know, Ron Barth, I think, apologized to me 4 times because he had crap internet. You know, these are, you know, genuine legends of the sport that I call my friends, including everyone in the chat. To sit there and have 100 people hang out with me for 25 hours. And then when it's all done, I'm just going to go hang out with my family when I go to bed, mate. My wife's healthy. She's had 2 amazing clear checkups in the past 6 months. You know, I shared the journey with everyone when I first started in arm wrestling about her battling through what she had to, but we won't go too into that anymore. That's all done. A daughter upstairs that we're told we're never going to have. She's upstairs trying to practice her ready.
I saw that on the show. What a little sweetheart. She's beautiful.
I know. Thank God she takes after her mum. Oh, we dodged the bullet there. We dodged the bullet because if she got any of my looks, she was in all sorts of trouble. But it was very lucky, very, very honoured. And we've got a big date on January 4th because I've got a photo of my wife in the middle of chemo, bald as a badger, June 4th. Mm-hmm. Then 365 days later, I took a photo of her and she's pregnant. And 365 days later, to the exact day, we took her home from the hospital. And now, 365 days after that, we're going to celebrate her first birthday, and the full circle has come. So, whether it's on the table or off the table, absolutely loving life. And You know, like I know you got fired up earlier, Neil, but you know, you come back and just all about fun. You know, all about fun here. Come and relax, chill out, say some stupid shit. I'll answer Ray's questions about having a couple of boos, and we move on, man. I love life, and I can't express it enough.
You know what? Yes, just coming back onto your comment there on yesterday, I wasn't actually that fired up or angry. I was passionate about it and meant every word.
Yeah, passionate.
Very controlled in that respect, Jake. I meant every word, and it was all. That's it. That's the situation. Look, the reality was, mate, that you sit back. I didn't want to engage in that kind of thing. Ryan himself goes on and says Neil love bombs everyone. There's a point where you're like, well, hang on a minute, mate. Hang on. And that was it. That was yesterday. I just did the situation. Yeah. So much stuff had been put out there. I mean, Ryan banned from the fix. Ryan was never banned from the fix. Simple. He just was not banned from the fix. It's as simple as that. It's not. There's no emotion in it so much as it's just a fact.
Yeah, the comment section can be pretty nasty, and if you,
I'm just disappointed I have missed the whole life. I'm like, what is this conversation even talking about? What are they talking? Like, should I go for hour 1 to 9 or hour 9 to 8?
Yeah, no, mate, it was nothing really. It was, and it's nothing you don't. To be honest, Ray, it's nothing you don't know because we're all in the bloody group chat. So
I still love to be
missed anything. I purely and simply yesterday, came on and said, "This is the. That's it. Those are the facts. Leave it there. Done." Anyway, enough of that boring shit.
Yeah, no, Ray, if you need to go back and watch something, watch me tell Victoria Carlson and Carolina Peterson in front of my wife that I'll smash them both at the same time.
Oh, dear. Did you really, mate?
So Dom and Matt, sorry, and everyone in the chat has heard the story a few times, but I love sharing it. Wife was upstairs. Uncle John and I were on the show. Then my wife's like, "Oh, cool." Daughter wakes up and everything. Vicky and Carolina message me, "Hey, we want to come on the show." Awesome. Come on. My wife gets a daughter and the dog, and they come downstairs. He's like, "Hello," and I'm like, "Come on." And then my wife's, ready to say hi to Uncle John, but he had to go off and look after Harvey. Boom, got 2 Swedish women on the TV. And we were hanging out in Norway and we were bantering back and forth, "Oh, you ran away from me, Jake." I'm like, "No, you guys ran away from me. That's why we never gripped up." And then as my wife is sitting there and just as either she just said hello or already said hello, I was like, "You know what? I would absolutely smash the both of you at the same time." And as soon as I said it, everyone blew up. Everyone went nuts. And like I've said before, if there was an Olympic event for backtracking, mate, I was a gold medalist. I will arm wrestle you simultaneously and pin you both at the same time. But yeah, in front of my poor wife, I was smashing 2 Swedish women at the same time.
You know what? I was on for a bit while you had Carol and Victoria on as well, and I missed that. I'm gutted now. That was the best. Were they on for a long time then with you?
Yeah, they were on for, I reckon, a good 90 minutes. And I broke the record of most marriage proposals in the chat.
Yeah. Hey, joking aside, though, how cool are those girls? I mean, seriously, all the Swedish, I mean, never mind just the girls, the Swedish people generally. I love Sweden.
No,
absolutely ace.
Ray hates Swedish men.
Yeah, well, Ray is.
Because he comes over and oh, yeah, Jake, I'll come to the Hardanger Open, whatever, brings his Latvian team, and all these Swedish blokes think they're going to qualify for East versus West, and the Latvians just cleaned up. Kaspers, Ray, Giannis, they beat Patrick Berg, Nicholas Nastek, Glenn Bengston.
Hey,
and then
Tums
it was like,
mega, wasn't he?
Oh, Tums, superstar, the next big thing.
Beast that weekend.
Yeah,
looked really good.
Yeah, he was unreal. He took those matches late notice as well and flogged everyone.
Yeah, he's a beast, mate. Got a nucleus of talent there in Latvia. Obviously the MF chefs stand at the top.
Well, and
why do you think that is? What is it about Latvia that's setting them apart from everyone else?
My honest answer to that is that a lot of that comes from when you have genuine technical understanding of the sport, coupled with a tight-knit community within the sport that are all interacting and passing that on. Within there, you've got exceptional arm wrestling talent, like genuinely exceptional talent, and people who can understand it. One of them's on the screen right now. Ray understands arm wrestling to his core. Giannis, the Jedi, there it is. Guy understands the sport inside out, understands anatomy inside out. You've got a very, very, and culturally, the acceptance of the sport over there. But you've seen it before and you see it right now. Bulgaria is another one. If you look at the Swedish ladies arm wrestling, the reason that the Swedish ladies arm wrestling, it's not because all Swedish ladies are exceptional. It's because you go to Sweden, one of their cultural icons is Pippi Longstrump. Pippi Longstockings. Everybody, it's culturally accepted more than it is in other countries. I would love to see that example get out there again, and other countries, the ladies rise up and really throw themselves into the game. Because I'll tell you what, some of the ladies, like there's that thing in tennis where you will say, okay, the ladies' game might be more entertaining because you get more rallies.
Yeah,
because the power drops a little, but you are, in motor racing, when the cars are going that little bit slower, driving comes back in, and there's something there with lower level arm wrestling, and there's something there with ladies arm wrestling, in that you can sometimes get some unbelievable battles.
Except if you're Carolina Peterson and Victoria Alushina, because they will have the most boring match in arm wrestling.
I liked it. What can I tell you? I enjoyed that.
Ray and I were absolutely stitching them up, because I had the best seat in the house calling that action, and I was understanding what they were both trying to do. But if you were watching from the distance, like everyone in the crowd was, they weren't moving. Weren't moving, and it was quite hilarious. So the next morning, Carolina comes to breakfast, and she's expecting a bloody standing ovation, and then Ray and I just go whack.
Absolutely,
that was boring. We could have gone on holiday during the match.
We're unbelievably. Did anybody get a clock on them, Jake?
I do think one round went for 22 minutes. One round.
And was that live pulling for the 22 minutes?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sure one went for 22 and one went for 17. I think the whole pulling time was just over an hour.
Wow.
I still haven't posted it, and I haven't edited it because it's so freaking long.
Yeah. Yeah, Ray and I, we're going to make videos. We're going to play each round, and then like pack our bags and go to the bus stop.
Crazy George Vecchia Samkaradze back in the day in the States. Ridiculous. Sometimes it goes on. I think that was like 24 minutes. Gary Roberts has that on video.
But this was multiple rounds, though.
Yeah, stupid.
Was it restarts, or they were just stonewalling each other in the center?
Stonewalling.
Yeah, wow. Slightly lost their position, but hung on to it with their just caught up really and hung on to it in the center. Neither one had what they wanted, and both knew enough that if they overextended, they'd lose it. And it was just it was an absolute gridlocker.
It was two boa constrictors wrapped around each other, and the other was waiting for the other to exhale so they could squeeze more. And that's all right. So they both just sat there. And they just knew, like I always say, turn millimeters into magic. But they both knew at one stage, right, if I come, then, if I move this finger the wrong way, I'm in all sorts of trouble. And they both knew it. Because Victoria Lucian is like 11, 15-time world champion. And Carolina Peterson, at the moment, is pound for pound one of the best arm wrestlers.
Carol's resurgent right now. Carol's one of my favorite pullers in the world in the ladies. I mean, she's always has been. She was a mainstay in Arm Wars archive. If you look back, she pulled all up. We had some incredible stuff with Carol in there. In Island Law, the beach, Carol was involved in some stupid stuff. Yeah. Very, 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 very solid.
does come down to the commentator making that event interesting for the people watching, doesn't it? If they're going to be sitting in the middle, if you've got somebody that's good on the microphone that can keep people entertained and keep people interested in what's happening.
Jake turned so many haters and believers on that match, just that match alone. It was insane. Everyone's like, no one cared about the girls. They're like, someone won, and they're like, Jake.
Well, let's be honest. If the match hasn't got a great deal of dynamism, it's hard.
Yeah,
because the ebb and flow is more difficult. You know, you got to level out. There isn't that natural evolving ebb and flow over a not yet. So it's difficult to pattern that. So it's a hard ask. Good job.
Yeah, it was funny, like sitting at breakfast because Giannis was just like, he goes, man, how did you do it? I said, what do you mean? I said, I love commentating. He goes, no. How did you commentate that match? And it's like, I said, I don't know. I said, I just waffle on. We just go from there.
Ray, you all right, son?
I'm okay.
Yeah,
Jake.
Yo.
Can you guys tell me, and g'day, Ray. Only a few years ago, like Ray was like just Coach Ray, but then I've seen him develop into Ray the competitor, or has he always been a competitor? Because
always a competitor, mate. That the guy was too modest, effectively.
Because
Ray at FIBO Power in probably around, and Ray, correct me if I'm wrong here, 2014 was it?
2014.
2014. Ray pulled and beat Mosier in Arm Wars. Pulled and beat Daniel Mosier. So the guy is, he's high level. But obviously, some guys go to the forefront. You've got the lads like Giannis who were flying the flag for Latvia, and Ray's been too modest to fly his own flag in that respect. But those of us within the sport that knew where Ray was at and knew Ray's capability and pulling style, that's why I was so... You know what, mate? Actually, it's hit the nail on the head. He was one of the type of athletes that I was so keen, and I'm so keen to showcase in Arm Wars. And he's one of my favourite arm wrestlers. Frodo Hoagland be another one. But Ray's pulling style. How many boring matches have you seen Ray live pinching?
Nah,
all of them. Nah, he's exciting.
But like for me, I was introduced, like there was Coach Ray on his channel, but then suddenly he wanted to be out there more, be more exposed. And the first time I saw Ray was at the King of the Table match.
Mm-hmm.
So was Ray doing things with Arm Wars before that? Was he?
Yeah, I mean he was doing stuff all over the place. I mean, Ray. Well, how often were you pulling in Latvia?
Every competition, every time. But everyone's always asking me like, what changed? Of course, COVID changed, so everything closed up, and you can train for yourself, and you can focus on yourself, because people keep forgetting that I'm the president of the federation. So every competition I have to do, I have to invest mentally into it. So I'm up early. I'm nervous throughout the week. I can't compete because I have to overcheck every single thing. And sometimes someone will say, how many of the presidents of federation have became good athletes while they are presidents of federation? Because I've been president of federation since 2014, I would say. So all the time I've been kind of really arm wrestling seriously. I've been in a check of everything. So I can't. And now I kind of can push a little bit for myself. So I can take 2 weeks ago we had, or a week ago, I don't fucking know. We had Rig Open, and I competed like twice. It was Norway and Czech, and I did good. And I want to compete in Rig Open because it was good competition. When it came to compete, I was so tired, I couldn't stand. So I was like, I'm not going to compete. Like, I can't do it. So sometimes I will have the best scenario for me is I go to a competition with one or two of my athletes. So, and that's it. Because if there's more, I can't compete. Like, I'm not there because I'm too invested in them. Can that answer the question? Because people don't understand. Because it's like, it takes a lot out of me. Because I love this shit. And I do it, And what you see maybe on a screen, I do 20 different things more behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So, I remember running the event we had down here in South Australia a couple of years ago. It was a tournament, the first tournament that I'd ran, and I was also competing in it. And just trying to run everything, get the scores correctly, call the next opponents up. And I was refereeing at the same time as well. And then it'd be like, okay, the next match is John and me. Okay, and all of a sudden you're on the table. It's like and you haven't prepared, and then you're not ready. And you can't remember what happened 5 seconds ago from the previous match. It's just you're just obliterated with too much things going on at once.
Exactly that, Matt. It's hard, exhausting to do.
That's why I don't compete when I commentate because I'm just too knackered.
So is Bray happy just to enter tournaments and do Arm Wars stuff, or does he have someone in his sights?
No, I don't. I'm looking for fun matches, like matches that would test me. Like I like deep waters. Like the favorite thing what happened was me and Tom Holland, because that was really like in some of those rounds I questioned myself. I'm like, and that's what I really love. I want that kind of match. Like I want to pull Frode Hogland and Frode Hogland is Frode Hogland. That's what I really want. I had my shot like two years ago and I blew it and I wasn't ready. And I believe now I'm not only physically more ready, but mentally more ready. And I want that. I want to beat him in that long game. I don't want to flash pin him. I don't want to, hold for 5 seconds and then no. I want to make him feel how he made everyone else feel. That's what I want.
Ever been to Australia, Ray?
It's coming, July.
The Drew 24 is time stamped where I'm smashing 2 Swedish women at the same time.
There's a guy in it, Drew 24. There's so many guys in the chat, right? That I love a lot of these guys. Drew 24, man's always there. He's always there. He's positive. He's punching the stuff out there. He's backing channels. What a top bloke.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about our favorite arm wrestling matches, and the first time I've had opportunity I've had to talk to you, Neil. My favorite all-time match, you, Michael Todd, on the beach. You've got the sunny
fake.
The fake one.
The
fake one.
The fake match on the beach.
Don't ruin it for me, Jake. Best match I've ever seen.
Yeah,
so much
that was
so
awesome.
much back and forth. You couldn't have asked for a better match, and what a moment.
I'll tell you what, mate. Just on amazing matches, we've been blessed to have some killer pulls in Arm Wars over the years. If you've never seen Rombath versus Yoshi Kanai at Triple XL,
sexy,
mate. That was.
Hey, I got to jump off. Much love to all of you. Stay strong. Love arm wrestling, guys.
Speak to you soon, Ozzy.
See you later, mate.
That's a Tinder match. That's a Tinder match if I've ever seen it.
Ding.
Ray doesn't get off the phone that quick, but he only does it for 2 things. Neil pickup and women, and Neil's here. That is a Tinder match.
Mate, he's a fit lad, Ray. When we were over in Dubai, some of the lifts the lad does are remarkable. I mean, he was working with some of the. I mean, he was going up to like 65 kilo dumbbells. Like he's throwing around big weights. He's very, very fit lad. Really, really puts it in. I mean, right now he's he says he's as strong now as he's been for a long period of time, but he works hard. He really puts it in. Works very, very. I mean, you only have to watch for general health and fitness and strength. Look at Giannis Amelins. God, Giannis is 40 odd years old. You look at Giannis, man's an absolute athlete, absolute weapon.
He has like -% body fat.
Oh, mate,
like,
when
that's how his shape is.
It's calisthenics stuff that he does, and you just like, God, the man's power to weight ratio is very impressive. Very real athlete, that lad. He is.
I'm a big fan of the Iron House and what you've done there with the production stuff. I think it looks amazing. And as you said, you're the only ones that are doing post sort of editing. It's not live. You film it, and I'm amazingly impressed with how you've been able to keep the results suppressed. And I don't think anyone has leaked a result that I've heard of anyway.
No, it was led by the Ultimate Fighter approach, mate. A friend of mine, Michael Bisping, was involved in one of the early Ultimate Fighters.
Number 3.
And I was very impressed by that. I saw Mike actually. We went out to Vegas for the finals, and Mike was there. We bumped into each other in the lobby at the hotel there. I said, "Hey, Mike, how you doing?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Hey, how'd it go? How'd it go?" And Mike's like, "I can't tell you, mate. I can't tell you. Yeah, I'd love to tell. I did okay. I did, it's okay. I did okay." And I remember at the time thinking I was gasping to know, but Mike kept it zipped, and that that situation still presents itself. That was sort of the embryonic stage. I thought, and since then we've been trying to master that. I think we're trying to progress each time and evolve each time. I genuinely believe that that all the members and the guys that watch the shows, you'll see a lot better now at Iron House 3. We think 3 is way better. I thought 1 was really good. I didn't like 2 as much. There were some great matches in 2, but we got away from the feel a little bit. Just tried something different. Didn't for me work out. And the feel of the thing didn't work out. 3, we got back to it a lot.
I love finding out the characters, as you said, where you're building a story, and if somebody who's watching arm wrestling for the first time, and maybe you've never heard of these 2 guys, and the way you've presented it is you are finding out, well, who is this person? Why should I care? Before the match even starts, and you get it's like, oh, this guy's real arrogant, real aggressive, real, I'm going to destroy him, and the other guy might be a bit more respectful, and it's like you can pick your favorite going in before they've even started, and then you get a little bit of an interview in between rounds. It's like, oh, this is my strategy, and this is what happens, and I need to turn it around. So yeah, it's different to everything else that's out there, and having as an episodic sort of formula, it's like a 25-minute sort of thing. You've got your full storyline going there, and anybody that has never watched arm wrestling before can completely understand what's happening. They get told what the athlete was thinking, how they were trying to set up, and you're developing these storylines, these characters, which is vital to storytelling in making a sport successful.
Well, it was nice, mate. We got another of the Aussie lads over, Sam. And Sam Burnett, super quietly spoken, super respectful kid. What a lovely lad. I mean, represented Australia, in my experience, has been represented very, very well in Arm Wars. Rick Kamana back in the day was the first Aussie to come over. I thought Ryan Bowen's done an excellent job in his outings in Arm Wars. Ryan's first match with Anil Najran was a fabulous match.
That was a good one. With his crappy
great pull. More recently we had Jordan, who I love. What a great lad. Jordan, amazing, great puller. He went
He's a character.
Mate, he went on an emotional roller coaster that week. He really did.
He didn't even hold on to the rails. He was up and down. I can't imagine what he was like there.
He was amazing, mate. Jordan was amazing. Great bloke, interacting with the guys in the house, and the Iron House 1 was something special. You had to be there. It was a weird thing. He was incredible. Sam, in this instance, was another very different character, but great. Sam gets into some friggin' absolute haymakers. He really does. But the good thing from what you were saying, Matt, is we took a gamble. We tried to take a gamble on some of these guys coming over as well, and we're going to continue to do that. I mean, there's a number of lads in Oz that I want to get over. Mario interests me greatly. He's a guy I've had my eye on for a long period of time. Obviously Lachlan, but there's others as well. I'm trying to keep my eyes on guys behind the scenes, and you lads can help me with things like that. There's people out there that are just the right guy. Kevin Palco is coming over for the dark card. And I'm super excited to have him in search. But we had, as soon as, John will know, as soon as Kevin came up that he'd entered the Savage Search, it was straight away. It
was them too.
He's coming straight away because
John and Kevin
loved Kevin forever. I mean, the guy he's Ray, isn't he? He's Froda. He's that death match puller. It's every match the man has is that kind of match. So he was ace. But let me tell you now, in this last Iron House, I'm going to be careful what I say because I don't want to give things away. But Austin Jaggers is a fucking force of nature. If
any figure weight, because we saw his first match, and then we saw his match against Devon, against Derek. Even when he lost to Lockie, he didn't lose. Like,
well, I don't mean on the table.
Oh,
I mean, go for a walk. Walk down to the friggin' supermarket with that guy. He is a force of nature. He's not there. He's different. He's ace. How is that man not famous? Another guy, Mika Sakwaradze. Have you met Mika?
Yeah, he was on our show. Yeah, he's awesome.
I love him.
Yeah, super aggressive on the table. Like really hypes himself up. Incredible puller. Yeah. He was on this season, was he?
Oh mate, Mika. Wait till you see Mika's, man.
Ooh.
Holy shit.
I'm excited.
Can't say anymore. Wait till you see Mika's whole experience is stupid. I love him. He will be back. I'll have him tomorrow. Man's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, you were saying earlier.
We went out, right, for a Chinese meal the night before the thing started, and Mika, if you meet Mika, you like you say, when you've spoken to him, even if you speak to him on a podcast, he's one of those guys that's like, let's fucking go, like naturally. Just wants to, let's get out and get on it. He's absolutely relentless. And we've had guys come over and be really energized, you know. And I said to him, hey, and it's funny because some of the other guys, like Mindaugas Terasetis was out with us. And Mindaugas leans over and he's like, let's see how Mika feels tomorrow after his first day of Arm Wars. And I'm like, yeah, kind of, yeah. And I just said to him when we got to the table, I'm like, mate, you just see how you feel tomorrow. He said, I want to pull everybody. When this thing's done, I'm going to pull you, and I'm going to pull you, and I'm going to pull Jagged. I'm going to pull this guy. I'm going to pull this guy. And I said, just let's see how you go, mate. Let's see how you go. Tomorrow night, day after, you still want to go? We go. Motherfucker was in Dom's hoodie, sat on the goddamn settee, wrapped up. We're watching bikini try-ons and shit on TV. Didn't want to fucking move. Didn't want to move the day after. He's like, oh my God, everything aches. Busted himself smashed himself to bits. Couldn't lift his cases on the way home. Wrecked. And that experience, I mean, the other day I talked to him on the messenger and said, hey, are you okay? He said, yeah, I'm just going to get some more scans done just to see, just to see how bad the damage is and stuff before he can start pulling again. So lad went in hard.
Oh, when is it airing? When is season 3 coming out?
We kick off with Iron House 3. I would think probably in about 3 weeks' time, something like that.
Okay.
James would know better, but I think it's going to be about 3 weeks' time. We'll get going with the Iron House 3, and we've got a lot of stuff that's going to be member-specific as well. We did a lot more stuff backstage with the guys to try and get these characters out there and to try and allow them a forum and also pay back to the members. You know, they're the lifeblood of Arm Wars. There's a massive cost involved with producing to this level, with doing what we do. I mean, we're using, you know, very expensive properties for these people and stuff. So yeah, it's a unique experience. It's a unique ride. But some of the characters we're getting, you had Jody Williams on here the other day. Jody's in his 40s, been on a roller coaster in his personal life and in his arm wrestling life. Could he have gone any harder? I mean, you saw his match with Pescu. Mate, went for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were saying before about building the next generation of stars, and we were talking about this earlier. Is the guys are at the elite level at the moment? You know, they are sort of over 50, I would say, the majority. And it's like, well, if they get to a point where they start retiring, if you haven't built that next generation of stars, it's like your organization might be in a position where it's like, oh God, no other audience is starting to drop away. Because if you put big name, same people in as a main event every single time, and you're not building your stars from your undercard, or if you're not doing similar to what you're doing with Arm Wars, you're trying to build these people up so that people get an idea as to who is this person and why should I care, then you know, you look at, say, 5-10 years time when these guys who are current superstars and they've sort of just dropped out, You better hope that there's somebody who has risen up to replace them. So I think it's really great the way that you're doing that.
Cheers, brother. And as I say, to all the guys in the chat, to all the guys in the sport, Jake and John did a great job. We came up with a concept called the Savage Search, which I fed into Jake and John and said, look, you guys want a bit of thing for your content. And again, this would be, if you ever want to do it again, Jake, same situation. If it helps,
I was like Simon Cowell of the Savage Search.
It's ace though. If you guys are going out and you're getting these guys, we are looking for that hidden gem. A moment, Dom, who's exactly the type of guy, new arm wrestler, come in, new fan, perfect. That's what we're looking for. And if these guys appeal to Dom, if Dom likes to watch Ray Lipins get into some dogfight, awesome. But we need you guys. What's a good analogy for you? Okay, you go to watch a soccer team, right? A football team. And on Match of the Day every week, everybody's talking about the striker. They're talking about, the star of the show, the Ronaldos, the Messis. They're talking about that guy. Okay. But you speak to the guy that watches that team week in, week out, and he's not influenced by a Match of the Day. They'll tell you that there's some guy who plays on right midfield or right back who's a fucking weapon. They'll say this guy is the friggin' heartbeat of this team. And when that guy doesn't play well, our team doesn't play well, forget the centre forward, the star, they'll say that dude is our rock. He is our rock. Find me that guy. That's the fucking guy. The unsung hero that is a mega puller, a mega character, and you just don't know him, but you wish you did. So many times we get, this guy's amazing. Devin Larratt was that guy, for Christ's sake. When I put Devin Larratt into the PAL, they laughed at me. They said, are you serious? You want to bring this guy and put him against Taras? I'm like, mate, I'm telling you, just what is this kid? There's others, and I may not know them. Do you?
They're out there.
Let's get them. Let's
Neil,
give them a share.
How long do you keep your competitors in the house before they compete? How long are they sort of mucking around with each other for?
I would say we ordinarily will pull on day 2 or 3.
Okay.
Day 2 or 3 of the sort of usually 6-7 days we're in there. Usually they pull on day 2, day 3.
Yeah.
Sometimes day 3, day 4, like the Iron House too. It depends on the mix of guys, where they've traveled from. Let's say, for example, do you want to introduce Ryan, mate?
Oh, he's been on before. We don't like him anyway. He bought everyone rape whistles, Neil.
Nobody knows me in it.
At Winter Blast, Neil, he bought everyone rape whistles.
That's right.
Fair enough. How you doing, Ryan?
How's it going?
But yeah, if a guy's traveled from the other side of the world, Sam Burnett rolls in and he's traveled from Australia and the kid's not feeling ace. He's had a rough run, bad journey. One of the benefits that we've got is because we're not live.
Not live, guys.
is that we can say, you all right, Sam? And he might be like, well, I'm pretty bust up actually. Well, we've come to try and give that guy. He's investing in himself. We're investing in him. We want him to show his best. And the guys that we bring over to Arm Wars, believe me, his opponent wants him to show his best too. These are arm wrestlers. These are competitors. They come for the fight.
You don't benefit flash pinning people at Arm Wars. It doesn't benefit you.
They want to get into the screamer. The guys we pick are usually the warhorse. It's usually the guy that gets into that kind of match. So, and also just from a competitor's perspective, I would prefer to lose a war than win a friggin' flash pin.
Yeah.
I don't know. And a lot of arm wrestlers fall into that category, for real. You'd rather lose.
Comes to mind.
That's the fun.
Well, no one sees Tom Holland as losing that match. Everyone talks about the Coach Ray Tom Holland match. No one talks about Coach Ray beating Tom Holland.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone talks about the Coach Ray Tom Holland match. So
correct, mate.
Yeah.
So we want to have a situation where we can say to Sam, okay, you know what? Well, this is the spectrum of matches we've got. The order in which we show those matches is not necessarily of primary concern. The viewer at home wants to see their guy, their Australian arm wrestler, compete at his or her very best. So we'll say, okay, you tell us when you want to go. You tell us when you're ready. We've got this amount of time. We've got this amount of days. Tell us when you want to go, mate. And Sam did that. Sam said, okay, yeah, this is when I'll go. Now, once we're into the mix, once the guys pull in, once those arm wrestlers are in there, particularly the battleground lads, then the clock's ticking, and there's nothing you can do then. You're sort of harnessed to for their own health and safety. So their arm doesn't go hot then cold. We don't want to get people hurt. Once they're in and they've just had a screamer and the other guy on the opposite side of the bracket's had a screamer as well, then you know they've got to go in like an hour, hour and a half, because otherwise there's a higher risk of them getting hurt. So we keep them when they're in that fatigue battered state. Let's finish the game. That's what they and that's real. It's there's a number of considerations why we do that, and it's you're both fatigued, you're both beat to death. Let's see who can get over the line that day.
So it's like you're in this you're sort of like stuck in this environment and there's no escape. So how do they cope with their emotions and everything before and after the competitors?
There's a lot more of that coming for the members now. Sometimes they don't, and some guys are comfortable with seeing that, and some guys and showing that, and some are others. We don't want to put people into a compromised position, but there are guys that break down a little bit in the house. There are guys that rise to it. I mean, God, Jordan Davis, John Thompson, mate, John Thompson. If you know John Thompson's ace. If you meet John Thompson in person, I fucking love John Thompson. I think I love him. I do. I think he's John's right. He's just a top bloke. John Thompson goes through all kinds of shit with back, with other stuff that people don't know about.
Minehart's a real character.
He's ace. He's absolute quality. On every level. He's a lovely lad. He's a cracking puller. He's he loves the thing. He chucks himself in as hard as it's possible to do that. He's not without his personal challenges. John went to the well when he came over in Iron House 1. And to see him be misunderstood, misinterpreted, and to see him catch so much hatred, when actually, in my opinion, he deserved commending for a lot of stuff, a lot of his efforts and the things he did in there. And the guy that if that wasn't the case, you would know that a proud Scot, a warrior Scot like Kieran Morrison would be the first guy to call him out on it for real. You know what I mean? While we're in the house. And you ask Kieran Morrison what he thinks of John Thompson.
They love each other. I saw it at Arm Gods.
They are tight as tits,
yeah,
mate. So
they're bonded for life,
big time, because they went through it. And you, like I said, that's your measure. You know, you want the measure of a man. Ask the guys closest to him. Ask the people. Ask his. You see how he is with his family. You see how he is with the people that know him the best, and you see how they are with the people that are around him. And you speak to Kieran Morrison, the guy that John tried to horrifically injure with the javelin that day. Speak to Kieran and see what he feels about that.
So what do you think?
I was really, sorry, yeah, I was really impressed with the way that John actually handled that. I mean, after the event aired and then the hatred just built up, and I think people just enjoy that drama and they just really pile onto it, and it's like, it's something to talk about for the next week. And John stepped away from that for maybe a 2-week period. And then when he came back, he just said, look, on the moment, I apologized to my opponent, and he accepted the apology, and that's all that really needed to happen. And now I'm going to move forwards, and I don't really care if you guys don't like it. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm not going to hide in the corner. I'm me. That's what happened. He doesn't have a problem with it. He's happy with my apology. I've moved on, and I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. So I thought it was great.
He was looking for. Sorry, Jake, were you going to go there, brother?
Oh no, I was just going to say I would love a behind-the-scenes commentary, Matt, because it's no hidden fact. Uncle John and I speak every day. We talk every day. It was twice a day during all of that. John was getting death threats. I was getting death threats for not burying John on YouTube. So John's like, You know, hey man, take your time. I'm here with you. Whatever, man. I'm not leaving, John. You got blah blah blah. But then, like, John's like, right, this is the video. This is the video I'm gonna make, and it was like, put the titleist down, and he teed off, and I was like, John, take a breath, delete that video. You're not putting that one out. Like, all right. Next day, I wake up. This is the video. What do you think of this? And he's fucking this, that, and the other. No. Let's try again, John. Let's try. You're better than this, John. You're better than this. I know you're hurting. You're better than this. And then we got that. But it was just funny, like, just in retrospect, he obviously made the right choice in the end. But his first couple of takes, he was after blood.
Most of those,
the emotional response, isn't it?
Most of those death threats were just me on my fake accounts anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what we love about you, Ryan, because you sometimes slip up and it's like 98%. It's like, Jake, go uppercut yourself in the dick. I mean, oh no, and then your profile changes, but that's how we know it's you.
The guys, the point of it is, guys, that some of them go into the blender. And John was the fella that went over there to try and find himself a bit in there, I think. Like, he really wanted to know where his place should be in terms of how he should address himself in the sport and take himself forward, because he was in a pretty unique situation. Obviously, he was focusing very hard on his social media, that side of things. I mean, there are guys, Jake's one of them, that's the man's living. It's his livelihood. He's got his little girl there and his wife, and that's how he provides for those people is via what he's doing right now. And more power to the lad. Can't wish him any more success. John was in a similar situation where it's his primary existence. Ryan the same. And to be perfectly honest, I wish every single one of them a lot of success in that endeavor. It's building the sport whilst it's also feeding their families and doing a good job for them. I'm different from that. I primarily was an arm wrestler until I got to a situation where I had to back that down a little bit. I've never been, and I'm not a full-time YouTuber. Social media is a secondary thing for me. I'm obviously not good at it. I like to talk about arm wrestling and come on and do stuff like that. But I see these guys as my peers and my friends. And sometimes when you come over and you watch them in the house, it is difficult. It is difficult if they're really feeling it, and it's in a difficult way, that it's breaking them down a little bit. That's always hard, you know. One of the things it's quite endearing and it's quite touching and moving is sometimes, I'm not going to lie, myself and James have both been in tears in that frigging room, in that interview room, for real. Because sometimes these lads will go into detail on stuff and like serious stuff, you know, personal stuff, things affecting the family, things affecting them, and suddenly it's like this. Wow, okay, we're awake, and this is reality. And you've gone from 1 minute you're in an arm wrestling match, and then suddenly so much more has come out, and you're like, whoa, how did we get here?
Yeah, I've never been brought to tears, Neil. But two of my favorite moments in arm wrestling was interviewing Ryan after him beating Khaled at King of the Table, and interviewing John after he beat Mitch Tutt, or the other Tutt, at Arm Gods. And it was like, you know, we can talk on YouTube and everything like that, but these were two of my best friends. And I know, like, you know, with everyone behind the scenes, you just feel, it just sometimes it can overpower you. You just like I wasn't going to come to tears or anything, but I was like, this is fucking, okay, I'm really feeling what arm wrestling is about. And I wasn't even in the match. So I get it when you're saying with all the peers and then you're watching them for your company, like anyone else, you know, you're watching them bleed because they want to wear the Arm Wars shirt and they don't want to let the Arm Wars brand down. Like, I watch guys kill themselves at Arm Gods and King of the Table. But I could imagine, Neil, you and James just going, holy shit.
Mate, we have one particular arm wrestler back in the day, and I'm not going to mention names because it's not for me to do that, but the circumstances of this particular situation were that he was in this match and it didn't work out exactly how we wanted it to, but it was a career-defining, unbelievable war. And afterwards, I'm talking to him, and he sort of tells me about, and I can't remember how it came about. We said, "Oh, what were you sort of? You were saying something. You were muttering something to yourself. What were you saying?" And it turns out that he'd had a sibling that had died, and he started to tell us about this scenario and broke him down. And that was probably this is actually before the current Arm Wars. This is the archive stuff. And it was a really weird transitional moment from, we're talking about this arm wrestling. I had no idea that kid was that deep at that moment. It slapped me awake. You know what I mean? I thought, okay, we're in an arm wrestling match, and I asked him why he'd gone that deep and where did he find that strength to go that extra yard? Because we knew, because of the circumstances of the match, he actually got hurt in the match. We knew that he'd gone to the edge, and he came out with that one, which none of us knew about him. I knew this guy quite well. None of us knew about that, and it was like, whoa. And it's kind of that was awesome, but we never showed it. And we won't ever show it. Because I'm not sure that was meant to be shown. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're glorifying it in media context in a way. Yeah,
and he'd forgotten there was a camera. He didn't give a shit that there was a camera. Yeah. He was just talking to us, and it's that is a very, very special thing when somebody's gone. They forget there's a camera. Couldn't give a shit there's a camera. It was just about that match on that day, and I'm in. And everything in my being is going in. So when I speak with passion about the guys that, when people will say, this match, the guys didn't give it. They were just trying to draw it out. They were trying to make it more entertaining. You guys, you don't know. I'm telling you, some of these guys go to death.
You gotta stop reading that, Neil. These are people that never jumped on the table before. These are people that maybe just don't like you. These are people that are just knowing that you will bite. That's why they go at Engen hard, because they know we bite. So they try to go hard at me. They just get ignored. I get left alone now. I get the odd one.
In some respects, though, Jake, I don't. It's quite a weird thing, but in some respects, I'm not really emotional about that when I'm responding. I'm more. There are guys out there that aren't that guy. You know what I mean? There are guys out there that are genuinely a fan. And they might have read something or heard something from someone else. And they think in their mind, this must have some grain of reality because this guy said it. And when you actually track that back, the guy that they're listening to hasn't the slightest clue either. They're just an arm wrestling commentator or influencer of sorts on social media. But when you really look at what their qualification are for talking about that, what their qualification is to comment on that, it's none. They don't have any insight. They don't have any knowledge of it at all. And so I kind of think in some respects, maybe I like the thing about arm wrestling where it has been accessible. I don't mind a guy having an opinion, negative or positive, on what we do. And if I do have the ability to engage with that person and speak to them, of course I'll do that. Why the hell wouldn't I? I'm just me there, just them. If they're a fan and I'm trying to put something out, it's in my interest to listen to what the people want. To what the viewers want. And I'll always try to make myself accessible for that. Always have and always will. I think it's critically important to do that. So I really don't mind in some respects, particularly if I'm addressing something which is a real concern. Obviously, there are trolls. Yeah, those guys, you're never going to appease them. But I think there's also another category of people who genuinely want to know and genuinely may be confused about that and may believe that there is threads of truth in what they're being told. One of the reasons that I was so hurt and so passionate about Ryan is because honestly, I believe that Ryan, for whatever reason, made pointed attempts to just hammer the brand and hammer me and hammer whether it was me personally or whatever it is. But you know, I'm big enough and ugly enough to know that's what happened, and I'm big and I've got the full spectrum of what happened. I know what Ryan thinks. I know what Ryan's comments have been, and all those bits that you're all guessing on. I'm not guessing. Me and Ryan have engaged face to face. We know, and other people know. We know that circle's complete. Okay. So there's no guesswork from my behalf. So you know when if a guy breaks into your house and steals your TV, he's a thief. There's no guesswork. You know he did it. He broke in and he stole your TV. You know. Now there's other circumstances.
Sorry.
This wasn't a situation where I didn't know the detail. So the only reason I was upset is because some of the stuff that was said there was hurtful.
I was meaning more like the other day. You were responding. You put out a big post because everyone was calling you match fake with Monster Michael Todd, and I was like, Neil, you don't need to respond to them. Like, all your members know that it wasn't people that actually watch it. I mean, Matt just told you it was the best match he's ever seen in his life, and then I saw you put that post out, and I was like I understand, you know, and you've explained it with the Ryan situation, and that's fine. I got nothing wrong with that. I was just like, Neil, no, don't. Like,
no, that's mate. You're probably right, Jake. You're probably right. But I would hate to be in a situation where arm wrestling wasn't accessible anymore, or arm wrestlers weren't accessible anymore. You know what I mean? I would hate that to be the case. I'd hate to be the case where people felt they couldn't talk to. One of the cool things about it is, you know, you'll see John Brzezinski at the show, you'll see Devin Larratt at the show, you'll see Levan Saganashvili, and you can go up and speak to that guy, and you'll invariably find that they're spot on, and that they'll speak to you about whatever it is you want to speak to. You know, we're still in that phase, and I think that's great. And it'll be a shame if that does erode. You know, with strongman, there's been a change that's gone on there. With fight sports, there's been a change. With MMA, you know, being involved in a lot of these sports, being fortunate enough to be involved in those as they've, you know, as they've changed and they've turned into different things. You've seen that evolution, or I've seen that evolution. I've seen how guys were able to interact with some of the athletes, with some of the fighters, with some of the strongmen, some of the arm wrestlers, and no longer can. And there's now a barrier in between there. Is that a positive thing? Maybe. I really don't know. I'm not smart enough and not experienced enough to understand that. But I do realize that something is lost. And I realize that the fan base is different also. A lot of the times that the guys that are going up to engage with Levan and John and Devon, Michael, whoever it may be, a lot of the guys that have done that over the years are the arm wrestlers themselves. They are the competitors themselves. But that doesn't, I wouldn't like that to just be, because I'm an arm wrestler, I have that right. If you're a fan of the sport, I'd like you to have that right. You know what I mean? I'd like you to be able to just go and say, hey, and make a point, talk about something and get an answer.
Yeah, but I don't want fans of the sport that have just constantly just try to get your channel cancelled, try to get my channel cancelled and things like that. And then all of a sudden come up and want to chat to me at King of the Table or chat to you at Arm Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I reckon there's a fine line. And so when channels are coming after you, I would not give them the breath of day. Wouldn't even acknowledge it. And I'll tell you, it stops after a while.
Mate, I'll probably continue to make mistakes in that respect. I probably will. I do engage with people. I do try to answer people. Those guys that message me and stuff will know that if I can do it, I will do it. I will try and serious people that have serious, serious points to make. I will try and do that. I will try and give answers to things wherever I can. And I am trying to listen, and I am reading things largely to try and improve on what we do. I mean, people said, "Oh, you didn't need to get involved with the dark card thing and to answer people." Kind of did in some respects. I felt
the dark card thing, yes. The dark card thing, yes. The Michael Todd fake match, no.
No, fair enough, mate. The dark card thing, why I got involved in that a lot is because it fell short of my objective. It fell short of my aspiration. the final element, it was amazing up to the point where we went behind the paywall initially, and then people got what we said we'd give them. They saw the match. They didn't see it how we wanted it to be. Our aspiration was for it to be streamed and the as live feel. That's what we were looking for. On this side of the paywall that night, one of the coolest things was myself and James talking just beforehand and saying, holy shit, this is ace. It's fantastic. Look at the vibrancy in the chat. People are loving it. They're engaging. They're getting involved. We wanted that experience for people with the very high level of production. That's what we were going for. It was devastating that didn't happen in the way we wanted it to do. We do feel like the last Iron House 3, although obviously the quality wasn't what we'd gone for with Dark Card, we do feel we've cracked that nut big time now. I mean, we feel like, touch wood, we're past that, we've evolved, we've improved, and those people that watched Iron House 3 will obviously be aware of that. That watched the left-hand match with Devon Sanders will be aware of that.
Yeah, it'd be good. Carolyn Looms, thank you very much for your super chat. Says, yeah, big boy, there's the legend, 98, Grundon Rocks. Love you, Neil. Keep rocking, Jake. Absolutely am I going to keep rocking because I am 1 hour and 45 minutes away from breaking my own record. This will be a 25-hour straight arm wrestling podcast. And I'm not going to lie, can't wait till it's finished. But no, I do love it. I've had absolutely great time. But we're not finished yet because we've got an hour and 45 minutes of awesome content to try and get through. I've got some people here with me and maybe some others joining in the last hour. We'll see how we go from there. But really appreciating everyone throughout the journey because we've averaged about 100 people the whole time, which is really good. And everyone giving up their time, whether it was 5 minutes, 5 hours, you guys have been nothing short of amazing because you've kept the energy going in the chat, kept the energy going on the screen, and happy chilling out with this silly lunatic that sits in his lounge room in bloody Melbourne. So really, really appreciate it as we roll on, and some awesome things are happening. Devon's in a four-way battle straight after he goes and whoops Gennady. So that's going to be pretty cool. We tried to guess Devon's timeline. So you got those two. You got the Monster Factory, which I thoroughly enjoy. Once again, it's a different system. They've landed major sponsors. That's going out for free. We're guessing King of the Tables in June. Matt Rhodes came on and he said he'll drop some news after East versus West. He's just waiting for that awesome event to finish there. We're also giving away an Aussie Armwrestler trading card. You just have to, Uncle John and I will decide what 3 matches, but you have to predict all 3 matches. If you get them right, you go in the draw. And then a random person will win a limited edition King of the Table Aussie Armwrestler signed trading card. Because we like to give back. We probably give away some T-shirts as well. So there's plenty going on. If you like any of the athletes, that's over at Arm Wars and you want to support that athlete specifically, Sam Burnett, John the Savage Terrian, Jody Chocolate Thunder Williams, you can actually buy their merchandise, their specific merchandise, and that goes straight to the athletes over at Arm Wars. Or if you just like the basic Arm Wars shirt, which is a classic label of arm wrestling in itself, you head over there. If you like Australian arm wrestling with a touch of Russian spy flavor, you got Matt Connolly here from AEWE. He's got Artem Taranenko coming over and arm wrestling Whisperer a little bit later on in the year, which is good. Winter Blast has just come off, but the man below me is launching the 98% Arm Wrestling League once again with 501 entries at Winter Blast. Hey, Neil, you don't have to look too far if you want to try and find another beast here. You got 501 entries over at the 98%. So if you're looking for that, then of course, if you want some UK flavor, head over to Arm Gods. Mate, they have their Super Series final, which is going, and you'll see back and forth. Arm Gods going to Arm Wars, Arm Wars going to Arm Gods. I'm a huge fan of James the Brick Wall. He is just brilliant. I think he's a future star, as well as Dustin Hyatt, who first started at the Monster Factory, went to Arm Wars, went to the Monster Factory, went back to Arm Wars, and that's all it takes for anything. And I and myself are included in that. Just get yourself an opportunity, guys, and the opportunities come. And you got to go out and get it. That's what the Savage Surge did. That's what the Arm God Super Series is. That's what this AWE is happening. Ryan Turner jumped in. He said he just whooped everyone at Winter Blast. Man, this is why I really just promote so much positivity, because 3 years ago, guys, we had zero arm wrestling. We were all locked down. Matt, Dom, you were watching Arm Wars replays. Ryan, you were harassing my wife for some unknown reason. We'd never met. So, you know what I mean? Like, we had no arm wrestling. Really enjoy what we've got now, because you just don't know. Neil might wake up and he's gone, I've had enough. I'm done. Larry, Matt just go, you know what? King of the Table's not worth it. We know at times Egan feels on a verge of a breakdown. We just don't know. We just don't know. But, guys, just enjoy arm wrestling like all of you in the chat have over these last 24 hours. I'd be more grateful. And, and we'll finish this show off with a bang. Peter Alliston's in there. He goes, come on, guys, if you go to the pub, you buy your mates a beer. Buy Aussie a beer. Thank you very much, Pete, for buying me a beer. I really appreciate it. I will. I
had a question for Neil, Jake. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to read this out from Ryan. Jake Waters. What Steve Irwin wants to the Animal Kingdom. I like that one. Yeah, go on, mate.
Neil, you've been around for a lot longer than some of these newer promotions that are coming through the ranks at the moment. What's your thoughts about all these new promotions starting up, such as AWE and Arm Gods and the like?
I absolutely love it, mate. I think arm wrestling's a baby. It's a small sport. It's been around for a while, but it's still very much from a wider appeal perspective. It's very much in its infancy. I love what Ryan does with the whole 98% concept. I think is wonderful. It's very real. It's very true. The majority, and it needs to be, and will always be so. A lot of the guys that are in the sport may not be given the opportunity to pull at the highest level at a East versus West, at the King of the Table, WAL, if it was to come back, whatever, those premier promotions in that respect. Maybe they don't have the opportunity or the desire to come and pull on Arm Wars or any of the more established promos. But you know what? That doesn't matter. It's great to have an open progression in the sport where people can almost climb ladders in terms of notoriety and experience and level. I think there's a misconception that arm wrestling itself as a sport exists at a very, very high level, and that it's diminished greatly when you go into those shows at your local gym, your local pub, your local fete, your local fair. Not at all. I friggin' love those gigs. I mean, I cut my teeth at those gigs for 20 plus years. And if I had enough time and could clone myself, step out of my day-to-day self now, would I be back there doing it and hanging with the guys and getting my elbow on the table? Bet your ass I would. Because it's good times and great people. I'm telling you. That's real arm wrestling right there. And it's the arm wrestling that I love. And it doesn't need to be super match. Everybody, will think that it's just about super match, and we've evolved into that environment. Not at all. That grassroots is utterly essential, and it's where the new guys will be found. There's enough arm wrestlers, and it's a growing environment for these promotions to be fed. I'm a big fan of, people may think, because myself and Ryan have had a little bit of rub recently, that would, diminish my feelings towards AWE. Not at all. Not at all. Look, myself and Ryan had a little fallout. Ryan's taken his stance on that. I'm never going to work with Neil again. I have not taken that stance. Mate, I fought people in rings and cages and punched him in the face and been kneed in the head and been friends with him again afterwards. So little things like that it doesn't matter. It's just piss and wind. It's nothing. I have a lot of time for Matt Connolly. I have a lot of time for the guy, what he's trying to achieve there, and more power to him. You know, as I said before, all these promotions, Ryan in his promotion, good luck, mate. Crack on. The matches that are going on at these smaller promotions, awesome. I hope they all blow up, because as this thing grows, as the sport grows, as the fan base grows, people will decide where they want to be, what they want to watch. One of the saddest things in the sport for me at the moment is the where you see that arm wrestlers are blocked. That's a shame. So the IFA, WAF situation at the moment, that's a great shame for me. I've lived through that myself. At least back in the day, I mean, the fortunate few went to both worlds. We went to both. You know, we pull one in September and another in November just because we had to know. You know, but the fact that that is not the case now and that people can't pull in both and they are restricted, that's a shame. But as far as other promotions go and other promotions starting and being successful, crack on, brilliant. I think that's great. I think it's awesome, and I love the 98 concept. I love that whole thing. That's never doubt. That's where arm wrestling lives and dies, right there.
Yeah, 501 entries. Aussie Norway. They were smashing that 14-year-old. I just can't get over that. They had 14-year-old girls arm wrestling. Yeah, there's so many people rocking and raring to go, and it's going to be brilliant. It's going to be unbelievable. But yeah, blocking and politics, it happens in all sports. So hopefully we can all band together. Hopefully we can all get up and about and build stars for each other and get back to all loving each other.
That's right.
I mean, for me, Neil, you've been the inspiration for arm wrestling. Anytime you look at any arm wrestling stuff from the last, I don't know, maybe 20 plus years, it's you. It's your voice. You're the guy. You're the man for everything. So you're the father of arm wrestling in a lot of respects. You've built the sport so much, and I know that we were incredibly excited. You left a comment on our AWE stream, and you said that Dave Stockbridge, who had done the ring announcing for that, did a great job. We were over the moon for that. Like it was, we screenshotted that and we'll save that forever. But we wish the best for every arm wrestling organization out there, and especially yourself and 98% and all these places that are building this sport. As we said before, as fans of the sport, you want to see more arm wrestling, and the fact that there are organizations coming up all around the world means it's heading in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was really endearing that Dave, the amount of effort that Dave Stockbridge had put into, and yourselves, and the whole event, the amount of effort you put into trying to do things right. I appreciate that. I feel that. I've lived that, and I know that you guys had put it all in there, and every credit to you. And I thought Dave was trying. You could see how much he was trying. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, and good on the lad.
He was wrapped. He was absolutely wrapped.
Good dude. Very good dude, Dave Stockbridge. I love him. I absolutely love him. Derek brings up a point here. Thank you for the super chat. I was actually thinking about this about 5 minutes ago. He goes, Neil, you were there for Brazing versus Vavoda 1. Not only was Neil there, he was the referee. Fun fact for you all. He looks like... what's his name? He was the first guy to play the Incredible Hulk.
Edward Norton.
Edward Norton. Neil looks like Edward Norton in Pulling John. Spitting image. An absolute spitting image. It's hilarious. I remember the first time I watched Pulling John and I didn't know who Neil was. Like my brother just showed me. I was like, why is Edward Norton in an arm wrestling thing? But then I went back and did all my research, and And it was Neil. Anyway, sidetrack. That's my own fault. Neil, you were there for Brzezinski versus Voda 1. You have more insight than most. How do you see the next match unfolding? Who wins and why? You're the man, Neil. And Derek wants to just smash some pints with you.
That is just a really good question. I'm interested to see where Alexi's desire is at, what his motivation is right now, and how keen and committed he is. I don't know that yet. I haven't had a chance to speak to Alexi directly. I would actually say right now, firstly, for the first time these guys met, the first time that those guys met, I knew before the match how that was going to go. And it was heavily in favor of Alexi. Right now, I would have to say that if you stop the clock today, I would favor John. And here's why. John is very much back in the game right now, and he's more table sharpness, more commitment and miles on the clock in the last 6 to 8 months, year, which is real time and it matters. What the interesting thing and the balancing factor is here, the balancing perspective and consideration, is that he's pulling a guy who I want to say is probably 41, 42 there or thereabouts, and is a natural athlete. Make no mistake about it. That is a natural athlete. When we were filming the Pulling John film, I watched Alexi Vovoda at a body weight of 127 kilos do a flagpole. Okay.
Yes.
Those who don't know what a flagpole is, just go up to a static pole, grab hold with one hand, grab hold with the other hand, and literally just hold your body out straight. And I remember Savan Matosian was filming the thing and the lighting wasn't right for the shot. And he sort of explained this through Bessie to Alexi and said, "Oh yeah, we can't get the shot right there." And Alexi's like, "Okay, no problem," and turned the other way, did it the other way. I mean, as you do. You know, even people that do flagpole, you got one side that you're really strong on and you can do it, you can bounce it up. But to just and turn and do it the same way, this is a natural athlete. This is a guy who is not a normal man. So if he commits and comes back in with all guns blazing and real focus, that pendulum of opportunity for the win will swing back in his favor. You know, because ultimately John Brzezinski is coming up 60 years old. You know, and no one defeats all Father Time. You know, God don't I know that. So
yeah,
it's a brilliant concept. I love the fact that these guys are meeting. I think John's the favorite as it stands right now. I'm kind of looking past that match and thinking, what is Alexi's ultimate goal and aspiration in this thing? Is he looking to get back in for real? Spoke to Engin the other day and asked him a similar question, and he seems to think that the conversations that he's had to date with Alexis suggest that he is. He's pretty buoyed by the sport, pretty vibrant about the sport right now. Wouldn't that be something? Another player enters the game, you know what I mean? And a serious one at that. So just another indication of what an exciting time this is for the sport. You know, makes me feel like making
absolutely.
It's
ace. Now we just need Travis to come back, and we've almost got a full deck of cards. It's brilliant. You know, Engin's been talking about Arsen Liliev coming back. He got Rustin Babayev to come back. You know, we had the John, the Denis Plenkovs. Like, when I first got into the sport, I thought that was a pipe dream. I thought there's no way I'm calling a John Brzezinski match and suddenly he's pulling Chance Shaw. There's no way I'm calling a Denis Plenkov match. Holy crap, he's pulling John Brzezinski. And, you know, who else had come back? Like, Engin had a match before he got injured at the first East versus West. Babayev come back. I mean, who else has been coming back? It's just a list of legends that we thought were all done.
What's the date on the John Alexi match?
Sorry?
What's the date on the John Alexi match? When, is it formalized?
October.
Okay. So you know, let's be honest. That's a lot of time for, if let's say Alexi comes back and he's really 100% in and focused and got access to the arm wrestlers that he clearly has. Can he do something in that period of time? And can he redress the balance I was talking about? Absolutely, he can, yeah.
And so as John doesn't hurt himself against Toddzilla in August, they're pulling.
Well, these are other pertinent considerations, mate. They really are.
Yeah.
There's a lot of water to go under the bridge between now and then. If you stop the clock today, I favour Brzenk. Let's see what's happening with Alexei come October. October's far enough away.
I mean, poor Matt. Matt Connolly sweats balls for 48 hours. He had Ryan Bowen versus Chance Shaw. Chance says he's pulled up a bit sore. They had someone else, couldn't get their visa sorted. Toddzilla flies a flag, says, I'll come over. No, I won't. I'm going to go in a crash. Things like that. So, yeah. So, as much as I want to get excited for John and Alexei and all these other matches, I will wait until they're at the table and they're ready to go. So,
wise man. Wise man, mate.
With the UFC or with MMA, there's so many cancelled fights, and exactly the same thing. I've stopped getting excited for matches until they're actually in the cage facing each other. But I have seen guys that have hurt themselves on the day of the fight. Somebody tripped over a wire backstage and did his knee out of the fight. Somebody else made it into the cage and was jumping up and down for his warm-up and did his knee in the cage. It's like you can't until they've actually said go. It's like anything could happen. So it is difficult to get excited, especially when it's months away.
Yeah. A lot of water to go under the bridge before then. But awesome matchup, awesome concept. I love the fact that we're getting these. It's almost like you see in MMA, you'll suddenly see that when Tito Ortiz started fighting some of the old guard as well, and you is there a degree of excitement there? Do you want to see those matches? Well, I do, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. People say, I'm not bothered. Yeah, I don't know. I'll still watch it.
Favorite fighter. My wife accidentally grabbed his bum. We met him in Las Vegas. She says it was an accident.
We've done it. We've done it before, guys. Just under 90 minutes. Under 90 minutes, Marcus. We've got 90. Wait, let me double check because I went the early crow. Yeah, 90. Where'd you go? Is this the last hour? It's the last 90 minutes. Last 90 minutes of the show. We're about to 82 minutes. It'll be 10 p.m. here in Australia. In 22 minutes, I would have gone 24 hours, and then it's time to smash the record by another hour.
Just one thing that I should have mentioned as well. I just had a personal message there that's come through, just asking me to speak about how big was Brzenk is the question when he first pulled Alexei Vovoda. Brzenk weighed around 94 kilos. That was a very, very different individual in so many ways to the man that you're seeing up there now. John had struggled that day anyway. John had struggled that day with lighter lads. John had struggled with the sport at that time. Had a lot of questions in his mind at that time. And I'm sure John's talked about that many times, but when you were there on the day, he was 1 foot in, 1 foot out. He was obviously committed with the pulling John thing, but was right there to walk away from the sport. And it was a very different individual. John was, ironically, very resurgent just off the back of pulling John. So when pulling John had been filmed, if you met John in Vegas in 2006, that was one fire-breathing son of a... right there.
He looked unbelievable.
Mate, that was one bad man. Bad man at that show.
Absolutely.
When he pulled Farid, oof, scary dude.
Yeah.
Can we find out about the 98% arm wrestling? So from what I've seen, I've seen the Facebook group, but I don't really know about you starting an organization. There's tournaments, there's members. How does that work, Ryan?
Sorry, I muted myself. It started out just like a Facebook group, and Paul Lynn actually is the one who said, hey, you got something here. You got to run with it. But basically the concept of it is you got like the top 2% of arm wrestlers, like your Devins and your John Brzenks, and then we're the other 98% of the guys that are trying to get to the 2%. So it's like the 98 is like about the struggle to get to that upper level. But we focus more on the other 98% rather than the 2%, and it's worked for us. And you know, it's funny because we were talking about this earlier with Jake. We had some pros make some comments at Winter Blast saying that there were too many amateurs at the tournament. We had classes with 27 amateurs in each class, and Paul got mad about it, and he was like, "How dare they say this?" And he's like, "Your next tournament, you ought to throw it with no pros and just have a huge amateur only tournament and not invite the pros, just to teach them a lesson for complaining." But I don't know if we're gonna do that. But that's how it grew. And then we started making T-shirts, this and that, and it was just like a group of us that were just we started doing a Zoom like this, but not live, where we would just have people from all over the country come on and just talk about arm wrestling all night. And then Paul's like, "Dude, you got to turn that into a podcast." So we started going live, and it's not even really like a podcast. We just go live and talk with our friends. And
It's just a public chat.
Yeah, and we
it's
just go
normally
live
chat
with it.
public.
Sometimes it's about arm wrestling, and sometimes it gets out of hand.
Gets very out of hand. One of my favorite 98 stories is when the Facebook group first started, and you were so committed to the 98%, you kept kicking Michael Todd out of the Facebook group.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He kept like liking the page you're joining, and they were going, "No, Michael, you're 2%," and they literally boot him out like twice. It was hilarious. And then like someone would come in, like a Paul Lynn, and then there was like a full discussion. Oh, is Paul Lynn 2% or is he 98%? And it was always like olden day gladiators. It's like, Paul Lynn, you gotta go. It's like they kick him out of the group, the Facebook page. They were so committed. It was brilliant because it was like, you know, I know when I first started getting into it, it was like, oh my God, you know, this person replied and this person replied. And when you guys were starting, it's like, Michael Todd's joined your group. And you're like, no, he hasn't. Michael Todd's joined your group. No, he hasn't. Like that. And I thought, oh, yeah, these guys, I'm going to hang out with these guys for sure.
We actually, when we interviewed Paul, we told him that he wasn't a 2%er yet back then. We told him he was like a 3%er. So,
yeah.
I mean, now he is, but...
Yeah, he was very close to getting booted out. But I just remember, I think it was Michael Todd. You can correct me if I was wrong, but I just remember you were just like, no, kick him out and kick him out. And I thought it was brilliant.
Anybody that was a 2%er, we just booted them from the group. Now we let them all in, but back then we were more strict.
You were committed to the cause. It was brilliant. That's for sure. I absolutely love it. It's gonna be great. Neil, is the East versus West press conference gonna be like shorter?
I mean, I hope so. I actually think there's a lot of opportunity for East versus West with that whole press conference type scenario, which might overcome a lot of the challenges. And I've spoken to Don Idris about that. I've spoken to Engin and the guys about that. I think one of the things that could be really good for them would be if you had sort of this kind of live chat scenario with the two guys on sort of a head-to-head table scenario. That would, I think, work very well because number one, it's a barometer check for who the audience want to see, who they want to interact with. And it allows fans to get closer to the athletes that they like and the questions that they want to ask. You know, you could super chat the questions, maybe even benefit the athletes themselves, because some of that could go to the payment of the athletes. What better way to encourage people to promote their match when they know that they've got a payout in that respect, where guys do come to them. So almost you utilize that and make it as a promotion for the arm wrestler themselves. I think that's a really good option. And it's one I've suggested a few times now. Because of the language barrier and the whole requirement for translation throughout, you lose a lot of the moment and you lose a lot of the emotion that you're trying to portray. So in some respects, you could have some of the stuff a little bit precursored, so the stage questions that you're going to ask the guys and that the organizers want you to ask to the arm wrestlers, you could almost preempt that a little bit and have it pre-translated, so at least the arm wrestlers who don't speak English know what's being talked about. Because sometimes there's sort of two conversations taking place. There's the conversation that everybody in the chat and that myself, or if you're hosting it, Aussie, the guy who's leading the chat can see. And then the poor guy on the other side of the table who doesn't speak English has no clue what the hell is going on. Then he has to sort of play catch up, and he's getting feedback from a translator who isn't portraying the emotion. It's hard. It's a very difficult situation. So for Engin and the organizers of the show, it's hard for them to encapsulate what they're really trying to do. And I think that a more focused, broke down head-to-head with the guys throughout the day would, number one, keep the thing vibrant for a longer period of time, would give people the opportunity to tune into that whenever they want to, so they could look back on it. So you could have a live element, and you could also have the thing just up there straight away. And I think that would have a lot of benefit. It really would.
Yeah. We did the head-to-head at the arm wrestling table at Arm Gods, and all right, we got that beer can upside the head and things like that. But I thought that was a brilliant idea because the non-English speaking athletes, it can be difficult. A memory for me personally was King of the Table 5, and I'm talking to Ryan and Lachlan and Khaled. And then on the other side, I've got Dadakan, Morozov, and Schoolboy all just playing games with each other, not interested.
Yep.
So then when you look at the widescreen, if 3 of your athletes aren't interested, then you as the audience aren't interested. You know, Ryan can say whatever he wants about Khaled, but you've suddenly got Morozov and Dadakan all pointing and pegging at each other and giggling. It's like, well, why should I care if these guys don't? And because half the athletes at East versus West don't speak English, it can really. And then by the time really drag on, and by the time we get to the matches, we want to hear Devon fire off and things like that. We're cooked. We're just like,
I think with all these things, guys, you got to try and look at, okay, what do we need here? How can we sharpen this thing? How can we make it much better? I mean, it's funny, all the controversy about that, and I don't, for Christ's sake, I don't want to get into it, but all the controversy about the live commentary thing. One of the things that I was very surprised that wasn't brought up was, and we can take any language, but one of the things that I was surprised that there wasn't some mention of a benefit for having, let's say it's India, okay, where I've been fortunate enough to go over and compete in India and travel through India and arm wrestle in India. They got some fabulous arm wrestlers that you may not be aware of, but enormous contingent for India that are hungry for the sport. So you've got someone like Pradeep, who is, he's fluent Hindi. Why would you not have Hindi commentary? Why would you not have Hispanic commentary? Why would you not have Russian as a commentary at the show? You go to UFC and you will see you've got Rogan and Daniel Cormier, Mike, whoever's doing the show, John Anik, and then sat just behind them, a bank of tables. There's Spanish commentary. There's and this is a thing that at the moment we're not addressing, and yet the opportunity to make something like that truly global is really interesting. I mean, I'd certainly be, if we got to the stage with Arm Wars where we could do that and put it out multilingual. We did it with Eurosport. So when Arm Wars was on Eurosport, that was translated into local language. We had it in 65 languages at one time, And I do think that helped.
What would a Cockney commentary be like, Neil?
I mean, that'd be fun. You do have your challenges that you can't overcome, like the Brummies and the Glaswegians,
or a Gaelic one,
as we know it. But, I think that's an option that we're not really jumping on. If Pradeep obviously loves the game, maybe that's an angle for Pradeep. Maybe you could go out and get involved in the East versus West thing as part of the East versus West crew doing Hindi commentary. I don't know. But
how many language? Well, how many languages does Ray know? Ray knows like so many.
Multilingual for sure. Yeah.
He'd be brilliant to kick it off. He'd be the brilliant one to trial it with one of his languages. You know, say you and Travis and Derek are running the show, and then you've got Ray doing whatever because he's awesome.
What? There's a stat somebody will know in the chat. Somebody smarter than me will have a clue. But what percentage of the world speaks sort of Spanish, Portuguese? What, you know, if you broke it down by language, and then you sort of looked at that in terms of arm wrestling interest in those areas of the world, that'd be interesting for me. I think that'd be something that could be looked at. You know,
I think all three of the other people are Googling this right now. They've all just leant forwards with their keyboard.
It's, yeah, I don't know. I'd love to learn different languages. I just don't. I've got no one to practice on. So
Yeah, it's
I've
very
always
English.
thought about learning Russian, but that's a hard
Mandarin's
language to learn.
Mandarin's top, Spanish second, English third, Hindi's fourth.
There you go. I mean, you know, just looking at the amount of athletes that are in there, because if there's an arm wrestler or an athlete or a sports person of any description that's competing in something and they're from your country, yeah, of course you want to see them do well. You know, of course you want to cheer them, and you're gonna if there's an Englishman and he's fighting for the heavyweight championship of the world, do I want him to win? If I'm neutral in that thing, bet your ass I do. Of course I do. And I'm sure people all over the world are no different. So you think of the amount of arm wrestlers that are competing from Kazakhstan, from Ukraine, from Russia, from, you know, all over. I think that'd be really interesting. You say you've got a high contingent of your card that's from Kazakhstan. You've 7 Kazakh pullers on there. One really good thing could be if you're going out there and getting Kazakh commentary. I think that'd
would you take Arm Wars? Would you take Arm Wars to India as like a battleground? A battleground. Arm Wars to India as a battleground.
Yeah, of course, mate. We've already approached Indian arm wrestlers. I've been chasing Raul Panica.
Oh, he's a beast.
Yeah, I mean, but who knows? You know, I think so. Right now, I've chased Raul again. Raul's in a contract with Pro Panja League. So Panica's in a contract. I get it. Pro Panja League doing great things. But, you know, we wouldn't want to work against Pro Panja League. We'd try to work around their requirements for Raul. But I would love to get Raul Panica in Arm Wars. You know, he can wear...
Man.
I think it'd be great.
Ramen Man from India. He's a great puller.
I know that. You know what I mean? These are, and it's not just India. It's guys from South America, and language challenges are a thing for us at Arm Wars. Of course they are, because we're in a situation right now where we are restricted because of the scale of what we're doing. You know, as I said earlier, the members to the Arm Wars YouTube channel are the lifeblood. And thank you from the bottom of my heart for everyone that does that. At the moment, we don't make money from it. We plow that into what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring the thing bigger, better, evolve. The more people that do join the channel, the better opportunity we've got to evolve the thing going forward. But those are the things that I'm thinking about. Would I like to go back to the USA? But yeah, absolutely I would. Some of the stuff we did in Vegas was awesome. The Scandies, love to go over there. But all this kind of stuff is great. I mean, Raul Panica is a guy that I would match against a scope of people. I have a lot of guys that I'd love to see. And right now, you might think, guys in the chat might be like, oh, who the hell is that? Raul Panica's got a following.
Oh, yeah.
On the other side of the world. But if you can show, okay, this is a guy from this part of the world. Here's a guy from Mexico. Here's a guy from, you name it. Take your pick. They're out there. And if you can then take that one step further and have localized commentary for that person, that's going to give you a boost. It's going to give you a lift, in my opinion. So for East versus West, I do think that's a potentially pertinent step. For King of the Table, for all the Premier League organizations. More challenging with Arm Wars, but we want to get there. Do I want to go there again? Bet your ass, yeah.
What do you think of the restrictive contracts? You know, where you
I think
sign
they're
to an
very
organization.
realistic. They're real life. They're a natural part of the evolution of sport. If you're, let's say you're, for example, a large fight organization, and you're throwing a great deal of effort and time into putting on huge promotions, in order to make that a viable proposition going forward, you need to have some kind of formalized agreement with the athlete. That can be achieved in numerous ways. Contracts obviously address that. Do I think it's a something that would come if arm wrestling got to a mainstream level? Yes, I do.
Yeah, I agree.
So I differ on that. I think it should only be by event, per event,
like a one match deal kind of thing.
Yeah, because things are changing so quickly in this sport.
I think I think, to be honest, Dom, you that exists right now, mate. In a lot of the fight organizations and so on that I work with now, even in the UFC, that is right now. That is the case. So you will sign a number of fights deal in most cases. So it might be a 1-fight deal, 3-fight deal, and you often find, in my experience, you actually find that the athlete, a fighter, is pushing for 3, and the UFC are pushing for 1. They're going like, well, yeah, we'll give you a shot. You know, you get a 1-fight shot, and they're going, no, make it a fight. Let's do a 5-fight deal. So it's funny how that balance of desire changes when you get into that kind of scenario, and there is money there, because in the same way that the organization is looking for certainty and looking for guarantees on their investment, never underestimate the fact that at a certain level, so is the arm wrestler. If you're in a situation where an arm wrestler can think, okay, well, let's say with what we do with Arm Wars, where you can bring your sponsors and we will do pay-per-view splits for our biggest athletes if they're prominent enough. All of those things are great, but you need a situation. Let's say you're a lower level puller, okay? And you want to come into the thing, and you know that you're in an organization like Arm Wars where we're not going to touch your sponsors. You can bring in any sponsor you want within reason, and whatever you make from that sponsor, it is yours, and we will push that, promote that, one of the things that we do. So then you think, okay, well, how many matches can I go out for, Neil? And we'll get, now athletes will say to, well, can I sign 4 matches? Can you tell me I'll be on the next 4 Iron Houses? As soon as they see that, oh, I've got a sponsor that is ready to invest in this and does want to pay me 10 grand, if I can say to them, I'm going to be on March, July, September, December, different. Suddenly, we've flick-flacked. Who wants who the most now? You know what I mean? So yeah. It's an interesting dynamic, mate. It's an interesting dynamic, and it's very bespoke. It's very unique.
So what?
Yeah. Just a quick super chat from Peter and Mario Tambakis. Neil, did Sam Burnett win?
I can't tell you, brother. But what I can tell you is this: everyone will see whether Sam Burnett won or lost. You will see for free, and in the most part, and you will see on Friday nights at 9:30 GMT. Check it out.
That's 6:30 a.m. my time. I love it because I make my coffee. It's a Saturday morning, and instead of putting on my cartoons, put on my Arm Wars.
Mm-hmm. I was up at Ryan's probably last month or something. We were doing some content stuff, and he was showing me an event, one of the matches that was on Arm Wars, and he was very excited. You got to see this guy, the thick skin guy. I don't know if you remember who that was.
Yeah, his name is Joshua Davis. He's
the one. Yes, and he was this thing about him having thick skin came up like 20 times as but he had a personality. He was funny. You know, he came in as massive underdog and ended up winning. It was incredible. And Ryan was pointing it out, saying, well, this guy has had this moment. You know, he had all this momentum, and I haven't heard from him since. I haven't seen what he's done. He hasn't pushed anything. So
he's coming again. Oh
yeah,
my
well,
God.
hey, we'd love to see him again. Yeah,
Mate,
but,
he's back.
he's
I mean,
brilliant.
that man is a star.
Yeah,
Love him.
absolutely. He's got the charisma. He's got the thing going, and it was like we were sort of pointing out that it's like we'd love to see him push his own brand as well. You know, you can't see it on Instagram, can't see it on YouTube. It's like, you know, this guy has a personality. It's like we'd love to see more of you. And you know, the last thing you'd want is for him to come on Arm Wars, have a fantastic moment, and then just disappear.
I agree.
So, awesome.
He's one of the guys that is you want to watch him again, and my God, you're gonna. I mean, anybody that's watching Iron House 3, holy shit, the second coming.
He can talk. He can talk. I've seen him absolutely punish a Chinese at like 1 o'clock in the morning and still talk. Blind drunk, mouthfuls of food, and chatting away as if he was ready to jump back on the table. He is a character, and he can go.
Hey Jake, I gotta take off, but good luck. I'll be watching till the end, but my 3-year-old's awake and I'm deathly afraid of her. So
yeah,
I'm probably going to also do the same, Ryan. I should get off. I'm also conscious that I've done a lot of talking, and it's not fair on the likes of the other guys that probably want to get on the show. I'm sure you got people that want to come on as well. So I'll probably jump as well, guys. Unless there's any other questions you've got queued, Jake, I'll get off. Before I do
Dom or Matt have any questions, any final questions, or even Ryan. So, if you've got any last questions for Neil besides who won Iron House?
Just lovely to talk to you, and yeah, as I said, first time to actually speak to you in person, and I think you've done amazing things for the sport, and yeah, I hope that Arm Wars continues to rise to prominence.
Likewise, brother. Ryan, lovely to meet you, mate. Dom, lovely to meet you.
Same here.
And Jake, thank you for the invite, mate. And
anytime.
Very best of luck with the last hour.
See you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Take it easy, guys.
Beautiful. Biggity bomb.
You want to boot me off, Jake, or what?
So if you want to stay, mate,
it's
just things like that. One thing I like about these podcasts, you know what I mean? Like I'm at a stage now where Neil is my friend. You know, we'll message back and forth and whatnot. And you know, for you guys to say, hey, nice to meet you, Matt. Nice speaking to you, Neil. That I was able to pay it forward and put that on my platform. You know, I didn't even know Ryan Bowen and never speaking to Don Underwood when we all had that fun Hollywood thing. You know, it's a shame, Dom, that you were wearing a bloody cozy when you first had a chat with Neil, and I didn't know that Ryan Grondon and Neil hadn't met. I thought they would have at least crossed paths. So it's just things like that just make this arm wrestling world so good. And you know, like we had crazy Uncle Jim, and he's like, oh my God, like I spoke to Ron Barth and I spoke to Gary Roberts, and I'm like, man, I made that happen. And that's and to me that's incredible. So we'll chat for another 25 minutes, guys, and then I might run the last half an hour solo, and just chat to everyone in the chat, get some questions. But no, it's good. It's good. Neil came on. It's good that you guys got to ask him some questions that you never might have, and shared some fun stories. And everyone in the chat been awesome. Of course, Ryan Grondon's a funny dude. I just wish more people would get Ryan Grondon involved, because I first met him a couple of years ago, and he's just, I don't know. He's got a humor that I love. And I got a lot of time for that man. But
they are putting on an event. Is that right? They're starting an organization or something? Is it?
Well, they're doing so they do Winter Blast every year, but now they want others stuff to happen. So they're doing a league. So they'll do tournaments, and you get points, and you become rankings, and they got to work out how you can challenge each other to climb the rankings and drop the rankings. So they've done a couple of Winter Blasts now, 2 or 3 now, and it's been successful, which is brilliant. And I couldn't be happier for a lot of guys now. Whether they're in the chat, Irving Brown, he's just said there, I've been made to feel welcome here when I hadn't felt it with my actual family. I'm very grateful, things like that. Yeah, he's always got nice things to say. The Drew 24, he's like, because we're the best community in the world. Crazy Uncle Jim had a really good run. He was awesome. Bluetooth from Australia. John Stone's been awesome. Jar Corbin. Who else have we got? But I haven't said Calbunga. He's in there. My brother's in there. Adam Dawson with the Ready Bang. Murdoch's been hanging and banging with us for a bit. Marcus Thompson, well, he goes without saying, but we need to say he is brilliant. Game changer, life changer. Marcus, I've messaged and I've told you 1,000 times what you have done for myself and the family, which is brilliant. So let's fly home, guys. 24 hours.
Hey, I kind of ditched out around 5 a.m. this morning. Woke up a few hours later, but I don't know.
You've given it a fair nudge.
Yeah, I've been trying to hang with you, but it's pretty hard, eh? Like,
yeah, it's Devon's Forearms here, Josh Berger's here, yeah, Peter's here. Here we go. Tell me who's here so I can chat to everyone. Things like that. Richard Jennings, AW Daff, Captain Obvious, Adam, that one guy, Brian Teal, Irving. Thank you very much. Saying some very incredible things. Irfan, I don't look exhausted at all. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I am a little tired. I'm not going to lie. I am a little tired, but yeah, I think sometimes people just underestimate my positivity, and I think they just might. Oh, surely he doesn't go that long. But yeah, 24 hours in now. I'm not going to do it. But at this stage, the way I feel now, I could punch out 12 easy.
Yeah. Yeah. Watching you on the stage at Over the Top all day from, what was it? I don't know. You got there like 6 a.m. or something, and it finished at like midnight. And you had talked with energy the entire time, captivating the room, keeping people entertained the whole way through. Even when they were setting up the stage and they were changing the format, from 4 tables to 1, and everyone was there, but it was nothing to see. But you were on stage entertaining the crowd. That was probably 12 hours in at that point. Phenomenal. And you have stamina like no other.
It's certainly different.
Around like sponsorship, what's a good sponsor for this sport?
Supplements, physios, energy drinks, clothing, equipment.
Are you interested in that, Matt?
Sponsors, yeah, absolutely. I think you just got to look at any sort of fitness sponsors, and you say you'd be targeting the same people, Redcon One and all that sort of thing. But we've been pushing for that, creating sponsor packages, different levels of different support that they can jump in and be involved with us. So I mean, that's where you can really, really rise to the next levels if you've got the ability to cover all your costs straight off the bat, and then the extra money that you are getting in, it's like, okay, well, now we can pay the athletes more. Now we can bring guys in from around the world. Now we can book them accommodation. Now we can, you're able to do those things that you want to do. And sponsors just make a massive difference. I remember with the UFC and what Neil was talking about earlier with Arm Wars, that they allowed the athlete to wear their own sponsored stuff and get paid for that. A lot of the fighters in the UFC were making more money from their sponsors than they were from getting paid to fight in the organization, even if they won their fight. Particularly, there was a guy, Brendan Schaub, who was making $110,000 per fight from sponsors, and his contract was about $40,000 if he won, $40,000 to show up, $40,000 extra if he won. And then they changed the model because the UFC looked at that and they said, well, you know, these guys are getting all this money from, and we're not getting a part of that. And they changed it so that if a company wanted to sponsor an athlete, they had to pay the UFC $10,000. Then they could pay the athlete whatever they wanted to pay him. That went for about 2 years, and I think they were not super happy with some of the sponsors that were getting on the shorts, particularly on the arse of the shorts. There was a Condom Depot for a lot of fighters, which I don't know, they probably weren't too happy with that one. But they ended up creating their own uniform to their own detriment, I feel, because it made everything really very bland. They did a deal with Reebok. And now they sell fighter kits, which is clothes, it's just apparel, but it's all very similar. There's not much difference between each fighter. And I think the only difference really is that the champion wears black, the rest wear like the same color, and it's just the name that's different. Their sales have plummeted through the floor with that. And the athletes all complaining, saying, hey, I was getting 100 grand from my sponsors. Now they brought in a sponsorship money deal sort of thing, you know, depending on your pay-per-view or depending on your percentage, it was like 5% or something, and it, you know, they went from like 100,000 to like 7,000 or 8,000 with this Reebok deal. I think they really damaged the brand doing that, because it was so identifiable to have somebody come out with their own clothing brand. You know, like you'd see, say, Rich Franklin, he always fought in pink shorts, or Anderson Silva, who always had like these yellow bees on his thing, and it was very clear, like that's who that person is. And when you bought their apparel, it was like it's personalized. And now it's all the same. I really don't like it.
Oh, okay. But I think, like when Neil was talking about India and Panja League and all that sort of stuff, like there's a lot of people there that love the sport, and maybe investing in those countries might be a way to help springboard Australia, because we're so remote to the rest of the world. And it's so, you've tried to get people come out from America and fight, or all these different people just sort of drop out. Maybe there can be some collaboration there, and it's almost, it might not seem like too easy because you can't, you might need an interpreter or something, but most people speak English anyway, all around the world anyway. So there's always someone that can speak English, but there might be something there for Australians, for promotions like your company and our any other ones that might start something up.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, I mean, our aspirations are to go global, and we're very much copying the UFC model of being able to take Ryan, Dave, and me, put us somewhere in the world, and we'll put on an event. We'll get all the local fighters. We'll put on an amazing event. We know how to do the production. We know how to promote the event, market it, and find the best people in that area, rather than having to sort of fly people, like having a base of let's say Adelaide, and we've got to fly everyone here, and it becomes detrimental because people look at it and go, I've got to fly 3 days to get there. I don't want to do that. Whereas we can go to them and we can put on amazing events around the world anywhere we choose to. And, we know how to do our side of things, which allows us to turn up and put on the best event that we possibly can.
So Korea recently had like a over the top tournament, and it was like 100K first place prize or something.
Like I didn't hear about that one.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
So like if you get a few South Korean people on contacts, you might learn a bit. How did that come about? Like that's more money than I've seen anywhere in a tournament. Yeah,
it's interesting. I mean, again, it is almost different worlds because of the language, cultural barriers that are in place. Yeah. But if they're able to do that, that's fantastic. The one thing is, I'm heavily invested in arm wrestling. I'm on the internet looking at arm wrestling all day, every day, and I hadn't heard of that at all until you just said it right then. So,
yeah, I saw some footage.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, there's all these different social media groups and news services. It just depends where you're sort of hanging out. But I was a bit blown away. I saw the film of the match, and they would challenge anyone in Australia. Those guys that were in that tournament, like they're not weak. There's different weight classes, and they go to different levels that we probably don't know about because we've never seen them before. A member of our club went to Japan and was going to have some arm wrestling matches there, but I'm not sure. I haven't caught up with them. But there's people in all sorts of different countries that we don't hear about.
I think promotion is a major lacking area in the world of arm wrestling, and there's not many people that are really pushing themselves, and they don't have to do it as a hey, here's me on camera talking for hours. You can do promotion through just putting your highlights up. Shapiro. Shapiro, which way am I? Oh, it's mirrored. There we go. Yeah,
maybe that
and Ryan Rowan's voice.
Where was? Is it Dung? Where was he from? Dung.
I don't know, but he's awesome.
Yeah, like he was really like cool dude. I know the some Singaporean arm wrestling clubs came to the Over the Top.
Yeah, Gregory Yo and
and they were a very professional squad. Plus the New Zealand teams, they came to Over the Top. So I'd love to see another Over the Top type tournament.
Yeah, once again, we need a major sponsor. I don't think there'll be one this year.
No.
But I don't think like you guys should try and do everything yourself. I think you should try and engage. I mean, it costs money, yeah, right? But there are professional marketing people out there that know how to improve your brand and everything. That's just my advice from some guy that doesn't know much about anything. But
I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely.
Look, I think it does cost money, and marketing companies charge quite a bit, but that's how they build their brand through, then you can concentrate on just dealing with the arm wrestlers, and the marketing team, they deal with all that other stuff, right?
We'll get to that point.
When
we get to that point,
plan,
we'll be doing that for sure. I mean, the goal is to get there where we're not, I'm not sitting up for 5 hours cutting a video together. But at this point in time, that's where we're at. So yeah, it's
good. It's good.
Yeah, I'm happy to put in the time and effort to build it. And as I said, I'm an arm wrestling fan, and it's like it's almost
just quickly. Sorry, because Dung tried to jump in, guys. I'm not taking anyone else on the stream. In about 10 minutes, these guys are going to jump off. Sorry, Dung. So stick around. He tried to jump on. Dung, I'm gonna hop him off. I'm gonna hop him off again. Sorry, mate. I'm just gonna hop you off. Dung, try and listen, mate. I'm not accepting any more people. These guys are gonna jump off in about 5 or more minutes. Can someone put in the comments? Dung. No, we're not accepting any more people. We're not accepting any more people, buddy. But stay in the chat and have a chat. These guys are gonna hop off in about 10 minutes, and I'll smash the last half an hour. By myself. If anyone can,
I'll tell him.
So yeah, hopefully he's watching. Sorry, Dung. You were awesome though. Sorry, Matt.
Oh no, that's all right, mate. Yeah, hey, it's your show. I'm happy to be here. I was just saying, I'd love to see more people promoting themselves in the arm wrestling world. And it surprises me that people don't. And if people don't want to talk on camera or they don't want to do that sort of thing, you don't have to. You can just put some highlights up, cut something together. There's so many free programs out there, and YouTube's free to do. Start putting something together, and then you've got evidence that, hey, I'm somebody. And if you actually go and compete, film it. Get somebody to film it for you, and then you know, it's like build a journey, and not only for yourself to look back at it and say, oh, well, these are the things that I did, but other people will start getting invested in it as well. Build a fan base. You know, people love arm wrestling. They would love to see you do it. And so many people are out there that are phenomenal arm wrestlers. You just never hear of them.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta market yourself. It's only common sense, really. That's what I did. And there's not much. No one else was going to do it for me. I've had to do all of mine, and just had the right people kind of help out and share. But yeah, no, I think everyone needs to do it. I do notice in the arm wrestling world, a lot of people kind of expect a handout and want everyone else to do it. So Arm Gods has been a member for 4 months and says, are we having the arm wrestling Ashes, Matt?
We got to do that. That's a fantastic idea. I'd love to get that happening. For anyone who doesn't know that's watching in the chat, Australia and England have something called the Ashes, which is in cricket, and I think it's every 3 years they have Australia versus England, and they'll have it here in Australia, and then the next time they'll have it in England, and it's a big deal. The Ashes is, I think it's some stumps that they burnt 100 years ago or something or another. It's this little urn, and but it's a big rivalry between Australia and England, and that would be phenomenal to get something like that happening.
Yeah, it'll be.
Yeah, I reckon
it'll be good. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to say goodbye to you two. Thank you very much for jumping on.
Thank you,
love you both. Yay, Dung doesn't hate me. Thanks, mate.
Ready, bang.
Thanks, guys, for being awesome.
Thanks, Jake. Thanks, mate.
Brilliant. I'll speak to you guys soon. Anyway, thank you for all your help.
No worries. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the last half hour. See you, mate.
Enjoy. Hang in there.
Oh yeah, mate. We'll be right. We've got about 38 minutes to go. Thank you to Tom and Matt. Thank you to Neil, Derek Dunn, Crazy Uncle Jim, Ryan Bowen, Uncle John, Gary, Jody, Criggy, Edwin, Big B. Did I say Jody Williams? Who else came on the show? Paul Maiden, Daniel Urick, Joe Nelson, Dan the Nightmare. Who else came on? I feel really bad. Whoa. Bloody hell. Marcus, stop it. Wow. Oh, Spermies came on. Thank you. But Marcus, wow. Wow. Thank you. Wow. Wow, Marcus. I can't. Wow. Second down payment. Let's support Jake, boys. Last super chats. Happy hour. Unbelievable effort from the new Vampire King. Arm Gods. Oh, yeah, definitely bleed Arm Gods. That's for sure. King of the table. Arm Gods, AWE, they're my top three. That's what I bleed for. It's not that I don't love all the other promotions. I just have a stronger bond with all those three promotions. So I've got a poll going in the chat. Have you been here the whole 25 hours? Vote honestly. There's nothing wrong if you haven't. You guys have been brilliant. We've got 104 people left in this chat. I'll answer as many questions as I can. Let's get rid of the banner. I just want to do one more thing. Thank you for everyone. Okay, Dre joined for a little bit. There's my new banner. There is my new banner. Yeah, thank you. Oh, Carolina and Victoria. How could I forget? The two women that almost ruined my marriage. How could I forget that? No, they were great. And that just shows how awesome my wife is, and thank you to my wife and daughter, with a 10-month-old. It is just hard. When will we see you next after this? If I wake up in time, I'll make a little video, but I'll be live. If I'm not on the fix, I'll be live. I'll be live after the fix anyway. So, yeah, Ryan Grondon's on the show. Jeez, he's a funny guy. But thank you, Marcus. Thank you for this second generous, massive. And thank you, everyone that did give super chats throughout the show. Thank you, everyone that was just brilliant in the chat. Brian streamed all of it, but he had time for a sleep and 2 poops, which was brilliant. Yeah. What do we got? About 24% of you say that you stayed here for the 24 hours, 25 hours. Hey, we're in world record territory. We're coming up now. So I went for 24 and a half hours. I went for 24 last time. By the time I was going back and forth, I ended up at about 24 and a half hours, but wanted to officially smash my own record, and it has been fun. It really has. I'm a little tired. Could I keep going? If 100 people are staying by me, absolutely. Do I love this sport? You better believe it, guys. Yeah, and I know you do. That's why you're here. And a lot of you stayed the whole time. A lot of you were brilliant. Oh, Craigie, thank you very much for your super chat. I'm just going to ride this last bit solo. I'm going to ride this last bit solo. But thank you, Craigie. You did, I think, 4 hours. 4 hours or something. I really appreciate it, mate. I really, really appreciate it. But I've got to go back. Yeah, thank you, Craigie. Just riding this solo. I just said bye to Matt and Dominic. Yeah, we saw the launch of Spermie's Ass is Creamy, which was fun. It's just something else, isn't it? What you guys have been able to do. You know, we got the King of the Table together, guys, twice. We got to go to Arm Gods. We got to go to Norway. We got to go to the Whitby Open. We've been invited to Monster Factory. We're getting invited to Worlds. I see too many other people doing that. And that's because of you guys. That's because of what you've been able to do here in the arm wrestling world. Whilst other channels are really pushing hate, you guys stuck by me and said, let's push this positivity. Let's go. Sorry, guys, I'm not accepting anyone. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Pete. Sorry, Mario. I'm flying this one solo. Mario and Pete, they brought me a drink. It feels really bad, but I just kind of want to ride this one by myself. I saw Pete's face. Yeah, I'll start reading the comments in a moment. Be able to pay it forward. Be able to have the best in the world. Just go, yeah, Jake, man, whatever you need, I'll jump on. So, you know, and if they didn't come on, they were apologizing. But thank you guys so much for really just pushing what I am all about. For every time I bring Jess and Zadie on, you guys are brilliant. Yes, I'll be live in like 30 hours once the fix is finished. I'll find some arm wrestling to talk about and we'll go again. You know, I love it. I absolutely love it. Let's have a chat. Bluetooth. It's been an honor and a privilege to be a part of this event, Jake. Cheers, bro. Go spend some time with your family. They're in bed. And I think that's where I might go. Cheers, Marcus. You dead set, a legend. Dominic, thanks for hanging with me, mate, and everything. I had it open the whole time, but went for a 45-minute ride and slept 3 hours. Yeah, Crazy Uncle Jim, geez. You made me laugh. You made me laugh, Crazy Uncle Jim. That is for sure. So did Dung. Dung, you made me laugh. Make sure, hey, you help me out with some behind-the-scenes footage at East versus West. Please, Dung. I'll message you on WhatsApp. Very good experience for all the fans that had the courage to show up and let loose. Thanks, Jake. Murgock says, dude, you got a great bunch of people here. 100%. Absolutely. Good job. Quality marathon. Thank you very much. Yeah, Murdoch, we got the best people in here. Spermies, Jess is a true gem. Love you 3. Thank you. Don't forget Zeus as well. Jake looks really good, considering he's been awake for almost 30 hours. That's cool. Wow, at least Marcus can open people's texts in here. Former partner. You'll have to edit the best segment. That's going to be hard, man. I'm happy to pay someone to do that. I'm definitely happy to pay someone. How much difference between now and the last 24-hour stream? I don't know, man. I was more prepared. There was just something about Zadie this time. Yeah, there was just something about Zadie that was just, I don't know, man. I mean, seeing my wife and things like that. I feel better this time, considering I'm a year older and a little bit heavier. I feel better, that's for sure. You guys are brilliant. Cobra's still probably making painful, intense love. He was awesome. Yeah, 3 cheers for Marcus. I'm down for that for sure. Changing the lives of many. Hey, speaking of Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler. Whoa, holy Marcus. It's beyond amazing. Thank you so much for all that you do and you have done for us, Marcus, and to everyone for all the support. You are all incredible, but for sticking by Jake. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Marcus, thank you very much. Everyone, keep it going, says Irving. I'll always be here to support your channel as long as I'm around. Ready, bang. Thank you. Irving, Jar, you do great work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jar. Bring her into land speed. Good heading. Perfect. Marcus says, thank you, Jess. Jeremiah, 100% we did it, man. 100%. We doing it. Yeah. Sorry, Pete. Going solo for the last halfer. Sorry, mate. Yeah, so now I've got to sit back and work out if I do it next year. No, thank you, Margo. Super proud of you, Jake. I knew you could do this. We knew we could do it. Absolutely. Thank you. 2 pisses in 25 hours. Thank you. Yep, absolutely. Really appreciate it, Dung. Even happy to pay you for your time. Get yourself a wonderful family, lots of credit. Thank you, Brian. Positivity and the ability to find the silver lining in every dark cloud is key. I'm so glad that I'm along for the ride. Love from Canada. Hopefully see you in Canada for Arm Gods. My man, Dominic Lorenz, thank you very much. You guys, Jake, I promise to wear a suit next time and participate in a live match. Thanks for all the fun. Epic. Thank you, man. Thank you, which is really good. Arm Gods, did you realize Marcus wears a syrupsy and fig? Marcus wears a syrupsy and fig. Robert Gould went back and watched Neil's first bit. It's much more magical this time, a thing of wonder. Yeah, thanks, Drew. Incredible job, Jake. I'm sure many more hours went into making this happen. My first long chat, and by far, I don't know. Yeah, thanks for sticking around, man. It was cool. Dunn's favorite bit was the two Swedish women. Devon's forearm says it's the sock energy. I wonder if any other channel will make a video about me smashing my own world record. It's great being part of this. Thank you. Jess is awesome. 100% Cybergun. If you do next year have segments with your guest, what I think I might do next year, Dunn, is book in times and get people committed. So I might do it on an actual weekend because it was Friday a lot for you guys. And I might book in. So like you say, I've had Neil. I'm like, right, Neil, give me 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Done. All right, John, Devon, whatever. Give me this time. And yeah, and I might book in like times with everyone. But then I do love spontaneity. When Uncle John comes in, comes out, he's my best friend, Ryan Bowen, my best friend, Neil whenever he could. Gary Roberts was up and about. Then I saw Jody Williams drive 3 hours to catch up with Gary Roberts, people speaking to people they normally wouldn't. Whoa, Robert Gould. Thank you very much. He's just dropped a hammer. My gold member, he's just gone bang. Thanks so much for an awesome live stream, Jake. You're going to have the best night's sleep ever. I don't even think I have any Coca-Cola to have a bourbon, so I might have to have one tomorrow lunchtime. And I'll do a photo and put it in my YouTube story. But Robert, man, you gave chats earlier, so really, really appreciate it, big guy. Wow. Jeremiah, I leave that there. 25 hours and 5 minutes next year. Robert Gould goes bang. Wow. And everyone's saying, nice, Robert. But things like that, like I love, and apart hitting me up, guys are saying Dominic's cool and guys are saying Matt Connolly's cool. And I was able to like show that to people because I knew they were cool. I like them. One lives in Canberra, one lives in Adelaide, and I live in Melbourne. We're like a tri-state area. So I'm like, no, they're cool. So for everyone to say that they're cool, I'm pretty happy. Thank you, Mim. So I'll go back to your chat, Robert Gould, but that's my mother-in-law. Says, proud of you. Yeah, I've got 25 minutes to go. Edwin, you spent a lot of time on the show. Thank you. Serginho says, you look done, my friend. Mega effort. Take a bow, son. Thank you very much. Serginho, really appreciate it. Mega effort, says Duff. Hey, Mario Tambakis, one of my favorite people, has come in and said, there you are, Mark. Have some beers on me. I feel really bad because they came on right at the end. I had to kick them off because I was riding solo. But thank you very much for the super chat. Oh, Foxy. Yes. That was hilarious. Stefan is so funny. He called Jody Williams Cody. I could watch Stefan's bit in there. Yep, ultralight fishing. That's my man. Swisher Sweet. Edward, no, I've been here. We didn't watch anything. I just watched the chat. Everyone's splitting the women. No, I haven't seen a new video from anyone. Yeah. Not sure if I'm going to do it next year, next minute. What am I going to do next year? Yeah. It's addictive, Adam. It's addictive. Steve Pettis, thanks for joining. He joined in a lot. He's hopefully we'll have Dan Severin on the show. Thanks to Steve from Michigan Arms. Arm Gods, syrups and fig wig English Cockney rhyme. There we go. Thank you very much, Paul. I love hanging out with you, Paul. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Will it be 26 hours next year? This one hasn't even finished, guys. Can't I just enjoy this one? They are cool. But the merit is all yours. Wonder if anyone will take a crack at this record. Well, if they do, they have to message me first, and I have to set the rules to them. They can't. They under a minute. They can't be off screen for under a minute. What's the diamond YouTube play button, Irving? I'd have to go check to see how many new subscribers I got. Let's have a look. I think I got about 50 new subscribers. That's cool. I think that's pretty cool. 50 new subscribers. That is awesome. Thank you, Robert. I can't thank you guys enough for everything. Yeah. 50. So if you're one of the 50 new subscribers, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm at 12,867. For me, although that's a very high number, the loyalty here that you guys have just shown, like, I'm blown away. Next year, you'll have to neck a schooner every hour, Peter. No way. I'll die. I will die if that happens. It's over 1 million. Oh, I hope so. I would die. But I hope to get over 1 million. I'm an Aussie Armwrestling fan. Yeah, done. So all the footage and East versus West will be yours to use, Jake. No money is needed. We'll work something out, done. We will work something out. You message me. It's 100 million. Holy shit. I'd love 100 million subscribers. Yep, no PEDs. I tell you what I had Macca's and a bit of pizza in the afternoon. Probably shouldn't have done that. I can't help myself. I was going to ride solo. I told everyone I was going to ride solo, but it's my best friend. So, of course, I've got to have him.
Still going, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I was kicking people off and saying, I'm going by myself. But a part of me was like, of course, I'd let Ryan and Uncle John come in for the last bit.
We got like an hour and 20 minutes to go?
No, 20 minutes.
Oh, 20 minutes. Oh, I'm off.
Yeah. So how much caffeine did you consume? I had a pre-workout at 9 p.m. I had a coffee when Jess came in and half a can of this C4. So not much.
No, that's not bad at all.
2 green juices, fruit salad, lunch, but then I had a pretty bad lunch and dinner. I had Macca's and pizza.
How do you feel? How's your body?
You are the man. Great stuff. Thank you very much. Got 50 new subscribers as well, John.
Nice.
So happy with that. Still haven't hit the 13K yet, but you know what it's like, the loyalty that we have.
That's the best part, man.
We got the quality.
Part.
How do I feel?
Yeah.
I feel pretty good. Like,
yeah.
I don't want to, if I somehow crack 13,000 subscribers in the next 20 minutes, we might have to extend the challenge. But I reckon I could do another 12.
Wow. And what would the penalty on your body be after another 12?
Well, that means it would be 10 a.m. and then it would just be that ruined sleep cycle.
Yeah. That would...
Thank you very much, Dominic. Summary: Arm Gods off to the US in their red coats by November. Mario Tambakis, unofficial invite to Arm Wars by Neil Pickup. Metal 365. The new voice of arm wrestling. Rest is a blur to me. Am I in a dream? Did you hear Metal 365?
No.
I think he's at the start of this stream.
What's his
random
deal?
dude has a killer voice.
Yeah?
He's talking voice, man. If he steps into our territory, we're in a bit of trouble.
Uh-oh. He's just got the command of the voice, eh?
Yeah, he could just sit there and just like somehow talk me into like walking just to his bedroom.
Right. Very convincing, very
He's just got
encouraging.
this like deep,
deep,
calm tone.
Lulls you into that sense of security.
It was brilliant. Everyone's up and about for the final countdown. Dung's cracking jokes. Thank you, Tony. Says, dude, you killed it. Marcus and Rob, thank you for your giant super chats at the end. Thank you, everyone, for your not as big as Marcus and that super chats. Oh my God, Silky Wilkie's just come in. Shit,
powerhouse.
Let me just get through. I've been to a basketball game, but back for your ending, man. Loved it. If you like mental health, this is my man. He's wrote a book, Andy White. I'm going to be the first guest on his podcast. I met him 20 years ago in England. Very good friend.
No kidding.
Yeah, we refereed basketball together and we just kept in touch. He packed up everything, took his girlfriend to Australia to do teaching. He became Teacher of the Year. Great fun dude.
Nice.
Need a massage chair for the next one. People are like, do it, don't do it, do it, don't do it.
What did you learn this time around about the arm wrestling community or how people operate?
Your true friends are there when you need them.
Yeah.
Not when you need them, but like, you'll see the ones that will make an effort.
Right.
I cannot believe how many people are really believing in what we do.
Yeah.
So like a lot of people stayed for the whole time. But if
That's
they
incredible.
didn't stay, they've fallen asleep watching
Mhm.
or, I'm going to go ride my bikes, but I'm going to leave the stream on.
Right.
So
Yeah.
little things like that.
Well, to be honest, like as I've checked in, like I don't know if you've really ever been under 100 people for the entire 25 hours. Like that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I was just like, there's like at the start, we were just warming up and then, and it's just gone gangbusters. I'll read this from Silky Wilkie just quickly. And he says, twinkle, twinkle, Aussie star. I wonder how you are, stream long, so bright and high with a nigh twinkle in his eye. Thank you, Jake, for bringing everyone together and being the neutral channel. Love seeing a space where all my favorite athletes are welcome along with varied discussion.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Silky Wilkie.
Silky Wilkie is a rare person who can actually see what's actually happening instead of just regurgitating what some other idiot tells him on the internet. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it is brilliant. What else did I learn? Jeez, I can waffle on. I can bang on for a bit.
Picking up all the slack.
Yeah, like being real tired and still just like pinballing 3 or 4 people, 5 people on the channel.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to name names, but some people just jumped on and did nothing, which is like my number one thing. Like contribute. My love for people has grown. I love that some people see what I see in people. Like I really like people, and then they come on the show, and everyone's like, "Oh man, he's pretty cool," and things like that.
Yeah.
Making people feel like they're that's not really learning, but one thing that I like, making people feel like they're somebody or they got to meet their heroes, I think is pretty cool. Just watching Matt and Dom just fire questions off and Ryan Grondon at Neil Pickup. Now, you and Neil speak 3 times a week sometimes. You know, you had a great relationship. It was super strong last year. I'm not saying it's not strong now, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Guys were tight, and I think sometimes in our position we forget about those early stages.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
passing on those early stages to everyone, you know, like Ron Barth like messages me maybe once a fortnight and checks in.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
like,
it's
and, then,
cool.
and then I forget about that because like Ron Barth's my friend. And then crazy Uncle Jim was like, "Oh my God, I met Ron." And that's something cool that we can just pass it forward.
It
I
is
learned
cool.
what Hermes looks like.
Right, we did get to see Spermies. That's very nice. It makes me think back to, 2 years ago, when we did it with Gary and how we were in that position for much of it. Right, we were the ones that were just getting the chance to see all these guys and talk to people. So it is cool.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is brilliant. I'm just seeing. Yeah, so look, NWUK1, thank you. Says, "Well done, Aussie. You're looking very fresh. Considering, nice to see Uncle John is no longer melted in his chair."
Well, it's morning time. I got a couple hours until I get all melty.
Yeah, so there you go for all the medication. But thank you very much, NWK. I may not have been there the whole time, but now I have something to listen to for the next few days. Well, I'll be live in a few days, mate. So
there you go. It
after
never
the pick,
ends.
Keep up. Yeah, no, Criggy, you were fine. Steve Pettis was awesome in the chat.
Yeah.
Spermies, Uncle John, nice of you to come on and help Jake over the finish line. Yeah.
Always
Uncle John,
See, I just try to come in for some highlights, right? Just so, because I've maybe put in maybe 4 or 5 hours of the 25, but I just gotta be here for the memorable moments.
and and Uncle John always pays for the dry cleaning when he rides my coattails, so that's cool. It's
There
like,
you go. There you go.
but no, I feel all right. Can't wait to stand up, stretch my legs,
Yeah.
lie down.
Yeah.
I know as soon as I hit the pillow, like I think I'm done.
Yeah, you're gonna be out. You're gonna be out.
Sorry, Adam. You'll have to come on next time. There's 5 minutes to go, Adam. There's 5 minutes to go. You have to come on next time, Adam. It's 5 minutes to go, mate. I love you, Adam. Let's do a show during the week. Can someone tell? No, I'll do it in the chat. There's 5 minutes to go. Adam, 5 minutes to go, mate. Let's chat during the week. Sorry, Adam.
How has it been to be online for this amount of time while arm wrestling happens? Like, did anything significant happen that you like heard? I mean, obviously that Neil came on and he had a big whole thing, but how was it not being able to like go make a video while things are happening in the world?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I couldn't check it. I
Yeah.
couldn't really check it. So I'm sure people are making heaps of videos over.
Well, that's the interesting thing. Devin announced yesterday that he's got the Arm Wars match coming up, and not one single person that I've seen has done a single video about it.
Was that yesterday?
It was yesterday.
I've been on for 24 hours, dude. It's the same day for me. Sorry.
So 17 hours ago, he posted about the dark card. And now I don't have every single arm wrestling channel in here, but there's stuff about Prudnik. There's and then that's it. I haven't seen a single person even talk about it. It's weird. So maybe I'll make a clickbait video about it. How about that?
Hey, look, yeah. Finish your stream with Uncle John. See what happens to your channel. Man, I can't wait to hang out with Artem when he comes to Australia.
I always have a good time with Artem.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Wars is dead product. Neil should stop. He's
Oh,
got it.
Artem,
He's
come
flying. He's cracked
Come
it.
on, Artem.
But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of highlights. Almost lost my marriage. So that was pretty cool.
When the Swedes were on.
Yeah, that was funny. My brother coming on. Always like when my brother comes on. One of my other brothers was in the chat. My brother-in-law was in the chat. I'm trying to think what else.
That was
of course the launching of Dung and Crazy Uncle Jim.
Look, those are some of the best things. Like when honestly, when I was on last night for my time and Uncle Jim went nuts and gave his pipe bomb promo against Michael Todd, that was one of the funniest things I've seen in a minute.
Mate, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. Yeah, Crazy Uncle Jim's in the chat now, but it was just like I couldn't believe like people saying Metal 365, Crazy Uncle Jim. They were like as soon as we get home, we put on your channel, and I'm like, far out, man.
Yeah,
like
it's awesome, huh?
Yeah, so that was pretty cool. I'm trying to think.
What do you think is the main? So this is kind of like the yearly thing, right? So going forward from here, what do you think the big things for Aussie Armwrestler's channel are going to be? I mean, obviously, over the last year, you became the main man.
Swisher's tweet saying he's been a member, and he goes, Mrs. Aussie Armwrestler, married Aussie Armwrestler, because he can go for 25 hours.
Right? I mean, he's not wrong. But last year, you got the main gig at King of the Table. You're all over the world. You're hanging and banging with all of the top arm wrestling guys. What is it this year that's going to put Aussie Armwrestler over the top? I know this is a prime time to ask you this question after massive sleep deprivation.
I think two things will either happen. There will be like a permanent fixture. Like I'm still traveling everywhere.
Yeah.
But I think the elites will really understand what is going on over here.
Yeah.
And I just think the positivity will just win over all those hateful things. I don't think their channel will grow much anymore. And they'll just go, you know what? It's just a bit of fun over here.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of fun. I can have my opinion and not get absolutely scolded. Yeah, I think things like that will be. I mean, there's not much else I can do. Like King of the Table back to back.
Right.
I'm flying around the world. I think the difference will be I don't know, because like if I'm getting booked every month, that really helps out.
Yeah,
really
of course.
helps
I mean,
out.
that's the dream, right? If you have a big event like that, and I think that's the dream for all of us, really, is can we have these events without them cannibalizing each other and make that go? Because that's the stuff, right? I mean, is there much better as guys who do similar things? From my perspective, there's not much that you can do better than go and MC a big event like that and have front row to everything and have full access to everything. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of fun. That's for sure. Yeah, so I think that would just happen. I like what our arm wrestling cards are coming along well.
Yeah.
With our big signing today, you just got to follow up on our last elite athlete, and then we're on.
Yep.
The Series 1, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm super excited to create that card series, but really I'm more excited that we get to create. I think the card series is going to help us create new people in arm wrestling. I can see rookie cards, I can see, MVP cards, I can see all that. So it's not just for the elite guys that are already there. Right.
Yeah.
To start out, it will probably focus on them because that's what people like. That's what people want. But it will be something that people can actually strive for in the community, I think.
Yeah. There it is.
Oh, it's on. You've done it.
There it is.
Clap it up, everybody in the chat. Clap it up. He's come across the finish line. 25 hours, everybody. This is the new world record. Period. There are no others.
Yeah. It's it's brilliant. Thanks, guys. Before I wrap up the show, I want to thank everyone that came on the show. I want to thank everyone in the chat for the whole time, whether you gave your time, help, support, financially. You guys are amazing. Whether you shared it on your social medias, thank you so much. For everyone that spent 1 minute or the whole time with me, it really means a lot. Hey!
Well done, my love.
Come say hi. I'm sure everyone would quickly like to see you before we wrap up the show.
He did it. He did it.
He did it. Thanks for coming back and helping him.
Of course. Of course. Big time going on over here.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a bit of fun. I didn't use all the captions, John. So caption game's all sorted for
got more.
Maximum Make Monday. We could probably reuse some as well. It's too exhausted to laugh. So just tell me which two you want to use for Maximum Bang Monday.
Beautiful.
Who else do we need to thank? Of course, my beautiful wife and
I didn't do anything.
amazing baby.
You're amazing.
Oh, I don't know.
You're crazy, but you're amazing.
It was brilliant. Jar reckons that this record will never be broken. I think it will, Jar.
Bye, Jake.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, historian. When I wake up in the morning, I expect a video. No, I'm only joking, mate. Keep up the good work, though. Historian. He gets me. His videos are good, but his posts are better.
Yeah. I like all the stuff he's doing. I like.
Oh, absolutely. But like, if I'm picking one,
yeah,
so he's got a picture of a suit and an arm flexing.
Yeah,
and he does stuff about the history. And one time, he did an old photo of arm wrestling, and he was like, "Oh, do you guys remember the time Jake and Uncle John pulled at Whitby?" He's like, "I was there." I was like, "Mate, you've been in the fucking sport 2 minutes." No, you haven't. Scroll back again, and he's put his logo, and like in the crowd, there's that arm. I pissed myself laughing. And then I went, click, subscribe, watch the video. Where this video is awesome.
So good.
Very well done, very well researched and things like that. But then, it's like, oh, you were the double kings move, and you just see his arm like in the behind row.
That's great.
It is. It is brilliant.
What time is it for Uncle John right now?
9:03 in the morning.
Your day has begun.
It has begun. Yeah,
I think we'll go.
As is hopefully Zadie sleeps like she did when you did your.
I'll be asleep.
You won't wake up anyway, will you?
Me.
Can you imagine if, like, in an hour she wakes up and I'm like, babe.
Why don't you just get that? Just get that.
I did the last 25 hours.
Yeah, scroll back to the start and listen to Metal 365's voice. He is brilliant.
I'll do that.
Everyone, thank you all so much. I know you guys don't want to go. I gotta go to bed with my beautiful wife. I've ticked over 7 hours here. It's 10:04, 25 hours and some change. We're on. John, I just want to show you a couple of messages when we knock off the after the live stream. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. I will see you live after the fix. I might do a little 5-minute update video when I wake up, depending on it. Thank you all so much, you Dead Set legends. Another
round of applause.
Another world record. Absolutely love you guys. Ready, bang!